Okay, let's get it underway then. It's back to EU5. Just about said EU4 there. That's a habit that is getting broken over time. Could you give a quick, brief summary of where the campaign is at, says Zanzibar Palm. Fair enough. We started as Moray. Moray has Elgin, Inverness, whatever this place is, it's just Grampian Mountains to me. And Lochaber. I swear it wasn't called that when I held it to begin with. Anyway, we had to fight for freedom against Scotland. The minute problem is that 1, Scotland is incredibly overpowered in this game, and 2, Scotland start with a guarantee from France. So I got everybody I could. What was it? Castile, Portugal, Aragon, Provence, Pope, Bohemia, England, all of them to fight for my freedom, which was on a ticking timer because Scotland was trying to integrate me. And England were completely useless. They had gotten so trashed in the first round of the 100 Years' War that all of their levies were exhausted except for one man on Jersey. So I had to really rustle something up because nobody was coming to help me in the British Isles, which was a bit of a shame. I punched some land and money out of France, and I sold land back to France for even more money, which is why we have thousands of ducats. We tore Scotland in half. In a future war, I completely annexed Scotland. Small problem there was that somehow during the war, France was able to re-guarantee Scotland, and using that guarantee joined in the war in the middle of the war, and even though I had annulled treaties on. So I don't know what happened there, but I wasn't very happy. We still managed to win, annexed Scotland. We punched England one time when their levies were still exhausted, and took this. Now England's levies are not so exhausted. He has 150 regulars and 18,500 levies. That's a small problem. Other small problems include his vast amount of subjects and subjects. Even so, I pulled the trigger to fight England because I can use my money on mercenaries to hopefully destroy him. And also, it's better to fight the war on my terms than to have England be in a coalition against me. England, for some reason, hate my guts, and no amount of improved relations is getting over the fact that they want to coalition me. Of course, they're not alone in that. France is almost borderline in the coalition. It's 50 plus to join a coalition, and it's 40 or below to leave it, although I haven't noticed people leaving coalitions very often, even when they're below 40. On antagonism, that is. And the problem with all this antagonism is it makes it impossible to get alliances. Nobody wants to ally me when I'm target of a coalition. The malice for it is enormous. So right now we are currently at war with England and a whole lot of English subjects. And this is more or less our fight for dominance on the Isles. I need to break England's back here to make sure that any future war with them is not a do-or-die situation. How exactly I do that, I'm not entirely sure. My best plan of attack, I think, is to strip their east coast off of them. I cannot imagine that will be cheap. Actually, could we leave it not to imagination, but to cold hard fact? Something like, but not necessarily this, would surely put a dampener on England. If I really wanted to take the piss, I'd do this. That would be a minute coalition threat, just a teensy tiny one. If I were to manage to do that, I'd have to make sure that we constantly fight England before they join a coalition against me. Coalition wars are just so bad for the defender. It's plus 150% cost for taking land, and it's difficult to peace out in general. And the attackers get enormously low cost on taking stuff from you. So yeah, it's one of the worst CBs to have target you. Anyway, that is assuming that we're able to grind England to the dirt. We might not be able to. He has 18,000 levies, and I know on the current patch, levies are considered a bit of a joke, but 18,000 of them are still going to destroy my 200 regulars. Lest we forget, I have 24 manpower, no gain in manpower, and no access to professional armies, so I cannot build armories. You know who does have access to professional soldiers? England does. He knows about professional armies, he spread it across his realm, and for some reason it's just not really taking off in Scotland. Can't put my finger on why. I'm somewhat happy they're releasing hotfixes and patches so frequently. It gives me a reason to go back to 1337. I think I've progressed beyond 1444, says Howie. This is only my second proper campaign, and I'm sure there'll be more. I do like the fact that they're patching fast. I just would like them to not be doing this whole firing from the hip cowboy coding stuff, where the balance changes are off by an order of magnitude. I mean, that trading cost multiplied by 10, what the heck was that about? But I do sympathize with them. I've been in the situation myself, so... can't say too many bad things now, can I? Judge not, lest ye be judged. Right, how are we judging this situation? I pulled the trigger without really thinking about my strategic initiative here. And maybe I should. England is embroiled in the war with France. Now that's got to be good for me. The problem is England is solidly winning that war with France. And that is a big problem. It also means all of his troops are poised and ready. And we know how bad the AI is at naval invading in this game. I was really, really hoping that he would have, you know, sailed over and gotten his armies trashed in France, or France sails over and they have a big fight, but for some reason France is just gobbling up Wales even. Not even England, just Wales. So, life is not good. Anyway, let's get rid of this formable country reminder. We will not be forming Scotland or Alba. No, what I need to form is a sizable mercenary army, and I need it fast. If I raise all my levies, and I see little reason why I wouldn't, I'm only getting 2,500 men. That's not great. Who are we led by in the army? Our ruler, well, that's not happening. I can't have him die. I need him to spit children out. Do we have any good leadership in combat? Captain Gerald of Perth seems adequate. Yeah, I guess you're going to have to do. He's from some suspiciously Latvian-looking dynasty. That's the Perth dynasty? Sure enough. By the way, to those in the know, why did my flag not change back to the dynasty flag of the Randolph dynasty? Because I don't actually like the current flag. Yeah, that flag kind of blows. It looks way too Afrikaans. How's the integration going? Very, very slowly and badly. We get no bonuses to the integration from cultural strength because we have no cultural strength. So it's a long, slow grind to get things integrated. Funnily enough, it would actually be faster to integrate some of the already Highland lands, but the problem is that land is garbage anyway, so I really want to make a priority in Edinburgh so I can move my capital down there. It's because you're no longer a subject. It flipped to the second you pulled the Indie War trigger. I should still look into modding that flag because it's god-awful. Right. I need strength, and I need strength badly. So yes, we're going to raise all of our levies. Don't care about the economical cost, because we don't really have an economy to begin with. This is fewer levies than I had at the start of the game, by a lot. I think we raised 4,000 men at the start of the game, maybe even 6,000 men. Now we just get 2.5. I know the Black Death was bad and all. Inverness's population and has a long way to go to restore itself from pre-Black Death numbers. Right, so that's all well and good, but levies fight like trash, so we need some mercenaries. Ooh, how about the navy as well, by the way? My naval levies are... not a lot. Wow, it's almost nothing. I can't even raise any in Moray like I was able to before. I wonder why. Does it take away from your ability to raise levies, naval levies, if you raise land levies? Interesting. Interesting. I do worry a bit about being landed on in the top, but then again, I don't think my crappy little levies would do anything about that, and I don't think I want to buy mercenaries, because they just bring crummy little cogs to the fight, don't they? Yeah, cog. Not interested in establishing the cog wall here. Naval levies regenerate really slowly or not at all, says Yahtzee. I didn't even lose my levies last time, though. They all came back safe and sound. And that was just for a simple invasion of Ireland. Anyway, be that as it may, I still need some land mercenaries. Who are we going to call? Well, I'm always interested in the cheapest option because you pay a hell of a lot for the general themselves. I mean, if I wanted Raoul, I'd be paying $200 dues for him. Now, don't get me wrong, he's pretty good, but I'm interested in the men, not the man. And this guy's not very good, but he has a lot of units available. Archers, footmen, horsemen, armored horsemen. We're not at the men-at-arms era, so I actually don't know what is better between archers and footmen. I mean, footmen just seem fairly bog standard. Archers have great initiative, and what's this? Defensive bonus when there are friendly troops in a neighboring section. Maybe a solid core of archers in the middle is quite nice. Morale damage taken, strength damage done. Truly, I don't know. Maybe I'll just mix footmen and archers and get some cavalry on the flanks. Galimun has no last name. Surely he's the most trustworthy. Well, he's nice and cheap and he brings a lot of troops to the fray, so surely that's got to be good. And I have no problem spending as much money as I need to break England here. I think at the conclusion, assuming I win here, is that England are going to have to be the one to pay for the wars against England. So I'll take some crappy land I don't even care about and sell it back to him for pretty much all of his money, so that I can have the money to buy mercenaries to go and kill him again. At least that's the general game plan I have. How about some regular horsemen? I wouldn't mind like 4 units of regular horsemen. They're expensive though, aren't they, Jings? How expensive are they compared to just archers? Archers costing like 50 or so. And what are you? These numbers, these sliders feel very strange to do. It's like 40, 50, 60, 70. And that is about 20 cheaper. The thing is, with archers, you get more people. I really haven't ground out how the combat works so well. I always find that my cavalry die really quickly. As far as I know, the amount of mercs you can hire from a chappie is dependent on their admin skill. That's what I've been told before. Not that it's a big deal, I can just buy more from someone else. But this trustworthy chum seems to have the bulk of the units on the cheap, so I'd be taking him. You know, the sale and lease back strategy, yeah. Pretty much. What am I even thinking here? Maybe like 4 and 4 and we get 3 horsemen. I feel like if I bought this I would still want more. Maybe like grabbing horsemen off of somebody else. That is not cheap, but there's a reason I've saved up my money for the longest of times. See, I wonder about horsemen versus armored horsemen. Logistics, attrition loss. What is it that makes armored horsemen in any way better? Because the stats look very, very similar, except armored horsemen don't have such good initiative. They don't have the morale taken damage. The antagonism breakdown. They have minus 10% strength damage done compared to the Age of Traditions cavalry. It's a tough call. It is a tough call. Armored horsemen are a lot better, I think, but the regiments are only 50, so it's painful. Yeah, that 50 regiment is indeed painful. Somehow I feel like I'd get better stopping power out of my footmen. It's also worth noting that my regulars are horsemen, so they'll already do good flanking stuff. Yeah, the flanking damage has got to be a consideration, right? These guys do 100% flanking damage. These guys do much more. The thing is, I'm going to be fighting against far superior numbers. So maybe it's not really about the flanking damage. It's just about being able to hold my numbers in the center better. For some reason, I can't get more archer. There we go. There we go. I want it kind of similar for archers and that. And maybe let's get some cheeky armored horsemen. The armored are nice to have a small unit to run around and kill the enemy units. I'm scared of being 10-1 in this fight. I wouldn't even raise my levies if I thought that I wasn't at risk of being 10-1'd. But if I bring 2,000, at least I'm safe from England bringing all 18,000 of his levies down on me and just stack wiping me. So let's grab this. I am contemplating getting even more than that. Very heavily contemplating getting even more than that. Let's bring them up here. I don't know where the English are going to be or appearing from. Do I really feel like that? Nah, get them over in Dorheim. Dwarham? I don't think the English will rush me that too fast, and if they come from this way, they might be distracted by this fort. Nah, play it safe, play it safe. Get over there. Do I want a second mercenary company? I'm really not confident in this fight, despite the regulars being so much better than levies. I feel like I'd probably benefit from having more footmen for the center. A horseman does 5 times the damage, 2.5 times the speed, 4 times the damage, only over half the troops. Yeah, I still think they're going to die, but we shall see, shan't we? Joffrey. Now, you got to pay a base for the guy, so surely it's better just to buy lots of troops. But who can even sell me lots of troops? Janos? Someone who has a lot of troops like Nicholas Hyde. Actually, Andrew here's got some phenomenal combat ability. Move speed, discipline, combat speed. The initiative is complete garbage. You know, this Andrew of Norwich might be worth oh, right, he barely has any troops. What a waste. Some of these guys are quite laughably bad. This guy's pretty good, but I gotta pay him for the privilege of just being here. He also barely has any units for me. I feel like you need mercs to hold the line and die while your horses kill in the flanks. Hopefully without dying. You're already bringing a couple of cav regiments. Yeah, I'm bringing 4 cav regiments. I just think it's better to pay more to do better. Just would like somebody who's half decent at fighting. How good's my commander here again? This commander's pretty good. Maybe I shouldn't care at all about the commander skill. Just get the best troops here. But Giles only give me 5. Difficult, difficult, lemon, difficult. Captain Albert here is willing to give me all of his men, actually. And this doesn't seem like too bad a bunch to bring in. Good corps, good horsemen. And the better I brutalize England, you know, if I can go all the way to 100%, it's absolutely worth the extra 700 to bring you guys in, I reckon. Sure, I'm not happy about spending all this money, but this war is not about my happiness, it's about England dying, so let's bring them in. Alright, let's get our units together and go and put them to sword. Them being the English, not my units. Oh yeah, while we're also at it, let's make sure that my subjects are set to supportive. But the only ones brought in are my disloyal guys up north in Northumberland. Maybe Northumberland can attach to me and all will be well. Maybe. Oh, I'm very nervous about this fight. Very nervous indeed. Feels like a make or break moment for the campaign. There was a great temptation that it was just a fake out and I just pieced them out immediately. I've done that before. I declared a huge war and then said, okay, we'll do this next time. I come back next time, it's like, well, psych, we're just going to piece them out for money. It was all about truce timers or something like that. But no, I am very invested in the annihilation of England here. Well, annihilation is putting it a bit rich. England won't be annihilated, but they will be cut down to size so that we're more or less equal. Assuming things go well, and I can win in an equal fight. Because I can make it unfair. Hope it's not Bohemia again. Well, Bohemia shouldn't be the massive end boss for me, right? It's France. And frankly, France is much more terrifying than Bohemia. Bohemia is a cancerous, horrible thing to have to fight against, but you can always think at least it's not France. France is a monster. So let's just merge them together and make sure that, yeah, Mr. Perth is in charge. He is the best, after all. And only the best is good enough. Did that just pop up saying wool? That's quite funny. Yeah, Captain Perth here. He'll be around in 15 days. Gives me time to get all of my army over here and ready to kick ass. Hey, look who's joining me. It's my good friends. Oh god, even the Welsh are joining in. Alright, very good. Wait, what are you up to, England? I wonder if he can use his boats to help his friends move around. That'd be sad for me. The Norse Gaels are around. The clan has been Start constructing a gallows glass. Gives me soldiers. Soldiers are nice. Costs money. Costing money is not nice. Instantly. And you're going to bring Outer Hebrides individuals over here to Strathclyde. Tell me more about the Galaglass. Nobles are up, fort defense is up, mercenary size is up. What does that even do for me? I'm unconvinced that this is useful for me. Oh, I'm having a very hard time seeing it being useful for me. Also, these are peasants of Norse Gaels who already don't like me and I don't like them, so I think they'd better just sod off. Unless you're telling me this individual here, Dub McDouglas, is amazing. And whilst he's okay, he's not amazing. Bodies are bodies. That is a fair point. And Strathclyde would be a higher control area than the Hebrides. Alright, fair enough. Pops are pops, even if they're disgusting pops. The problem is that Galaglass thing. Can I disable it or something? Oh, it's an estate building. Ah, damn. Another thing to pay for. No, it's not in a good fort location, is it? No, it's in a really bad fort location. Flatlands, grasslands. Nothing good defensively about it. Although, to be fair, this isn't exactly a great fort location either, but it's the one that my subject kept. They didn't keep the better one. And this is why we pulled the trigger on England. People are joining the coalition. And I don't like that. You know, I like it a lot less if the coalition actually fires while I'm busy here, but oh well. And I've learned my lesson. Merge to the stronger regiment, then the general stays in place, as opposed to the game just... Hold that thought. I want to consolidate my regiments down, don't I? Yeah, fight better. I might even actually care about how I set up my regiments. For example, all of my cavalry on the flanks. It's really hard to tell at a glance who's cavalry and who's not. I suppose I could see if it's 50, it's probably cavalry. But what about the levy ones? Yeah, jeez. What a mess. A mess of an interface. Ugh. Current strength, current strength. How about I move everybody that's a levy into reserves for now? Then I can sort out the non-levies a little easier. For example, I know all of my regulars are cavalry, so I can make sure the regulars are on the flanks. And then I gotta kind of look and see who's footmen. Like your infantry, get in the center. Your infantry, get in the center. Cavalry, though, I certainly want on the flanks. Thank you, auto-balance. And once everybody is moved around, I can sort out frontage. And the fun thing is, after pretty much every combat, you want to rejig this, don't you? Okay. Just want to make sure it's all cavalry in the flanks. That's less cavalry than I expected. Maybe even significantly less. But now the frontage in the center is larger than it needs to be, right? Yeah, we don't have that much frontage going. But I do have additional cavalry here. The thing is, they use just as much frontage, don't they? Yeah, I mean, what kind of cavalry are you? Ah! My levied knights. Any other levied knights? No, not really. Okay, in that case, we want to take some of our over-the-top center flank, center formation, and move it out to the sides. Wow, I can't even fill up my frontage, which is pretty bad news. I don't want to kill off my levies here, is the big deal. Hold on, that's a cavalry. That's a paddling. Alright, in that case, even though levies kind of fight like dirt, I think I should still fight with full frontage. Do you have the plated knights yet? I don't know. You know, I quite like the frontage system, but what I don't like is the mishmash in current strength. Like, you have 1,000 units or you have 50 horses and it's both the same frontage. It's disconcerting, to say the least. Alright, there we go. That's about as good as I can think to set it up. And there's nobody left for reserves, so shame on me. Get going, Gerald of Perth. We need you to save our bacon. Okay, apparently it's behind professional armies. Right, that could well be a problem, because we do not have the incredibly good tech of professional armies. Yeah, there we go. This right here, gunpowder. If England has this and I don't, I'm in for a very bad time, because tactics reduce losses. Oh well, into the fray we go. Ah, yes, what was I saying about coalition? Connaught is now joining. Oh, right, we should take Hull first. If I'm not mistaken, the war goal, which is already ticking in their favor, was for taking this, right? It was either Doncaster or Hull, I should check. East Riding. Now, what do we think is East Riding? East or West? Difficult choices. The world loves to give me its most difficult choices. Is there anything I should be doing during this time? Yeah, knowing that France is a big old doo-doo head, I should maybe consider getting their antagonism down. Otherwise, at the end of this war, they could just immediately coalition me. I mean, they might still do that anyway, but let's see what we can do about that. I'll give it my all. Any way to figure out which of the techs England might have? Is such a thing even possible to check? You can check their laws, you can check their reforms. I could have sworn there was a way to check their values. In combat, I'll be able to check. One bit of combat, and I can check what they have from this. Hang on. Wasn't there a way to check if somebody's embraced the institution? I don't actually know if England have embraced it or not. You'd think if it were embraced, there'd be a bonus on this, so maybe England don't have it. You can see what institutions they have embraced. Well, I can see presence, but I don't know how to check for institution embracement. What about the beaker icon near the institutions above laws? Ah, now the BR man is thinking. The beaker. This? Ooh! Interesting advancements. Okay, not really what I'm interested in, so... No, I don't think that'll give it to us. Oh well, it'll be a fun surprise when we enter battle. Speaking of fun surprises, I spent a whole lot of money telling my people to go and find the Philosopher's Stone. Probably not our top priority on the precipice of war, but it wasn't a complete waste. Well, actually, you know what? I would do that again in a heartbeat. 15 research progress for, what was it, 70 ducats? Amazing. Stuff in the market is irrelevant. I don't trade. Someday I will trade, but I don't trade right now. I will want that institution growth. I want it right now. Beyond that, I might even save up my institution points until it's near top. If I rip land off of England, maybe I'd be able to get enough of the institution to embrace it myself, especially whilst it's cheap to do so. Oh, Jake, never change. It was 2-6 to the left of that. They don't have it, they only have 2 out of 6. Huh? Ah, this. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. They do not know about professional armies. Well, that is a relief. I hope we get many more reliefs. Maybe not trading is the reason institutions are not spread to your territory. It's a significant reason why it's slow to spread in my land. Yes. But trading costs you money, so I'm not interested in it currently. So, in previous wars, which I was superior to England, let us add to the fact, I stripped England of their northern forts. They have since rebuilt one in Bristol. Or was it Windsor? Either way, I don't like either of these forts. But I can't get ahead of myself on things I want to see or not see in England. I have to win first. And this is a good way to win. That's not just regulars, that's just some ne'er-do-well war bows. Now, I'm not quite 10 to 1 on this, but I wonder if I'll obliterate them anyway. Well, I don't need to wonder anymore. Goodbye, England. That war score is going to be incredibly welcome. But as we found out before, war score caps at plus 50. So it's not like I can 100% them based on that, and this doesn't show superiority to war goal either. That would have been a 10 to 1 if you guys bloody marched at the same rate. I'd love to have some eyes on England, but I don't think we even have the tech for infiltrate administration, even if I wanted it, right? Okay. Goodbye, England. Wales have lost. That's their problem. Their flags are too similar. What's with the same color pattern? Nobody asked for this, least of all me. Alright, East Riding going down is a high priority. Do I push deep into England, or do I kind of have a compact core here? Since my goal is to take Eastern England, I think I should work my way down the coast. It also gives me a deeper view of the English army if they're around here, and if they pop up here, at least there's a fort for them to potentially chew on. Keeping a lazy eye on the north in case England do a reach around, which would be very, very unpleasant. Don't do that, England. Yep, as expected, the Irish don't like my success. They're jealous of me. Hull is down, no more taking war score from England. Apparently they have won in the battles at Shrewsbury. Shrewsbury? I guess you're on the retreat then, and you just cost me a bundle of war score, even though I told you to attach to me. Oh. Wait, that was select to attach. I remember changing it. Okay, well, I could have done with that war score, but yeah, to me then. You know, I've been to Cambridge. Now I get to go back. It was a really, really boring city. I've never seen so many bicycles in one place. Some people had a field day there. Is your right flank weaker than the left flank, or am I reading that wrong? The left flank is stronger. It fills out 11 frontage. The right flank only does 10. The numbers are also wildly different. Why are they so different? Oh, probably because I stuck the 1,000 people over here. But you know what? It would even it out a bit more if I did it like that. So let's do it like that. Yeah, they lost against about 18,000 English. It might not be the worst idea for me to go over and kick their arse, but I can't last forever in this war, and I'll last even less time if Northumberland doesn't come to aid me. But at the very least, we have ticking war score on our side now. The English nowhere near wanting peace, and I can't imagine that war enthusiasm is going to drop anytime soon. After all, they vastly outnumber me. The Papal State wants to improve the cultural view of Highland culture. Oh, absolutely. I wonder if there's a downside to that. Surely, because it's kind of like saying they want to integrate Highland land, but oh, my man, the Pope, would never do that to me. He's a good lad. I really, really hope there's like a fort here that the French have taken. Nope. No, that was too much to hope for. It would be really nice to learn that like the French have a fort and the English have to waste their time taking back that fort, all the while I can get my occupations. The occupations are nice, but what I'm mostly looking for is information. I want to know where the English army are. And I get some hints here and there, but it's not enough. Are you marching into my land? Now you're heading into Stoke. You probably want to take on my subject, who refuses to attach to me because subject orders are such a crummy suggestion in this game. At least I'm not taking attrition here, but it's the middle of May. So it's probably only like 5 or 10 degrees right now. Oh, I don't like seeing peace. Oh, that is bad news. Part of my timing here was that England were wrapped up in the 100 Years' War. As it happens, they are now significantly less wrapped up. By the way, Paradox, thanks for making the message feed scroll inversely. It by default shows you the oldest messages. I'm trying to click on it to get information on this peace offering that you had. I am constantly there we go. Not sure how I feel about that. In the end, money going to England will probably be money going to me. Depends how much he spends of it, I suppose. Well, as long as he doesn't buy mercs, right? That's what we need to think here. Nice core, but you're getting flanked. Is that a super flank? Notice that it's curving around a lot. Oh well, death to the Welsh. The very administrative Welsh leadership I see there. Also, English levies. Maybe I could actually just pop up north and kill them. See, just winning battles has got to be good for me, right? If I'm able to get 50 from battles and get some ticking war score, even if things end up going really badly, I might be able to enforce a peace. Got to keep all options open in this war, but I must win. It's not even like I must 100% England, but I must win. How much do I want those 2 units dead? Well, every win's a win. Does the game think I can win this? It is very likely that we will win. Our commander is significantly worse than theirs, and their army is bigger. Well, that's not very nice. But yeah, just every little helps, I suppose. Might even be a tickle of war score. But yeah, this will be our first real big battle. They have brought some regulars, but only 50 of them, compared to our regular army of 550. No, more than that. That's not even counting the regular infantry. All right, well, let's make it matter. After all, you don't have to pay a dead merc. Squish. Okay, it's not worth any war score. But hey, we got some valuable battle experience. Can't imagine these units have a whole lot of experience to speak of, right? Hardly. Although the decay on regulars is not as bad as I thought. Oh, but it's for 5% of existing experience, isn't it? Orders have come in from Inverness. Go and kill John and Barry. Yeah, Barry Scott's not allowed on television anymore. Spread the word. Okay, the conditions are fine. He's got considerably better... No, wait, that's me. Oh, sweet, I'm on top. I always find it a bit hard to tell which side you're on. I mean, I suppose I should be thinking green is good and red is bad. But the colours are very muted in this. We seem to have poorer morale. Even though the morale is higher? What's with this bar then? Maybe because we were on the march a little bit. Possible frontage looking fine. Alright, bring it on, England. Whoa, good lord. Those are some numbers against us. Not numbers I liked seeing. Get them dead. I cannot afford to have lots of losses in this. I guess they do have a pretty massive number in the center. But not quite the out-and-out butchering that I'd been led to believe that levies face against regulars. Certainly is a slaughter overall, but I need... That's what I need. That is what I need to see. Freaking die, English scum. That's not as oppressive as it sounds. I just speak German every now and then. It's the English scum, I'm saying. Holy heck, now that is some war score. I paid about $2,000 for the privilege here, so it better be worth it. Do mercenaries reinforce, says Freehits. They do not, and that is the number one reason I think mercs are a waste of time 98% of situations. But we're in that 2% situation, where we have ridiculous money but no real fighting power. And we need those mercs to go and, well, merc England. That was great on the war score, but great might not be good enough. Oh, my subject's getting flattened over there. I hope they don't separate piece out. I wonder if they can separate piece out. Whoa, 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 whoa. Do I have an opportunity to just wipe you? Follow-up question, should I wipe you? If you're weaker, then... Here's the thing, you wipe the enemy and they just re-raise the levies, and then you're very, very sad. But it also wipes out some of his regulars, which is quite important to do. So let's leave behind some crummy levies to secure this, and then let's go and take the main army and obliterate you. Although you think I won't be able to get there in time. You're going to Huntingdon? What? Are you not even where it says you are? Possibly not. I wonder if I could catch them anyway. They can't re-raise in land you've occupied either, which is quite a bit of the East Coast. Nah, that is true. I wonder if I can catch them. Curse those speedy English. Why you gotta be so fast? Stop being so fast. Where the heck are they going? Oh, well, I've got this detachment. I might as well get some occupations. They might get caught out, but it looks like the bulk of the English army is up north. Maybe they're trying to join up with the rest of their army, which could be a bit of a disastrous fight for me if I get caught up in it. Which is why I would love it if my subject attached to me, like they have been requested to do so. I seem to have a problem with that. Oh god, I did run into them. And which is more, we've run into a vegetation. Could retreat out of this fight, or I could have faith that I'm going to win it. If I lose it, it's a huge loss for me. There are a lot of them, sire. We'll see how it goes. Remember, we can't sustain huge losses. How many of the regulars are here? We're dealing good numbers to them, but maybe it's not good enough. And for the love of God, would you help me? I could really do with 2,000 more men over here. Your flanks are looking weak. I'd dip out. I'm willing to see how this goes. mean, if I win, then it's really going to be a lot of war score, and we are killing a lot of English. Although I don't feel like we're killing enough English. My core is going to die soon, that's also quite bad. I probably should have tightened up my numbers. One of their flanks is almost completely gone, that's a good sign. The dice rolling is up at the top, and notice I'm not doing particularly well in that front. The problem is if the English win here, my army is just kaput. And I don't really have the money to keep buying endless amounts of mercenaries. Okay, but we are starting to do enormous damage to them. Their flank is almost retreated, and then we can... there we go, now we can start hitting their flanks. You should convert to Calvin. Well, I wouldn't want that in this fight. I rolled pretty poorly. Well, maybe I didn't check my first roll. Alright, there we go. Despite their superior numbers, their morale collapsed. I need this flank to hold out. There's a lot of things I need in this whole war, isn't there? But get those English dead. For the love of freaking God, could you help me in this fight, Northumbria? What is their problem? Oh, no, we gotta take Derby. Those the Scotch pies. Northern scum can't be counted on to save my life. Oh well, on the plus side, we are butchering the English. But any more victories like this and we'll lose the war. Oh, God. That was horrible. But remember, you don't have to pay for a dead merc, so... that is so many English, though. They're still alive. I could try chasing them down, but what are the odds that this just goes very, very poorly for me? I think pretty high. That is some nice war score and a pretty damn nice situation here. Wait, 100%? No, I think that's because it's enforced. If I wanted to start demanding land... Yeah, I can demand half of the war score. Interesting. Two ways to cut this. One is to push and try and kill them. There's a number of reasons I'm not happy with that idea. I don't know how far they're retreating or how much morale they're going to get back. The other idea is to pull back, let the war score tick up a bit, slaughter a few more armies, you know, the low-hanging fruits, and then peace out. But we won't be able to 100% that way. It's not an easy call. It's really not an easy call. But on the plus side, we are getting some occupado here. Correct me if I'm incorrect, but when you enforce a peace, you can only take land that you've occupied. If I wanted, say, Somerset... Yeah, no. You don't get to enforce for land that you haven't occupied. So this is good, but Kent is not. Yeah. Interesting. Balance your army? How are the flanks looking? About as balanced as they're going to be. Part of the problem is that we've got a full 1,000 on this flank. But yeah, without being able to catch England when their morale is shot, my goose is cooked, I would say. But that might be the only good battle that we can have against England. On the plus side, their levies won't reinforce. I might be able to beat them again. For now, though, I think we should focus on securing some occupations and just hold our own. Oh, he's stabilized already. Good thing I can see him, but if he starts marching north... The Hansa! What the hell did I do to the Hansa? Oh, there's a thought. You can't actually see your aggressive expansion with non-land-based nations, can you? Let's say factions. Enforcing peace is broken. I had England refuse peace as an Irish minor because they never bothered to come over and fight. Couldn't get a single province through enforced peace. Did you occupy it, though? Like I said, I think you need to occupy the land in order to get it through enforcing peace. I can't get Somerset, but I can get Norfolk. Here's the thought. Can I force them to break down walls? Could I tell them to break down, say, London? I can. Interesting. Not that I would want to. That's a waste of 20 war score. They could just rebuild London Tower. 67% war score, but that's really just 33% that I can demand. 33% is not enough for everything I've been through. I feel bad about Flint. I hope they don't peace out. Alright, hey, where'd the English army go? It's right there. Whoa, hold on. Where are you off to? They're heading down here. I figured if they were going to attack this army, they would have done so already. But it looks like they are connecting up with the English. And that gives me more cause for concern. Looks like he wants to go and retake some of this land. Not that I blame him. Once you're done with there, go and take Coventry. Should I work on Kettering, or should I take on some of the northern guys? Looks like the Northumbrians want to go and protect their lands, which is fine. This is less fine. The Pale have shipped over. Occupations on me are going to be far larger than occupations on them, aren't they? Because proportionately, it's a lot more of my land. The English occupation of Flint is worth more than me taking over anything of theirs. That is sad. But yeah, they have the sheer numbers that I just cannot deal with right now. And I can't be everywhere. I could hire some more mercs to just take care of Scotland for me. You know, splat, 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 and just come on down south if I thought I needed more mercenary help. Should I, though? It's a lot of money to sink, but if I crush the English army... How alive are my mercenaries anyway right now? They're surprisingly alive. I guess it was mostly levies that were dying so far. I wonder if it's worth it then. Maybe I could spend like another $500 or $600 dues on mercs, especially if they clean up the north for me on their way down. When did I start this war, by the way? Because I remember I only have those mercs for 2 years. Anybody remember when we started this? They used to say when wars were started. If you have the money, what good is it if you don't spend it? Well, future investment in creating an economy down the line? When the heck did I start this war? And where is that even shown? Ah, here we go. Started 1 year ago. So I got 1 more year of my mercs. Interesting. It would cost a lot to extend the existing mercs, so I'm not the world's biggest fan of that. I shouldn't need a lot, right? Just give me like 200 units or so up here. And if they're going to be units, maybe they should be fast units like horsemen to go and destroy. Yeah, like a couple of units of armored horsemen would be 228. But I could get a lot more if I just did this. I really need them for that long? Question is, how much more do I think I want or need to go and slay the English? If I get these over here, and I slaughter you and move over. Yeah, you know, another 600 actual regulars over here would make me a lot more confident about dealing with the English army. Alright, alright. Only take you for 13 months, considering that's what I've got on the other guys, and if I need to extend it. How much do you pay for extensions, anyway? Maybe I should just go for 24 and just kill them if they look like they're costing me too much money. So it's going to be a problem, by the way. Like, are they going to march right over here? Hang on, can you even get here? Is there a strait or anything that gets you over to Isle, or is that a province that's beyond reach? Is there a unit I could check with? If you wanted to go over here... Yes, you can walk straight there. Jings, I know Scotland. I know my own land. Fair enough. Fair enough. And there's a bridge there. There's a bridge there today, apparently. Oh, very good. The more you know. Who was I even looking on picking up? Was it Captain Simon and his units? I think it was. And I believe I said something along the lines of 400 units over here. Destroy them, and then move on south. Destroy them and maybe reoccupy this, and then come on south. Just in case I have you around for too long. There we go. What happens if this province gets occupied, though? Do I just lose the mercs? Inquiring minds wish to know. Alright, take Coventry. Kind of look out for each other for a wee bit. Maybe rather than taking Coventry, you should retake Flint, since it's costing me so much. War score, that is. Also keeps you a bit safer, because these guys seem to be on the war march. Actually, the way they're marching, maybe I just want you guys all together right now. Although, on the other hand, you know, you're not really going to amount to much, are you? Maybe go and take Stoke and friends first. I'd be surprised if they're not going to come and see me at Kettering. Where are you off to, then? You and your monkey. Well, they don't seem to want to engage. Funny thing is, I reckon I could pick them off. If they want to split up, that's somewhat good news for me. Can I leave you to do the siege? And then I'll go and take these. And don't worry, I'll come back in case they get any funny ideas. Oh, geez, that's not enough. How about that? Is that enough? Well, I don't want to leave behind my mailed knights. Need 203. Well, there's 206. Splat. You getting out of there on 19, 19, 15, 17 of 19. I'll get in there on 21 and slaughter the Welsh. I just hope they don't come over to Kettle. That'd be bad for me. Alright, splitting up's dangerous, but danger's my middle name. We're not really shattered on morale, we're just shattered on frontage. And we'll have to live with that. Alright, good, because I can't handle balanced and fair fighting. That's not what we're about anymore. You guys gonna come and help out, or what? Yeah, the more the merrier, even if you are just crummy levies right now. There we go. Death to the Welsh. Join up. I shouldn't need to take anything here. Since they're doing me the honor of splitting up, I should do them the similar honor of killing them while they're split up, especially the English. Whilst the coalition against me continues to grow and grow. I should really start thinking about what I'm looking for in this war, by the way. Stripping England of their east coast is a big priority. If I can... Okay, thanks for that. If I can also do this, that's amazing. But I should also take some land that I don't care about, but I can sell back to them for loads of money united. I want to leave this land so that my subject can keep getting casus belli on it. I'm just tempted to take Surrey. I mean, with this, they just really have very little control over their own lands. Sure, I don't have a lot of control over this either, and I'd probably remove that fort. But it does give me more or less full access to their country. Don't think I'd bother with Kent. Obviously, this is asking for more war score than I have. Well, no, it isn't, but the English are very enthusiastic about this war. It's dripping, though, and it'll drip further the more I kill of them. Are you going to need a navy? I will eventually need a navy. Our navy is expensive, yes. But navies will give me a lot of control over my land. You know, a navy should allow me to get control all the way up to Edinburgh, maybe even to Aberdeen. I don't think the Highlands will ever be mine, and Ireland, I'm not even sure I want direct control over. Maybe. I'm not sure, because the control's never going to be that good in Ireland, is it? It's quite a lot of sea zones away, although it is a lot of coastal provinces. But the coastal provinces in general don't have very good harbour thingamajiggering, so it's a big step for control, and the centre of Ireland will never have good control. I'm unsure about it. I might just leave Ireland to my culturally enriched subjects, but I have not made a decision yet. What RGOs are there in Ireland? Tons of livestock and grain. Breadbasket of Britain right there. There's clay, there's silver in Ireland. There's silver in England and Wales. Wow. I was going to say, I thought there was tin down here. There is tin down here. Very good. It's only Ireland, as Cromwellian government constantly said. Well, it is only Ireland. Unfit to govern themselves. I could really, really do with the mercenaries. Come on. Well, it's on a long list of things I could really do with. What was that, Stafford? Oh, God, I didn't realize I sent you up there, even though I remember sending you up there. Go and take Flint while you're at it. Although this is apparently a capital province of one of your subjects. I don't want Flint contributing as much to the war score as it is, which it currently is. Alright, the English do not like me killing the English. Actually, the Welsh don't, but it doesn't matter, they're retreating. Yeah, any more victories like this, and I'm going to lose the war. It's dangerous. How much does Eel contribute to this? Ridiculous amount, 2.5. Don't like the idea of wasting my mercenaries' time with that, but... and that fight isn't even worth diddly. Go and take Eel back, kill anybody on your way, and then come down south and merge with the main army. And on the plus side, I'm kicking ass. On the downside, there are a lot of English. And on the very downside, I'm no longer gaining any more war score from these battles. Yeah, these mercenaries are great, but they will not last forever. Alright, let's go and kill you and take Coventry. Actually, I could kill you in Buckingham before you take Buckingham, and then take Coventry. I need to make sure the English army is slaughtered so they lose war enthusiasm. That's one of the biggest reasons I can't make a good peace here. War enthusiasm on the English side is way too high. And it took me ages to find this, but in the Golden Horde campaign I finally found. So you can see the breakdown of war enthusiasm here. And they are incredibly enthusiastic because of the military balance. They think they're much stronger than me. And they're not wrong. The war score doing far less than their so-called military balance. So that's why they're pretty hard to get to the peace table. But I will do what I can, for I must. The idea of wasting my... Oh, hang on, you're coming over here? You don't fancy your chances in that fight, do you? And you're going over to Northampton? You're going to Northampton, alright. Continue with the relentless slaughter, please. I'm getting over there in 1811, you're coming over here in 1510, so I 10-1 you, and then I hopefully smash you. And then we'll see how happy the English army feel about the situation. I'm going to assume it's not very. They had change of plans. I want to go to Bedford. Bedford. Really funny thinking of all these British names of places while playing right now. If this war goes on for too much longer, I will be unwilling to extend my mercenary contract. And I will, Jesus Crivens, get over here. Okay. Teleportation strats kicking in once again. Right, if they refuse the fight, I'll just go to Coventry. And they do refuse the fight. Oh, well, maybe. Apparently this time I can catch them. Alright, and there's nothing untoward about this land. I should have checked that before, but there we go. Alright. It seems very bad for my numbers and initiative, but so be it. Jake, how big is the English bank? Nah. But I will plunder that by selling them back their land, I reckon. I just hope they make enough money to justify it. The English need to pay for the wars against the English. What the hell are you? Ah, yes, the well-known Arundel nation. Do you have a flag? Yeah, our armies are sadly not invincible. They're very vincible. Where are you even? You're in Malding. Okay, well, I'll get you killed and then come and get you. But I still want Coventry. I guess that'll be your job once you're done with my subject. Where are you going now? Ellie or... No, they're just hanging around in Spalding waiting to die. That's fine. I like it when my enemies just wait around to die. I don't like it when I have to spend so long re-sieging. But my levies are mostly dead or detached. And I'm not sure I want to part with these 1,000 peasant levies. Because they still make up a bulk of my my force here. And the fact that there still are 1,000 tell me they're doing a good job of not dying. It's a shame, you know, every dead person in this fight is a dead Highlander. Well, that's not entirely true. We're still raising Scots, and the Scots will die for me. But notable difference in overall population, you know, it's like why Rome could keep winning after so many losses. They just have so much to draw from. Okay, I need you down here on the double. Maybe bringing you up there just to deal with that was a mistake. But let's bring all of our forces together to crush England in the hopes that... I saw that levies lost to attrition. In the hopes that we can force them to the peace table, to an actual peace. It's not unthinkable that I actually score 100% war score. Attacker ticking, 50 from battles, a few more occupations without losing my own occupations, and I might just be able to do something. Oh, please go to Colchester. Okay, that might be worth detaching for. How many units does it take to siege this? Also, how do you know that? Does anybody know how to know how many people are needed for a siege? Because they're over in wherever it was earlier, like Kettering or something, it said it needed 203. Is it to do with the population? Is there any information here that tells you how much you need? It's normally 200. 200 is a difficult number. But it might not be impossible. That's 206. Alright, I'll give you my few gala glasses as well. And then let's take the Spalding Maldings and get over to Colchester and ruin the English army's day again. And then how are you feeling about the siege? Well, again, doesn't want to tell me, but I'm going to assume it's just fine. Oh, thanks for the alert that this got taken. Yeah, there we go. Isn't it just a number greater than garrison? No, because the garrison is 0. There's some calculation, and I don't know how it works for rural sieges. Nice to loot the gold as we walk our way around England. Like I said, the English pay for for wars against England. You just gonna sit there? Fine by me, but come on. I got places to be. Spalding back in my control. Can you work on Coventry then, please? Oh, didn't notice that there were some buggers over here. An unfortunate loss of my levies, but I do want those guys scattered, and I want that occupation for myself. Very good. Do I believe for a second this encounter is actually happening? Having my regular cavalry in the center just doesn't feel right. They flank so much better. But I suppose flanking is flanking even if it's center to enemy flank, so we will accept it. But my numbers are getting really, really tragic right now. The only reason I'm winning is because my mercenaries are far, far better than English levies. Oh! But the Northern England equivalent of the Winged Hussars arrive, charging down the English countryside. Hopefully they actually attach to me this time. Ooh, we can't do Coventry. Because Coventry require 221 people. Maybe we could take Worcestershire instead. Yeah, look at this. I cannot sustain these kinds of battles. Although that appears to be the entire English army. So if I actually eradicate the English army, their war enthusiasm is going to disappear, and I will be able to enforce potentially 100%. So getting a wipe on these guys is actually a huge deal if I can do it. And they appear to be not wanting to be in these fights anymore. Slight problem. I can't get down here. I'm fort locked. But I use that differently, but the forts do block me. What's going on over here? Did I lose an army without even realizing it? Because that sounds about right. Doesn't look like there's any regulars here. Wonder if I could go down and give them what's for. Although I would like to combine my armies and give them what's for. Let's take Oxford while we're here. But yeah, the English are being less and less happy with this war. I think they're coming down to deal with my little levies here. And given how everything is going, I might still want them to help out with the main fighting. Oh, yeah, so the English army is one thing, but the Welsh are still around, and the Welsh continue to be a problem. I don't want to go too close to these existing forts in case I get fort locked. Like, that would be the end of me. Remember, ticking war score is also coming in my favour. Where are you going? You're going to go up through into Bucky. Maybe go and have a gander over here, but they might 10-1 you, so go this way instead. Yeah. I think that's a 10-1. Yep. All go. Oh, right. No, they just... Wait, what? They instantly escaped somehow. Is this fight going to happen or what? What is going on? Okay. I will not claim to understand what is happening in these fights half the time. In the movement of armies. Never seems to be what I want it to be. Yeah, the teleporting armies thing hasn't even been addressed, right? Sometimes I feel like I'm the only person seeing this. Which cannot be true. Just inconceivable. Annoyingly, killing somebody's subjects' armies does not usually drag them over to the peace table any faster. Right, you and Buckingham are heading down to Dunstable. Are you going to desiege it or something? Maybe I should just take Oxford in case you do something silly. But I really want to bring all of my good units together. But I still need the occupations, of course. Dragging England to 100% is a big deal, but God, do they not want it because their enthusiasm is so high. How much of bleeding England do I have to take for them to understand? Yeah, my morale isn't the highest, but I think I'm going to murder you. Okay, yeah, funnily enough. Yeah, the peasants with pitchforks versus my footmen and archers couldn't even get close to us before they all got shot dead. The game and I having a minor disagreement on the matters. Right, I'm going to save up this research because if I win and take a bunch of professional army land, I should be able to embrace it and start doing the tax. I just joined. Is it civil war? No, it's me versus England. I'm sure for England that feels like civil war, given that I already ripped Northern England off of them. But this is a battle for supremacy over the Isles. And it's agonizing because although I am killing them, I'm on a timer here. How long do I have my mercenaries for? It might look like, oh Jake, you're curb stomping England. And yeah, the battles are going very well, but it has cost me 2 grand so far. And I really can't afford to extend these. Yeah, does it tell you when your time is up with them? Extending the contract would cost me 903. Yeah, not happening. A lot of them are still alive, though. I am impressed at their ability to not die. Oh, this is it. No, that's contract length. Ah, but it says 12 months left. Okay, good. Then I still have 12 months left to ravage England and to potentially kill the mercenaries so that they don't demand money out of me. Which is unacceptable, right? Demanding money out of me, come on. Right, I think we get together and we trash what's left of the English army. And then they will probably feel pressured to meet me on the peace table. Probably. I want all of you together. Even my crummy levies. Even my crummy levies? They probably really wish they could go home right now. Alright, everybody get together with the best commander, which is still Gerald of Perth. Kill the English. Consolidate your numbers, balance yourself out, and kill the English. Notably, my own manpower is gone. Yeah. 12 of my 200 cavalry still live. It's not a lot of them. It's far from a lot of them. We've been contacted by a group of English dissidents. They claim to have a vast network of support ready to force the English king to adopt a pro-Moravian course. If we just provide them with the necessary funds. They're most likely lying. Their claims have excited many influential people. They're most likely lying. It's only 6 ducats, right? And the English hate me anyway, so sure. Have my gold. Right, bought and sold for English gold, but the English still need to die. God damn, the freaking Welsh, English, and all their millions of subjects. I have been completely unable to turn England's subjects against them. No matter how much I trash them, their subjects remain loyal, even though they've got a malevolent ruler here. Maybe that'll change as I take another bite out of England, but I think it's going to have to be a lot of bites. What's most likely, and in fact, in a way most convenient, is that I probably eventually full annex England, and then I take control of the Pale and the Whale. That's the dream, at least. Would you just die? And if he dies, he re-raises his levies, and he can re-raise a lot in London. But I do like the whole English dying situation right now. Notable fan of that. But yeah, I just cannot force England to the bleeding peace table. They refuse to give up, and for good reason, I suppose. You know, I am weak, they are strong. On the L'Autre Côté, I should be able to squeeze out another 10% on attacker ticking. And I imagine if I get really close to 100%, they're going to have to give up. Do I believe that? Does anyone believe that? Should I go and take more fights? That's a hilly but sparse area to fight in, but I need my occupations. Plus, if I leave the English with their disastrously weak army... Hold on, are you actually marching? Ugh. I better go and kill you while I'm at it. Well, I'm certainly killing a lot of people while I'm at it. Hopefully that's good for the men's morale. Leicestershire? Can I even catch you in Leicestershire? Full annexing England will probably mean even Mali will be in the coalition the way things are going. I know. What's a man to do, though? I fear that he's going to be able to get away before I can deal with him, right? 16, 15, 1, 16, 1. He'll be in Leicester. I don't think I'll be able to catch him in time. Maybe I should deal with this. I mean, it's not like he can reinforce his levies, so... Enemies on the horizon! Lots of people not liking me and wanting to coalition me. That's going to cost even more mercs if it comes to it. There we go. Not an ideal fight to be taking, but it's... Come on, they're only Welsh. Can we really not handle a bunch of Welsh? Well, actually, there's a lot of them. Like a hell of a lot of them. And I am trashing my subjects' levies as well. But maybe if I trash enough of them, they'll stop wanting to fight me. This fight's going really badly, by the way. Really, really badly. Ooh, but something that's really good is actually having a son. Don Chad. Yes. Don the Chad. Well, I have to assume that most of what's dying here are my my subjects' levies, but this is not a good fight for me. Yeah, it was river crossing into some other nonsense. Should I stick with it or get the heck out of here? These are some really, really unfortunate losses that I don't want to be facing. Discretion and valor or push through? I always feel like I'm one bad fight away from losing an entire bleeding war. Alright, well surely the 90-something troops that just came to back us up are all we need to send the Welsh packing. They're actually recruiting more units right in this province. How many more? Well, he's confident he wants to back them up. Yeah, my flank is about to collapse, but then again, so is his. But then again, my center is about to collapse, so, what are we to make of that? Oh, come on, get them slaughtered. Surely with the power of flanking, although I'm not flanking with cavalry. This is giving the English opportunity to retake land, which is extremely not good. This one battle against the Welsh is costing me an enormous amount so far. Yeah, man, getting the English to the peace table is proving to be even more disastrously difficult. Oh, my subject decided to nope out of this. More enemies on the horizon. Please don't arrive in time. Oh, thank goodness. Right, we got them out. If only I could actually get that 15 war score. Nice of my subject to just give up on me. Alright. Get him killed. Good lord, my numbers took a shot there. Yeah, they're all just coming in piecemeal and getting wiped, but it's not war score for me now. And now the English can retake the land, which is really bad, by the way, because if I want to force them to a peace, I can no longer take things like Essex. And how much longer do I have on these now extremely dilapidated mercenaries? Not long. God damn the English. Yeah, see, I can't demand Essex because it's... wait, they took Colchester? No, the fort here is taking that land back. Yeah, so currently I'm allowed to take like a 40-something% peace deal. But anything more than that and the English start saying, yeah, no, I'm feeling good about this war. Mm, 10 months on my now severely dilapidated mercenaries. And yet... Ah, so there were English that I chased out there. Interesting. Well, I just hope that coalition doesn't fire, because that would be rather disastrous. Alright. Yeah, that flank of mine is in real bad state, but in general my flanks are. Oh god, their numbers are just uncontrollable. Ooh, cores. Right, well, at least by the end of this I might be able to move to Edinburgh. Gotta have something going for us. See, it looks so nice, right? You get 100%. Wouldn't that be nice? And then you go, well, no, actually, the peace deal you really want, you are nowhere near getting. Yeah, after all the antagonism. Well, that's why I'm improving relations with France, but yeah. Could be a problem, couldn't it? Him retaking all this land is a problem. Actually, he gave up a bit, didn't he? Why did he give up? Does he want to pick a fight with me? Or does he see something else that he should do? Right, well, my subject has reattached to me. That's got to be worth something. 89%, right? Surely he can't say no at 100%. So we should probably seek some relatively low-hanging occupations. Don't let him retake anything. And then surely we can piece him out. Surely. How much longer until the mercs give up? I don't want to think about that question, but the answer is 9 months. One of them got completely wiped, it seems, so 9 months until the bulk of them are gone. It's only a couple of occupations. The question is, do I want to fight him? Fight me, dillweed. Where's it going, anyway? It's going to Shrewsbury. I'm going to Shrewsbury. He'll be there in 13 and 14 of 23. I'll be there in 1923. Shrewsbury has a forest, and it's a river crossing, most likely, so not a great fight for me. Could we perhaps not take that fight, and maybe he wants to come and fight me in this forest? He is coming to me, and that was a nice little cheat you can do. You can hover over them and see where they're moving. So that should be a river crossing into forest for them, and then I should be able to absolutely clean the floor with the English army. It was indeed a river crossing into the forest, so we hold superior situation. He holds superior numbers. He has an empty flank. Wait, no, that's me with an empty flank. Why? Oh, right, they're already out there. Just the numbers don't look so good. All right, well, give the English what's for. We want big numbers on the left and smaller numbers on the right, and that's not currently what we're getting. Like I said, this whole war, I've just been one bad battle away from losing, and we almost had it in Northern Wales. But right now, I need the English extremely dead and finally able to take my disgusting peace deal. At least I defeated the Pale, so they're not continuing to siege me up north. Alright, alright. Those are some good numbers we're seeing here. Their center has collapsed. That is very good. Yeah, all these terrifically good rolls that we're getting as opposed to their -2 on everything is great. They've got more discipline. The nobles and the aristocracy and their general leadership ability. Well, that's okay. Wait, what? Oh, God, my subject took over the fighting. I want my better commander in command. Who do you think you are? Bleeding action, man. Right, there we go. Get the hell out of here, English scum. Right. I need to absolutely get some occupations going here. Where can even still be occupied that's worth a damn? Shrewsbury is the English capital of the area, but I feel like taking Worcestershire is better. Worcestershire and Hereford? It's a thought. Oh God, more English. That's just what I needed. Alright, lads, I know we're stretched thin. Thinner than thin, but we must continue the good fight. Bring the English to the peace table. Any more levies back? Wait, what? He's still here? He only retreated this far? That can't be right. That can't be right. I mean, he's only got 600 odd. Maybe it's a visual thing. Do you have any more levies to raise back home? Yeah, but I don't think levies are going to make much of a difference here. Levies are going to die in the combat. They could help with occupations, but it's a long way to come down, and I think this war is going to end relatively soon. Get out of here, England. And stop resieging that land, Wales. God, Wales are a pain in my bits. How the hell do I get these guys at the peace table? Well, taking Worcestershire has to be a start, but I really, really don't like all this sieging they're doing of me. Yeah, that's not what I need. Damnation. It's hard to fight against the sheer numbers here. Yeah, behind every English is more English and Welsh. It's just all bad news all the way down. Yeah, because even though I take that, they managed to get 2 on Flint. Sieging London is a pipe dream, of course. I take Hereford. Do I retake Flint? Yeah, that's the annoying thing. Flint is just proportionately so much war score. Just because it's part of my tiny coalition here. Re-raising in Flint, how many? 4 men. Okay, I don't think I need to worry much about that. Don't think I do, at least. Oh God, not another one of these engagements. No, I'm going around for Flint. I need a bit more ticking war score. Hopefully 100% gets me 100% in this war. Imagine if it doesn't. I'll be crushed. Crushed like going for that fight in Wales again. No, jeez, this is quite bad. Oh, this is really, really bad. How many regulars is that, actually? 0. Okay, I doubt they have manpower to keep this war going. But, you know who else doesn't have anything to keep this war going? It's me. And if I want to enforce a peace deal, I have to enforce 45%. I don't want 45%, I want 100%. But yeah, the English are doing their thing now. Is it time to pull the trigger on peace? Well, I don't want it to be, that's the thing. I only have 7 months of my army left. How far does ticking war score tick up, by the way? Is it 25%? More mercs is also an answer. If I really feel like it's do or die, I can recruit some more mercenaries. Let them keep Stoke. I'm bothered by the fact that they're actually thinking about splitting up and retaking, though. But yeah, oh wow, yeah, they're doing a really good counter-siege operation on me. You're turning a profit right now. I never thought I'd see the day. 25% is max ticking war score, but I don't know if you'll go above 99%. Yeah, that's a concern of mine for sure. Is that even if I go up to 99% war score, it still won't make them give me peace. Would be a better investment, Jake, a few RGOs or dead England? England itself being dead is a huge, worthwhile investment. These damn Welsh. Inexhaustible. Oh, jeez, it gets worse before it gets better. They landed on me. It's tricky because if I take even more mercenaries, there's no guarantee I'm even going to get a better peace deal here. Currently, this is about as good as it gets. Yeah, I can't take even another province from here. It's not a bad bite out of England, but it's not a great one either. It does not break their back, as I want to do. And I do want to break England's back. It's just there are so many more English. He keeps raising more. Yeah, you kill him, he just raises more levies to fight me, and I am scraping my barrel here. My regulars are all dead. We just have some mercenaries. I think if I push this any further, I could lose it all. What's the damage in antagonism? Oh, it's otherworldly. But I have something of an idea for that. Well, I thought I had an idea for that. The Irish are in the coalition right now. However, what I could do is come out of this war and immediately fight the Irish. Them and their coalition. It involves the Hansa, but how bad could the Hansa really be? Actually, how bad are the Hansa? We are stronger than the Hansa. They got nothing but money. Yeah, but they have a lot of money. I'm sure they can buy some boats, buy some men, and bring them over to kick my arse. What if you raise your levies? Would it change his war enthusiasm? Hadn't thought about that. Not a bad idea. The problem is that he's retaking land that I wanted to claim in the peace deal anyway. Let's say we had nothing here. Yeah, no, this doesn't give me usable information, but that does. His war enthusiasm is just so bleeding high. He's got the full 50 for military balance because he knows he's so much stronger than me. And he's just not facing... Men losses are almost nothing? What? Oh, dearie me. You picked the province you wanted to leave, you're subject CB. That's not the peace deal I'm planning here. I'm just trying to figure out what it takes to get him out of this war. Maybe if we start some sieges, it might affect his desirability for the war, but overall not so sure it's a hot idea. killing more Welsh really doesn't achieve much at this point. It's killing the English that needs to happen. Then again, I'm at 92. I mean, for the love of God, man. Join me at the peace table. Give peace a chance. Let's go kill some Welsh. Even though it doesn't help much. Well, makes him rethink about those sieges he's doing. He seems to be doing a bit of a shuffle. Egads, I can't sustain these losses. I'm going to have nothing left. I think I do have to peace out. There's no way to keep this going. Can I pull out of this battle? Surely I don't lose war score. Damn, I was really hoping to 100% England here. 92% and I can't push any further. Wow, I can't take anything in Essex to enforce the peace, it seems. No, that's not true. That's not true. Does anyone know how it's possible not to get annexed? Despite Caesarean, you're playing as Bosnia, being ruled by Hungary. You're small. Hungary is too good. Loyalty is above. Can't get reduced opinion. I do not know. You have to find a way to get your subject loyalty below 50% so you can start an organization against your overlord and then call in anybody that you can. But you know, Bosnia is quite chunky. Surely you have enough time before they annex you to find some way to do that. Raise your armies, have them get into a bad war. But this is my only experience playing as a subject, so I don't know enough, clearly. Love how my subject decides not to help me out in this fight. Is ongoing battle still a thing for peace? Could well be. Jesus, this is tough. What the hell do I do here? Other than cry a little bit. Crying is good. Maybe I just have to satisfy myself with an admittedly big part of England's population, but this war was intended to break England, and this is not breaking England. Is that part of Essex, by the way? Walden is part of Essex. Not that I have to take entire places. But yeah, taking much more than that. Yeah, 45 is the cutoff here. And then he says no. Yeah, you can push up your Liberty Desire with a cabinet action. Base of, I think, 15. Better with a better cabinet member. I think it's diplomatic. Jeez, I don't like this. This is such a sad peace deal. Yet, Arthur. I've had them on supportive the whole war. And I've tried it a lot in the Golden Horde campaign as well. Supportive is really just such a mere suggestion. Yeah, I agree that taking this is a serious blow against England, but I needed it to be a crippling blow to England. Currently, there's not even a lot of land that I can sell them back to make back my losses, and there were losses. I mean, I could sell back... there's not even much land here that I could reasonably sell them back, because I do want to sell back land to them to make my money back. And if I could take a little bit here and there... well, that's alright-ish. If I take these three for selling back, that might not be too bad. And then I take this for just crippling England. He is just so strong, though. I think I have to take this. To be sure, adding anything to this peace deal suddenly makes him not want to make peace, because his war enthusiasm is so high. But it's frustrating, you know, what if bringing up the attacker ticking gets us there? But then what if he just retakes this and my entire mercenary army dies? I think I'm just a little bit too weak to manage this. And maybe if I had hired more mercenaries earlier on, things would have gone better. But you can play what-ifs forever. Wait 1 tick for the levies. That is a fair play. Because he's not going to take any of these in 1 tick. Oh god, he's almost taken this back, hasn't he? It's close. It is admittedly close. But that war enthusiasm of his is impenetrable. Yeah, the English military strength and military... Well, that did tip that military balance. Is that enough for me to suddenly think, we can do this? Just one more job. Looks like all of those other guys were wiped out. But these damn Welsh are giving me a headache. Finishing the battle would mean losing the battle and losing these occupations, which is not a good trade for me. Also, the occupations by the Pale are impacting us. Let the greed flow through you. Letting the greed flow through me is getting out of here with much less. 99% of Moravian dukes sue for peace before defeating England. Yeah, for one, this battle isn't going my way. I'd have to retreat out. Although... No, you're not coming to help me out. England are retaking vital provinces. War score continues to tick, but the Welsh will continue to occupy here. I could send you to dispatch the Pale and retake this. And how well do I think you'd actually manage that? Limit your greed, save your merc money. Yeah, there's the other thing. Those mercenaries got 11 months on the berserkers, and I think the others are largely dead. No, you can't kick nations out of England apart from a little bit of Cornwall and maybe one other thing. Yeah, there's Jersey and Cornwall, and I suppose Picardy. It's not great. Yeah, I think I have to make do with this lousy peace deal. Hang on. Did this lousy peace deal get lousier? Oh, right. I don't think I was taking Stafford before. It's frustrating. It's really frustrating. But I think I have to make do with this. Those English patriots are going to want to rise up as well, but I should take the time, right? I take this, I get professional armies, I build up armories. England 2.0, I actually have regular units instead of relying on mercenaries and destroy them. War reps, can't afford it. I need to savagely ravage England. Land-wise, that is. Pushing further seems all or nothing. If they unsiege the land you want, you won't be able to enforce. If you push, you need to be sure you can break him completely. Yeah, no, I think 92% is about as good as I could ever hope for. One thing is, I should consider breaking one of his forts. Windsor or Bristol. Is it Bristol? Yeah, it is Bristol. Windsor's the cheaper option. Because these two forts here prevent me from going south entirely. It's just way too much war score. Nah, I think we've got to make do with this. We can only get stronger from here. The English will kiss boot next time. Well, I've spent half of my vast amounts of money on this, but okay, I think we just have to take this. I'm sad. And I'm about to be even sadder with the oncoming coalition. Oh well. Ain't I a popular chap? But I kept France out of it. France is the big one. And all these other Dukes of Hazzard are a different thing altogether. There is an idea that I fight the Irish immediately. You know, I still have my mercenaries after all. Oh, right, but I can't declare war with my levies raised. Well, we put away the levies. We declare the... Oh, what? England? Why England? Are England in the coalition? They are. Oh, I thought that trucing somebody out would break the coalition. That's why I declared war on England when I did. Right, well, the bigger problem might be closer than I thought. He won't join the coalition offensively because of the truce, surely. Huh. Okay, okay, things could get a lot worse very quickly. I am deeply concerned. All right, disband those levies. Okay. So this land is just going to be a revolting mess. The point is I have it and England don't. I don't even want to spit out subjects from it. I guess I can give this land over to you at some point, but I don't want to make you stronger, because then you'll hate me even more. And hating me is kind of just what my subjects do. Yeah, well, actually, surprisingly happy with me, aren't you? Not only that, I bet you're converting that land to glorious Highlander. Yeah, well, they're trying. They are actively trying. They're doing assimilation in the capital. Good on you. I can't afford to. Right. Jeez. It'll never be cheaper, so we should embrace the institution right now, although it does cost 42 stability. Yeah, stability is something to be spent. Stops me from declaring war for a little bit, but sure. Professional armies, pretty please. And then I rather desperately need to get on that research. I'm going to need army maintenance, military tactics, and the armory. Once I have the armory, I can actually build manpower. Not a lot of it, but some of it. So those are going to be going all over my provinces with control. I thought I'd dismissed my levies. Clearly I thought wrong. Levies. Good fight, but good night. All 0 of you can go home. Wait, this is all that's left? Well, like I said, you don't have to pay mercenaries if they're dead. 79 archers can live to tell the tale of how they almost defeated John England. Oh. Okay. I will live. I was contemplating using Parliament to get a casus belli on the Irish, but we should see how the coalition plays out. I'm going to make a rash assumption that it plays out very badly. That is not as much antagonism as I thought. I might be able to get the clan boy out of here. I want to polish off the Irish before the English get an opportunity to polish more Irish. On the other hand, there's an actual threat of people with coastlines coming after me. I did everything I could to get Brabant out, and now they're going to be coming back in. Same could be said about Holland. Man, I worked so hard on Holland. But hang on, Holland became a subject of Brabant. So Brabant remains the problem. Alright, what about other threats like Denmark? Denmark don't give a hoot. That's good. Alright, so we need to butter up Brabant and the Irish. That can be done. Fetch me the butter. Also, we need to keep an eye on England's finances. Whenever they have something like 500 or 700 ducats, I will sell them one of these provinces so that they can pay for the future wars against England. Speaking of England, your antagonism is irreparable. Okay. That is a problem. But, you know, just add it to my pile of problems. Gotta keep these people off my back. Good thing I worked on that France antagonism, though. And we're going to continue to work on that French antagonism. I think England might drop out once the game realizes you have a truce after the tick. I feel like you remove people from the coalition through truces and Golden Horde. Oh, I deeply, deeply regret spending my diplomat and lowering my stability. Please keep this coalition dead for just a little longer, and then I will go and destroy the Irish. Crumbs. Okay, just hold out a little bit. We could still kill these last 72 mercenary scum. I can even reinforce about 1/3 of my horsemen. That's got to be worth something. Wait, you pay for reinforcing even when they can't reinforce? Huh. Does that mean I should combine them, or am I just forced to pay that money for a while? Guess I'll find out real soon. Okay. I seem to have been... Ooh, wait. Hey, that's my sergeantry. I thought I took over a sergeantry. There's a bunch of crap I took over here. Wharves and cathedrals. You better believe those need to go. Wharves get shut down in all markets. Cathedrals get shut down in all markets. You pay the recruiter going door to door to only find women and children. Yeah, my levies really didn't survive that, but I needed them to bulk out the numbers regardless. Right, so ideally the coalition does not reform. I get above minus 50 stability, and then I go and destroy these Irish scum. Yeah, that sounds about right, doesn't it? Maybe I already have a casus belli. No, and no. Damn, part of the reason I got my subjects was so that they might be able to create some casus belli for me. I'll check and see if they are actually doing that. No, that's targets, not casus belli creation. Paying scutage to me? Yeah, damn right you are. I can't do your casus belli. Casus belli, casus belli. I lose track of the bleeding Irish. They're all over the place here. 100% Highland culture. That's what I like to see. Alright, good job. The young can serve. Equal opportunities serving the Moravian army. Moravian sounds like, you know, Moravia. Moray has never been relevant enough for you to have an adjective for Moray. Adjective? No, the other thing. A descriptor word for Moray. Yeah, I'm worrying that the reinforcement costs are going to be outrageous for you. Reinforcements that I can't provide. Does that mean I should just scrunch them up? Yeah, I don't know if you pay for maintenance if there's no maintaining to be done. As in you can't reinforce. Whew, man, wait, whoa, what? How am I making that much money off of my commoners? There's no way, right? That must have been like one tick before control got changed. That's interesting. So maybe if you want to make tons of money, you should max tax the moment after a peace deal. I think somebody previously was asking why not tax the nobility. They really don't have much money to give me, but I suppose it's more than no money. I just like keeping my nobles happy, but yeah, sure, let's make them pay their way. I'm never making the clans pay taxes. They've got no money to give. Okay, well, let's continue being barely alive. On the plus side, I can almost move my capital to Lothian. Now we could be free from this horror show, and we'll be able to start really pumping out the... God, there's not a lot of people down here, is there? There's more in Dumfries. Still, Lothian's the best capital location that I'm going to have for a wee while. Wasn't I meant to be integrating the Isles at some point? Why am I making them happy? They're more useful to me as a subject than me directly owning the land. However, more subjects are more of a diplomatic capacity cost, which has come crashing down because of Northumberland's losses. That's amazing. That is amazing, but I can't trust it to stay that way. Maybe I should still just leave the Isles. I mean, they still have a lot of cultural enrichment to do. Damn those Norse Gael. They ruined Norse Gaeland. And they're not really doing much cultural enrichment for me, are they? Such garbage land, and it's going to be quite far away. Maybe I could start on Northumberland as is... I want to spit this out as subjects, so that it starts getting converted and I can actually get some use out of the land, because currently I will not. And I think I'd divide it up so that each subject gets 2 provinces. So we spit out these 2 and these 2. I could do 1 each and they'd be stronger, but then that's quite a lot of subjects. And I already struggle on the subject thing. I don't know, it's a difficult shout. Much as I would like Northumberland to convert the land, maybe I should consider a lot more how much I need that land for myself. Especially with Edinburgh here, I will have control over at least a little bit of the north. But the thing is, he has much better control. You can give Northumberland the cores that you hold, that is true. But it strengthens them, and it unstrengthens me. Even so, it's quite right, isn't it? Alright, don't let me down here. It's their cores, right? Proper cores. Yeah, so they can immediately extract some value out of it. You have loads of diplo capacity. I would have thought more small subjects would be productive. I have it for now, but only because Northumberland got ravaged in that war. When Northumberland start repairing a bit, I'm quite certain that their diplomatic capacity is going to go up a whole lot more. Although I could be wrong. It could be that now the game thinks I'm proportionally so much stronger. It's hard to say, but I think a large part of it was just that tick with all the taxes. We should give another few ticks before making a call on that. Strongly considering fighting the Irish. How are those naval levies of mine, anyway? Apparently I can raise 5 boats. Well, it says 5. Am I really going to believe 5? But subjugating Clan Boy sounds really, really good. I still want these guys subjugated, but no can do for now. But yeah, if Clan Boy stay out of the coalition and everything else looks good at the turn of the month, I think we slaughter the Northern Irish. Because it just severely reduces the proximity of potential coalitions. You know, if they're abroad, fine, you know, slaughter them as they land. But if they're here, they're a lot more annoying coming around my backside, so to speak. Yeah, there you go. My diplomatic capacity is almost all gone now. So if I made the other subjects, I'd be in the deep doo-doo on that. Like I said, it would strengthen me overall, but I need to start absorbing subjects. And you might think, well, why are you taking Irish subjects? That's different. No, but it is different. Why is it different? Because the Irish are tribes. They don't really contribute much towards the situation here. Yeah, look at that. Vassal, vassal, vassal. And because they're tribal, it's a massive reduction. Hopefully they don't stop being tribal. But yeah, if I subjugate these two and make them Highlander, I'll be kindly asking them to convert all this to Highland culture. Which they struggle to do, by the way. Even with assimilation going on, there's a massive problem because of Highland cultural influence. But that can be dealt with by crushing the Irish. It just seems like all roads point towards the same thing, destroy the Irish. But allow me to explain further. Cultural influence fights against cultural tradition. So my Highlander cultural influence is trying to overwhelm Irish cultural tradition. Highland cultural influence is a disaster because it relies on the prestige of all of the Highland culture nations, and mine's not so good. And that artist that we hired, are they actually doing any bloody work? My God! Typical artists, right? He's going to die before he actually produces anything. Wasn't this a bug that was logged, like, on release? Artists don't do anything? But I get ahead of myself. The Irish have a cultural tradition of lots. And that is because of all the existing Irish. Yeah, it degrades and it goes up. But if I can get rid of Connaught and Clan Boy, that gets rid of a lot of their monthly increase. Others like Offaly need to go. Unfortunately, they're under the dominion of the Pale, who's under the dominion of the English. But the more Irish I destroy, the less Irish I have to fight against. And with Ireland subjugated, we can surely have them converted to Highlander, which is the goal after all. You should be able to pay an artist to start to work. Is that a we should, or you can if you look for it? Because I already paid him to do art. I commissioned this. And he is working, but he does not have busy. So he's not currently on the task that I paid him to do. I also paid him a lot to actually join my court, but he's It's not a bug. You need the corresponding Renaissance What? Of course that's a bug. I paid him to do it, but you can't unless... Of course that's a bug. It would block you having to pay all that money and prestige for him to do it. Bizarro world is where we're living. It is WAD. Well, I'm telling you it's not WAD. I'm clearly the final authority on the matter. Right. The Irish. To kill them or not to kill them? War exhaustion is non-existent, as it always is. Yeah, I guess I would just bring you over in some levies and crush the Irish. What do they even have to throw at me? Approximately nothing. Thanks for the order. I'm afraid I don't know how to make art, so I cannot fulfill the request. I don't think we're going to get Renaissance over here anytime soon. Renaissance not even in France, let alone on the Isles. That's the official stance as far as I know, even if it is insane. Yeah, well, they need to be told that it's insane. Right? Believe it or not, they might be Swedes, but they're still humans. And also, given the fact that they're not in Sweden, a significant portion of them probably aren't Swedish. I keep humming and hawing about this because my nation is exhausted and needs some time to relax. But there's nothing more relaxing that gets us all together quite like killing the Irish. And if I somehow cannot cross with my boats, I suppose I could hire some merc boats. I suppose I should check that on you. You know, how many boats do you get on a naval levy? More than me. But I could probably go around and land on my subject and walk over to you, right? I mean, I could probably come around here and go along. All right. I'll believe it. Crappy fishing boats have crappy capacity for units, though. All right. Well, I need my parliament to help me out with this either way. All right, let's centralize in Inverness. And not that I really want any of these, do I? Yeah, 2 bits of RGOs. Salt and fish? No, I don't think so. We'll take the thing that has the most support and then just not do it. Which is madness, right? The more I think about Parliament, the less I like how it works. In theory, it's good, but the way you liquidate your support to pass things completely unrelated to what you're trying to do is bizarro. Make Genoa hate us more. Yeah, sign me up. Screw Genoa. And then fabricate a casus belli on the Irish. They're unfit to govern themselves, you see. Might as well go for Derry. Kick him in the derriere. An unfortunate thing about these guys is they're spread out amongst a bunch of different areas, which is going to make them less efficient at culturally enriching. So there is an idea that I could move the land between my other subjects when I carve them up. It's a consideration. The problem is my other guy is also spread out, so what are you going to do? Oh well, once more onto the Fray Bentos. I hope he doesn't have some way of beating me out here. That would be really, really sad for me. Give me Derry. Or give me death. This is more than just wanting to kill the Irish, of course. It's wanting to kill the coalition, because I'm certain he and many of his friends would come for me. Whoa. One of the tooltip. Yeah, this tooltip crushes the game. A lot of people don't like me. Are there any incredibly concerning names on this list? Nah, it's mostly landlocked nobodies or subjects. The only real concerns here are England, the Irish, and I think that's it. Well, that's not true. There is, of course, Brabant. We're working on Brabant. Working them over. Alright, need boats, please. That is not a lot of boats. I was advertised a few more boats than that. Levies also a struggle. Give me the Moravian levies. And frankly, any of the other northerners, because I won't have much control over north soon. And then let's try and get into a situation where we can, probably from here, go over here, here, and land. That's the dream work? Where's the port of Mule? Okay, it's there. Naval levies are super weak. Any real boats will sink them in an instant. Yeah, but they don't have any real boats. Is that true? I mean, I don't know what kind of levies they're raising. Ridiculous that the Irish should have better naval levies than all of me here, but ridiculous is the name of the game. Alright, get everybody over and ready. It'd be kind of cool if they invaded me, though. Then I could kill them and feel a bit better. Prestige is good. I mean, army tradition is good, but prestige is also good. Prestige improves my cultural influence. And what are we looking at? Galleys. Wait, actual galleys? And I get crappy fishing boats, right? No, I also get a galley. Okay, well, galley's fine. Get over to Mule and... Is it really Mule? I think it's Mull. Isn't that the Isle of Mull? I've been to Mull before, but my memory grows ever more hazy with every passing day. Where's my other boat? Here you are. Maybe it's a little risky to move everybody over to Mull, because what if he cottons on? No, there's no way he could know. He can't see Mull. As I can. Oh no, we're blockaded by some Irish fishing boats. It's Moray over. What I've learned on my second play, to flip cultured Muscovite, had my vassals core, then enforce, yeah. Should make sure they get the cores before you flip, because the cores go twice as fast if the culture is right. And the culture is certainly going to be wrong if you flip them. I need to get over there with my best crack team, just in case the boats don't make it. And it's also worth noting that my mercenaries are... do I even still have any mercenaries? Maybe they've gone. Yeah, I'd rather think they've gone. Right, fishing capacity... 70? Oh, God. I don't think we're getting over. Like, I don't think anybody is getting over. Mistakes have been made. Do I really have to pay for a mercenary boat to take me over? Time to build some boats. Yep, build all those boats with my 0 sailors. This is going to be a more expensive war than I was anticipating. Oh well. Flores. Captain Christian. Cogs have significantly better carry capacity, right? And I don't need a whole lot of them. Yeah, I get like 3 cogs for not very long. What if I do need them for later? I don't like spending all this money, right? The reason we have this money is to deal with things like the English, but if I'm going to take on the Irish, I'm going to need these boats over here. Maybe I can get by with 2 cogs. 2 cogs is already 500 capacity to move around. I'm sure that's fine. It's far less expensive. Get over here. Wouldn't be so bad if his boats try and land their subject, but his navy is going to have to do something about that. Well, I'm going to land on my subject and march on over. Still glad there are no real forts over here in Ireland, although one of my future targets does have one. How dare they? Alright, so what are we going to end up with? We're going to end up with 570 capacity, methinks. Hey, wait, I still have these guys. When are they going to sod off? I thought when I checked my mercenaries... Now we still have the berserkers for 7 more months. Alright, the berserkers are going in. All 79 of them. And that is... how heavy is this? Truth be told, I do not know. Send in... Alright, can I condense up the rest of you? How heavy is this? 300. Gosh, it's hard to tell who's who. 300... Maybe give them my horsemen as well. No, I should let my levies die, not my regulars. My regulars are needed for England, not for Ireland. It still feels so clunky, and I still don't know if it's because I'm inexperienced with it, or if it is just really, really clunky. Managing armies, I mean. That's 550, that should be fine. And it has good old Gerald of Perth, charged with the mighty order of gunning down the Irish. Clicking on Consolidate button make them much easier to transport. Yes, I did. I'm sure you noticed I clicked Consolidate. But we have a lot of different types of units here, so they don't merge into each other. Where are those boats? Oh, right, this is hidden underneath the other boats. Welcome. Welcome to City 17. Dystopian as a city's ever been. Wait, something isn't right. I think I didn't merge them together right or something. $550, $300, $100. I suppose I did, but I also didn't. I'm still getting it wrong. Jesus Crivens. Right, I want the 9th Army to get 270 more worth of people. 270 more worth of people. Could I maybe get the... No, I didn't want to bring over the horses. You guys are nothing. Maybe that's fine. The 9th Army. Get these guys. Alright, good. Good, good, good. And then you can take... ooh, you're even better. Alright, Walter, you're in charge. Now, Walter, get on those boats. And get your arse over to Ireland proper. Oh, except you need to select the bleeding boat. Go here, then here, then here, then here. That shouldn't take too long. I don't like being at sea, because you can take attrition at sea. The units in the boats, I mean. Alright, there we go. And now you guys should be more than capable of slaughtering the Irish. Even so, let's be a little bit systematic about it. And then the rest of you, who have 550, should be able to also fit in the boat and come along. Be a disastrous time for a proper coalition war, wouldn't it? Alright, there we go. Tick of the month. Parliamentary traditions, eh? Whoa, that's quite a lot of support. Any more of that, and we might actually pass this. Although I don't care about the gravel roads, I do care about the stability. You want a central council. I don't. That said, it might not be all that bad compared to feudal thingamajiggering. Centralization is good, efficiency of cabinet is good. Getting rid of decentralization is good. Aristocracy is bad. I hate aristocracy. And it's proving difficult to get rid of. But yeah, I love plutocracy. And I hate aristocracy. Noble power gets really buffed up here. And that discipline's kind of tiny considering how high you're going to need your aristocracy. Is it worth making that change in order to get my... Wait, that's 12 stability loss. I'm not taking that. Heavens no. I think we just let this fail unless we get some really good events. My country is so boned right now. It's just awful. It's just... I know it's always been bad, but that war against the English was a disaster. The whole idea was to run myself ragged to get 100%. I did not think the English should be so hard-headed. Well, they were having none of my shenanigans. Alright, there we go. What do you do? Keep them at bay over there, and then maybe you can take the other place? I just got here. How did the England war go? Does England look alright to you? The problem is, I was looking to do about twice as much damage to them than that. And I spent a lot of money and ran my country rather ragged to make it happen. But it just wasn't enough. I underestimated just how enthusiastic the English were. I was at 94% war score or thereabouts, and the English were still not giving up. Bloody English. Miserable shower of English bastards. Gotta be careful though, I do not want to elongate my naval mercenaries here. How do you actually see which ones are yours anyway? These are the seafarers here, 10 months left. I want to send my mercenaries in to kill the Irish army. Does that mean we all just get together now and have a good hoo-ha? Wait, I merged and you're still not available. Ah, jeez. Maybe it'll be fine. Kill him to death. Oh, well, yeah, that's certainly a mess. They still had something silly like 42 enthusiasm, right? Seems absurd, but on the other hand, England was still correct. They would have outlasted you if push comes to shove. Yeah, they absolutely would have. Trust me, if I believed that I could have won that to 100%, I would have pushed. But I do think we were on our last breath there. Cuthbert. That is actually where my fort is. Yeah, sure. 50 years of that's better than 10 years of not going to do anything for me. Alright, nice and simple. Get these guys crushed, get my folks back home. Force the Irish to become Highlander. Now, they won't be able to convert very quickly, but it's all about destroying the Irish heritage. Making sure that they have... well, they become easier to convert. Humiliation, become my vassal, not a tributary. Here's the question, do I want to move that land around? Taking land and subjugating doubles down on the antagonism. No thank you then. I'll just make do with there being a pretty horrible situation here. Alright, so he keeps his boats as well, right? Everybody wins, especially me, and you partially pay me back for what I spent on you here. Huzzah. Now get my... Now somebody said there's a button here, right? Disband levies from unit. Levies. Levies. Not my regulars. Whew, okay, good. I'm scared to press that button because as an army-based nation, I'd press it a lot because army-based nations cannot dismiss their regulars. But if I dismiss my regulars, I'd feel very, very bad. Cool, all these guys can get in the boat anyway. Alright. Bring you back home. Jesus, come on. Not exactly the most glorious war we've ever fought, but you know what? It was a victorious war. And just like that, almost all of Ireland is under control, either from the Highlanders or the English. Wrestling control away from the English side will be difficult. The English side is also the better side. It's just a question of these fools. And I would really like one of my subjects to make a casus belli on them, because I don't feel like no-CBing them. Although... I mean, you right there, you've got all of these cores. You've got a core, but I think you're my tributary, right? Yeah. So I'm going to be pretty cheesed off if you did make that casus. No, you didn't. But yeah, the dream work here is that you go and make that, and then I take out the last of the Irish, and then everybody's happy, especially not the Irish. And who was it I just took over? Clanboy. Clanboy, I'm afraid all Irish ways of life are gone forever. Enforce my culture. I love this game, says Warfix. I can't stop playing it, and that's it. I just wanted to shout and tell everybody. I can't wait for the game not to crash, though. I've only had this game crash 3 times on me, which for a Paradox game on release I'd consider quite good. We don't trade because trading is dumb. We have subjects that hate us because we are dumb. Maybe I should have considered if I could force this land over to Gwynedd. But it would require me to siege this fort. That was never going to happen. Sieges are bad for me. Very bad for me. Ireland looking like a Korean peninsula. Eh? Right. Apparently we can start educating our child if we so desire. Cost of the course is very, very low. Costs overall are very, very high. Stability cost gets increased because of my supposed wealth. But I need to pay it because I need to keep my stability up. We're trying to break the back of the nobility after all. We got rid of their banal lordship and whatnot. I also need to move my capital, which is going to be another hit to my stability. So yeah, that money that we have is hemorrhaging. Really rather badly, actually. And I can't think of any way to get more of it. Well, I could stop paying my army. That'd be nice. But there's a lot of things I need to buy with my army professionalism. I need to create quite the new model army. I need armories, I need the manpower, I need to make regulars so I don't keep relying on mercs. And of course we need to kill England. Properly. Okay, well that gravel road was never happening. What's that information about my beloved son? He's a gregarious individual. Diplomacy is still important to me, so I think I will continue to give him, or give my children, diplomatic education. Diplomacy is of vital importance to actually keep my subjects at bay. Because, yeah, I think actually, given this, I would make 4 different subjects. Because each of them should be able to punch above their weight. The problem is, of course, then their combined strength against me becomes outrageous, but... that's life. He's laughing on the outside, but he's crying inside. I'm actually surprised Northumberland is as happy as they are. All vassals compared to the... Wait, that's vassals. Are you a vassal? They're all vassals. I thought I had some fiefdoms. That means I could make these fiefdoms. They wouldn't contribute towards the strength of Northumberland against me. It's a consideration. Need to keep a lazy eye on England's treasury, by the way. Their income is 55. Now, granted, I took a big bite out of that. Also, the English patriots want to rise up, and I'm going to need an actual army for that. Notably, I don't have an actual army for that. Army maintenance into my reinforcing is gobbling down my numbers here. And look at that, army's reinforcing is actually eating into this. Perhaps I actually should just bring all of my armies together so I don't keep paying that. Because until I get proper armies, I can't really afford any of this, can I? Alright, just push the button. Donk. And that miraculously saves me a ducat a month. That'll add up. Real fast, no doubt. English patriots, I must admit, the image I've got in my head was not flattering. Good. Of course, the English patriots want all this land, so it might even be worth considering popping out one of them as a subject before I even... before I have to deal with this, because at least then they'll help me out. Maybe I should do at least one and then find out how it looks for me. It will put me over diplomatic capacity. That is for certain. The question is by how much. Crown power and loyalty are affected for sure, but it might be good to get a taste. Yeah. All these Highlander names for these places. Edingham. Wonder what happens when we take London. London is my best guess. Colchester, huh? The next war with England's going to be so horrible. Because I'm right on the cusp with him and his forts. We're not fortified, and he still has all of his bloody subjects. Although, Aquitaine's coming close to being disloyal. I don't know why the Welsh are so incredibly loyal, though. Subject loyalty in this game is too damn high. Yeah, I'm not sure I could handle all of this rising up as the English, so we're going to pop one of them out for now just to see how it works for us. Create a subject. You know what? Galloway is actually a reasonable subject to pop out because it's going to take me an aeon to core this land. It'd probably be faster to pop them out, even let them core Dumfries and then take them in. But we'll see how control is when I migrate down to Edinburgh. Wow, look at this control. It's incredible. If only I had any of this bleeding land integrated, then this could be good cores for me. Right, so let's try this out, shall we? Create subject, custom subject. Give them Colchester. What is this ordering? I know I can click on it, but I don't trust clicking on it. Oh, because it's not Colchester, is it? It's a different region called Sussex, right? Yeah, I am a native Brit here. Essex. You sure? Where's Sussex? Oh, there's Sussex. Huh. The more you know. Alright, Essex. Custom subject, Essex. Oh, okay. I'm clicking on it, nothing's happening. Let's try that again, shall we? Create subject, custom subject. Essex. Essex? Okay, fiefdom, please. It's not confirming the locations. I'm a little nervous about this, but yeah, sure. Create a subject. Huzzah. The new fiefdom of Essex. The blue makes everything hard to stand out, but I'm curious to see how damaging, if at all, this is for me. And we're going to let them core that land before I enforce my culture on them. S, east, sus, south. Yeah, but it's all east and south of me, so... You know, a very confusing thing growing up as a Scottish kid is you tune into the TV and it all talks about the north. Oh, this is happening in the north. Oh, the north are doing this, the north are doing that. Are they talking about Scotland? Because they're talking about England, and England's hundreds of miles south of me. It was very bizarre. Alright, my berserkers are sodding off, meaning I don't have to pay for them. Not that there was a lot to pay, they all died. And maybe we can just scramble and get a little bit of money. How much money are we going to be getting out of Essex, though? Am I even seeing Essex here? Essex the fiefdom. Well, I'll give them a bit of time to get control over the land. Yeah, that's much more control than I could ever get. Hey-oh, are you winning, son? Well, does England look like they're winning? The sad, sorry fact is they were winning. Alright, finally. We have finally cored Edinburgh. So you're now 100% done, and we consider where else we want to core. The situation's pretty bad however you look at it. I probably need to do Fife and... what's this province even called? Strathclyde. Nobody knows anything about Strathclyde. Not even people from Strathclyde. The Highlander influence is not very high here. There is an idea that I could consider coring Highlander lands as well, because it would be much faster. But yeah, I think if I move my capital down here, I need to work on the control of the area, so... Strathclyde and Fife, It'll, Ottle, Black Bottle, It'll, Ottle... You are so slow. I get Fife done. Fife will be done in 12 years. Surprisingly fast, actually. And this other place will be done in more than 12 years. I guess Fife is only 3 provinces and no cities. Did I do Perth? I did do Perth. Alright, those Perth and pearls are actually worth money. Wow. Imagine that, a province worth money. It's difficult to imagine, so it is. Let's get that capital down there. Hopefully this doesn't screw me over, because I need to rebuild my sergeantry over in Edinburgh. Alright, on we go. Yes, I'm going to lose all of my manpower due to no sergeantry. Not that I had any. When you move your capital, you turn all of your income sliders down to 0, and it becomes much cheaper. Are you sure? It should be based on economic base, not the actual money you're making here. I mean, I say should. Who's to say? Bloody economic base. Oh, right. I was just about to say, I'm going to periodically check on my casus belli on da-da-da. And we have a casus belli on da-da-da. Cannot, can die. As soon as I'm above negative 50 stability. You know, should I just get rid of this tooltip? It lags me every time I hover over it. But on the other hand, it could be very useful for giving me a breakdown on the biggest concerns on this. Alright, in that case, I don't want to improve relations with Connaught, knowing that I'm going to be killing them before too long. Anybody else that I don't need to care about? I think integrating the Isles is a bad idea. Northumberland is the better power to integrate. Keeping France on my goody two-shoes side is a huge deal. And their antagonism is in a great position right now. And let's keep it great. It's very important to remain great. We got Brabant out, and that is another big deal. And Utrecht, are they even still a consideration? They absolutely are, but soon they won't be. Alright, good. Have to play a delicate diplomatic game here. I'm still on the fence about bleeding Northumberland. Should I just pull the trigger and start integrating them? What is my reason to not integrate Northumberland, by the way? There's not a good one, is there? I do like the fact that they convert this land for me, but that's a long, long thing that they're going to be doing. I need that economic base. I will get cores on it. And I just need more strength. And I need that strength so I can make other subjects in England. Yeah, let's just do it. Maybe you like having no crown power. It feels pretty good. It's not like we need it for trade. Alright, all subjects hate me more. My antagonism change modifier, whatever that means. And it's going to chew up a diplomat forever. Well, not forever. This is only 20 years. And honestly, that's a lot of land to get for 20 years' work. Yeah, let's go for it. And yes, it is full cores. Fulgor. The guy my brother always played with when we fought in Killer Instinct. It's a shame Killer Instinct never really made much of itself. Had a SNES game, an N64 game, and then we never heard of it again. I'm not huge on fighting games, but I played them quite a lot with my brother. Alright, so if I take this, it'll finally start looking on the map like I am the top banana. I won't be, of course. The land is still immeasurably garbage, and Inverness and all the northern areas are going to lose so much control. But we do what we must, for we shall. One argument to not integrate Northumberland is to keep the devastation of English armies out of your core economic base. It's okay, we've got a fort to prevent all of that, except they can just walk around the fort. Interestingly enough, if I put another fort in Duban, they would not be able to get to me, and Duban is a hilly forested area, and that would cover everything. So would Maglaise, but that's not quite as good a place for a fort. The other thought is the English Patriots are going to rise up eventually, and when they do, I don't want them to have the forts. I want them to have nothing. I just go and squish them. A traveling preacher, you say? I don't want Cathars around here, and I don't want scum like you. You will have to die. Alright, good. Not good. We cannot placate France anymore. You know, France, I dream of an alliance between our two nations. I also dream of you giving me that money, but I don't think that's happening. It's worth checking that England would actually buy these provinces. Remember, I took these 3 provinces with a view to selling them to England. And the thing is, England would probably pay over £1,000 for them if he had £1,000. He doesn't have £1,000, but in the end I do need money to finance further wars with England, so if it comes to it, that'll have to happen. I'll have to undersell. Oh, thank God, I thought it was his truce with me. No, his truce with Moray doesn't end until 70. That is only 4 years from now, though. I guarantee you he's going to join the coalition against me. He's probably going to start the coalition against me. So it's slightly important that I have a casus belli on him. Wait a second, I do, don't I? Yes, there's taking these lands off of Wales. Following through on threat. I still don't understand what this casus belli is. Is it event-related or what? Oh wait, Aragon? Explain further. Explain a lot further. Oh, they moved Alliance up to the top. But that is extremely bad news. Wait, it could be good news. But it's probably going to be very bad news. The 100 Years' War is more than likely going to continue. And during that time, that means Aragon versus France with England. That actually means England's going to probably lose because France is going to crush Aragon. And then England will have a lot less war score from battles. Maybe with their significantly ravaged coastline, the English cannot outdo the French on the seas. Oh, well, no, they have no boats. France needs to integrate Brittany for that to happen, no doubt. Alright, Cabineter man died. He wasn't very good at his role, so hopefully we have a significantly better individual to fill his boots. It's all about the military right now. Oh, God. How about some good? Do we have any good available? I guess I'll take you. You're better at other things, just in case that's relevant down the line. You're also younger, so you're less likely to force me to spend money on replacing you. God, my country sucks. It's been fun reading messages from these bleeding armchair strategists. Like, oh, I played as France, and, I personal unioned Hungary and Bohemia and took over Iberia. Here's my advice. Build a road. Brilliant. Brilliant advice. Maybe I'll build a road. Maybe that'll solve all my problems. Where should I build a bloody road? Your population is going to more than double with Northumberland. Now, that is a gross exaggeration. We're 745,000. They're only 250,000. We will, however, go to over 1 million. If I wanted to be a kingdom, which I do, I need 1.5 million accepted culture, right? Or is it 2 million on religion? Ah, there we go. 1.5 million primary religion. So another big bite out of England, and maybe, just maybe, we could get there. But that prestige is going to be difficult. All my guys are fleeing to Man and to Ireland. Nobody wants to live in Scotland. That's okay. I mean, in the end, I'll control all this land, but it's kind of sad to see. Population trickling down. Yeesh. I absolutely love those immigration lines out of your country. Oh. Kind of disgusting, isn't it? In theory, is there any point in forming Scotland or Great Britain? Yes, their advances are better. They get access to special content, which is just generally all good. And I get none of that as playing as Moray, because there's nothing special for playing as Moray or as a Highland culture nation. And you can check that on the opening of the game when you select your nation. There's a bit in the top left that shows... oh god, I never actually dismissed these. Whoop. There's a bit that shows how much unique content there is for whoever you're playing as. Alright, big switch, moving the capital down to Edinburgh. Yet another one of those famous hurricanes of Scotland approaching. You can separate piece miners for humiliation. Oh, I'm well aware of that. Please point me in the direction of miners that I can humiliate. I'd love to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Is it all these subjects of England? All these subjects of the Pale? My own subjects? Maybe we can hop on our 2 fishing boats, go over to Germany and kick their teeth in. Is what I would say if I were a horrifically coy individual, but instead I'll say thank you for the advice, Darthair. I will keep that in mind. It was a brilliant and well thought out execution. There's a bevy of them on the mainland if you weren't a coward or refuse. What freaking boats can I build? I have no sailors. And I can't get sailors even with wharves because I'm out of control. Jesus. Yeah, just build a road. Oh, yeah. Roads will help. We already have roads, that's the joke. I haven't been building them, but my burgers have been. You did pretty well in the minor subjects of France in your first war when it came to humiliations. Yeah, but it wasn't me. It was Castile, Portugal, Aragon, Provence, the Pope, Bohemia. Not really England. Ah! I am pleased that people are pleased. Moving capital helped with income. You don't say... Wait, why is the control not... where I need it to be? I thought the control instantly goes up, but no, it passes slowly. And unfortunately, my unified Scottish heritage keeps it low. My what? For generations, the clans of rural Northern Highlands have retained their Gaelic identity. Clans of the Lowland have developed Scottish culture. Different practices, the clans of the Highland and Lowland will never set aside their differences to fight foreign adversaries. That is a big, chunky development boost. Jeez, that is painful control. Oh well, let's very, very slowly bring that control up. I wonder why my income jumped so much, though. I feel like it was burger tax. Whoa. It'll jump to 100 after a few months, no idea why. Alright, well, maybe we'll notice if our income suddenly jumps up as well. Maybe these people can promote to work on my sturdy grains and such too. Okay, so what is it? Suck our thumb time? Might be suck our thumb time. Now that this is my capital, I actually need to rebuild my sergeantry here. Sergeantry is a what building? Oh yeah, there was also this, right? Prestige and diplomats is probably really good to build the gardens for. 200 is a lot of money, but I do have a bit of money right now. Crown power and efficiency, also nice. Also expensive. Yeah, also the ongoing costs are quite expensive for them, so that's probably a good reason not to do it. Enjoy rebuilding for your next pummeling of the English. Oh, there'll be pummeling, I just don't know who's going to be getting which side of that pummeling. Come on then, sergeantry. Yeah, I need that for the very few bits of manpower I can get. Also, crown power is good. Your income went down actually. The expenses collapsed. Huh? Maybe because I got to 100 legitimacy. I don't know if that was up or down before. Okay, Essex are actually giving me reasonable money now. Did they manage to core their land or something? Papermaker in London. Damn, they've learned the real meta. No, but they are integrating. That's great. That is not great. Yeah, the fiefdom of Essex, very powerful. And I have to be careful because I need Northumberland to not go disloyal. Okay, so I need to integrate Northumberland before I think about making other English subjects. Population in the Outer Hebrides following Catholicism will be unhappy. Ugh, it's just 8 ducats. I'll take Virgin Mary's milk. I did used to go to a place in Edinburgh called Mary's Milk Bar, so it's on brand. In risk of starving in West Riding. That's only a risk. Oh, probably because they only produce stones? Where's the food? You can starve all you want. I'm going to be selling you back to England. The moment England has some actual money to give me. England, why do you have no money? Ah. Yeah, just eat your stones. Salted stones. Glass chew down in prosperity? Fine by me. Oh, that lag in the game tells me that the 100 Years' War just kicked off again. Well, not quite. The French decided to fight Aragon to bring in the English. How long's that truce again? Sadly, I don't think this war is going to take 3 years, but if somehow the English got bodied, well, it wouldn't really matter, would it? Because there's still the... Oh, Christ, I need to remember to put you guys on scootage. I do not want you involved in my wars. You're just going to drag me down. There we go. It's also more money for me. How much do we think Essex can bring into a fight? Not nothing. Why do I have so much view? Why can I see all of this? What? Is there something else I can see more of? How can I see this? I mean, I've got view right inside England here. I've noticed this happens sometimes when I start the game. On the first moment or the first tick, I can see like even the whole world. You might have gotten an infiltrated administration event during the war. You'd think that would show somewhere, right? Wait, what? I'm supporting loyalists in Northumberland. Oh, yeah, I am. I am. Because I need to keep loyal. I need to keep Northumberland on my side no matter what. Even if it costs me a good chunk of diplomats. Are you allied to Aragon? I'm allied to nobody because nobody wants to be my ally. That is rather strange. Huh. Oh well. Convenient. Now, England, please just send your army over to die. That's a lot of not English boats. Yeah, Flanders have an enormous navy. I'm sure glad Brabant is not too unhappy with me. Where's the English navy? Something seems to have happened to it. Is it time to backstab England? We have a truce. That's not to say I can't, but the thing is, the English army and all of those English subjects are, well, they're not busy in France. And I don't think I can pull 10,000 levies out my backside. I could try. Heaven help me, I could try. I could muster 3,000. But remember when we had money? That was a good time. When I had money, at least I knew I could rely on mercenaries. Now my money is not quite as chunky as it was before. This is so strange. Maybe there's like an event that gives an enemy infiltrated administrate on you. Euphemia, a daughter? I thought you said this was good news. Have you done extra levy privileges? I've done all the ones that I was willing to do. As it stands, my main priority that I want to do is break the back of the nobility. I believe we got rid of banal thingamajigger. I would quite like to get rid of anything that gives them a lot of power but does bad things for me. Land rights, for example, I could get rid of because it brings aristocracy. Hello, Highland Wanderer. Elite Council I could also get rid of. Just, yeah, the nobility need to lose a lot of power so I can consolidate it in crown and burgher power. Crown and burgher power is good. Ooh, I could get a state parliament. I love a state parliament. Yeah, bringing in the burghers in is really rather nice. And it doesn't destroy the agenda impact. I was unable to get this as a Golden Horde because my burghers never had 20% power, but now they have just got 20%. It's very expensive on my legitimacy to do this. And actually that could cause a coup if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, if you have low stability and low legitimacy, I think you're at risk of a coup. That is pretty bad. And the last time I tried to change my parliament laws, it almost killed me as the Horde. Certainly caused a Horde war. I don't know what the cutoff is for coup and civil war. Is it 30, 40, 50, or 60? Either way, a state parliament is really nice. Alright, give me a state parliament. Have mistakes been made? Loyalist embarrassment? We all appreciate the Patriots. Okay, well, maybe I don't want to lose even more legitimacy after just tanking it as hard as I did. Northumberland love me plenty as it is, so let's just deal with that. Yeah, they need to stay loving me is the important thing here. I don't even want to flip culture on Essex because they'll stop paying me their dues. They love you so much, they should become one with you. That's what we're working on, but we've got enemies on the horizon. Orkney want to destroy me. Can't believe Orkney would do this to me. Really want to fight Connaught, but the boat situation. Maybe if and when I get that 100% control that somebody tells me I immediately get in my capital kicks in, I might be able to raise some boats around Edinburgh. But as it stands, the control is just trickling away in the north and barely appearing in the south. Well, you couldn't expect this to be a change that affects us overnight. Ooh, now that is nice. What's not nice is that if England gets so trashed out of this that it ends the 100 Years' War, then I can no longer rely on their bickering with France. So I want England to die but not lose the war, which is a lot to ask for. On the other hand, it's Aragon's war. So maybe Aragon are the one that take the territorial losses whilst England still get absolutely butchered at fighting. Can't see what this army is made of. I mean, would it kill the game to give me a summary of what kind of units there are there? Because there's a massive, massive difference between levies and actual units these days. Oh, there we go. But it's underneath this. Okay, good, good. Some regulars. And the English have... Oh, God. A tiny, tiny amount of regulars. That's a good sign that I crushed their manpower so hard that they're still struggling to get it back. They may white peace England. White peacing England would be good. Them sieging down Windsor is also good. But my concern is that they don't white peace England, they take this land. And what was it? Somebody said if they have fewer than 5 provinces, it ends the 100-Year War. I wouldn't know, I've never played as England or France. Can't imagine I ever would. I mean, where's the fun of playing a nation that's already super strong? There's learning the game, sure, but as soon as I felt like I'd learned the game with the Golden Horde, I wanted to play as, you know, a nation with some challenge. Well, the Golden Horde had challenges for sure. It very quickly falls off, maybe even quicker than it should. But it still has a lot of teeth, especially with how powerful horse archers are. Oh yeah, now this is what I want to see. More dead Welsh. Let's get a hooray from chat for dead Welshmen. Ah, it's almost therapeutic. I was disappointed by how easy the 3 mountains was to get this time. Now, I know that's disingenuous. For those not in the know, the 3 mountains achievement now just requires you to form Ryukyu, which is just consolidating the Ryukyu Islands. And there's only, what, 3, 4, or 5 little tribal nations there. Just pick one and kill the others, and bang, you're done. I think it's even a free duchy rank increase. Speaking of rank, what is this? Advance of the Aragonese. Who started this war again? The French-Aragonese War. So the French started it, and the French are winning it. As I suspected, they must be crushing it on the battles. Yeah, there we go. Alright, alright. Well, it's not alright, of course, because a stronger France is a much, much worse time for me. France is already a disgustingly powerful nation in this game. Not only are they juiced up to the maximum with their 50 subjects, their rich land, and their forts everywhere, but the game mechanics lend themselves to France being powerful. A centralized nation with loads of forts everywhere that can defend itself pretty much indefinitely is just going to win, because projecting power over long distances in this game is very, very hard, which is good. I'm glad that it is. I'm sure I'm not the only person sick of seeing Ottomans or Mamluks prancing around in Norway without a hoot to worry about. But it does mean that France just run rampage. Which makes it all the more disheartening that they're my endgame foe here. Because let's say I was able to snap my fingers and just unite all of Britain under my thumb. That's, let's be generous and say 2.5 million people here, maybe 3 million. How many are in France? There's 3 million just in France now. 4, 5, 6, 7 million or so. And I know that grows. I'm in 1550 and there's about 12 million French on the map in my other save. Just wait, Jake. France will screw up his economy at some point. How long am I going to have to wait for that? Oh. Unhappy to see England winning here. Spy defections, what do they even do for me? You know what? It's only 5 ducats. At least all my costs are really cheap. Kind of sad to see the units not coordinating. If Flanders and Brittany had chosen to work together, I think they would have belly slapped the English by now. But there's no belly slapping going on. Endless Sauron is asking for the uptime. Perhaps they're not aware that that is shown right underneath the stream. And also we don't have bot commands around here. By the time they become multiple hegemons, their economy seems to crash. The more hegemonies you have, the more costs you have. I believe it increases the cost of the court, and it increases your antagonism, which can make some of them quite bad. I mean, naval hegemony seems kind of useless, but it increases costs and antagonism. That really does sound quite bad. Should I invest in either of my other useless children? Randy Randolph. Or Ian Randolph. We don't know any stats about you, but I think we'll learn about what you're like next monthly tick, because it tends to come right after that's available for them. Possible Diplo actions. Is there anything I could actually do that I care about right now? Nobody's going to give me some money. The English don't have money to give me, which is incredibly sad. Again, the reason I took these 3 provinces was to sell to England, so that England can finance my wars against England. As it stands, the English don't have that money. And I doubt their subjects do either, but I could be surprised. Damn, you know who had money? France, and they still do. I wish I could integrate these subjects so I could just sell the land to France for loads more money. I sold my land to France too quickly, I think, but it was going to revolt, and I couldn't risk France declaring war on me for it. At least now France like me, even if they do feel antagonized by my actions. And somebody said I can't integrate these lands for 50 years anyway. Well, maybe we can get there. Yeah, that money did serve me well, right? I can't kick myself over it. But is part of the reason why I hate doing stocks and shares. Whoa, where's that English army? Okay, they're just chilling out over here for some reason, just allowing Windsor to be sieged down. Please, no. My population's struggling enough as it is. The Moray struggle bus is not having a good time today. He's a military lout, alright. Oh, that is good. Provided England don't have that, that is real good. England now have professional armies, but we don't know if they've actually researched professional army-related things. But yes, now that we have tactics, we fare much better in fights with those that don't have tactics. And now we beeline for the armory so that we can have manpower, so we can have a standing army, so we can destroy the English in the future. The problem, I don't have any money. Money is still a vital ingredient in all of this. I sure wish I had control in Edinburgh. Why is that just not coming? It's not coming. Have you enabled to prioritize speed tick settings, giving a huge performance increase? That's probably not to me, that's to Tarthur, who's saying, I just started playing. 3D landscape is no longer disabled, and time is flying on fastest mode. Yeah, there's a setting that enables fastest tick speed because it stops rendering frames. Well, unnecessary frames on speed 5. I've never seen a use for that. I mean, my speed 5 is fine, and I like the fact that it doesn't lag. But I don't like playing on speed 5 because I feel like I miss a lot of things when that happens. I play quite slowly and deliberately, and I am fine with that. For example, I was talking about diplomatic actions I could do, and I completely forgot that I should be doing more of it. The English are due to rise up, and that is a problem. I don't know how many levies the English are going to cough up when they do rise up, but it's probably more than I can handle. But one way or another, the English do need to be pacified, so I think it just has to be war, doesn't it? Hope my subjects actually help me out. Because, yeah, that's a chunk of my country suddenly having an issue with me. And I did have a dream that I would have regulars to help me out with that fight. Do I hire mercenaries to fight my civil war for me? There's also the idea that I could spit out another earldom, but if I do that, there's a high chance that Northumberland become too rowdy to integrate, and I need them integrated. 385,000 pops rising up. That might be a tough one. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder just how bad uprisings can get in this game. Pretty bad, I'd have to imagine. That's going to happen in just a few months. And because I'm not a land-based nation, I cannot raise my levies ahead of time. Although, can't I? It says you can do it if you're about to be facing rebels. Maybe I could. And just get them down there and stomp on things before they become an issue. Throwing money at them might work. No, money isn't going to solve this problem. I just need to kill them. I wonder if they remain, you know, pacified for a while when you do that. Well, it'll be interesting for sure. And that is another war I'm willing to throw money at mercenaries to win. I just hope that they don't do the same. Lancaster want me dead? Yeah, join the queue. I would obviously fight the Irish if I had half a chance to influence that war. Currently I have no chance. Is there a way to increase population growth in the game? Yeah. Trying to think what, though. Settlements in rural locations, I believe, boosts migration and, I think, population growth. Otherwise, just have a nice, prosperous land where everybody has jobs, and they will happily work and breed for you. Doing a census in Parliament increases population growth. Cheap food affects it. Lots of available food also increases migration. Right, are you sure I can't raise these levies? I am about to face a freaking civil war here. Nope. Facing rebels means the rebels have to have risen up. I wonder just how many units are going to get. Could be a real problem for me. In that case, maybe I should pay my army. Maybe even pay my fort. But my subjects will help me out, so I'm sure the Northumbrians will put down the English for me. And the other English will put down the other English for me. Alright, just gotta believe. Should I have these guys in position ahead of time, or do I think they might get 10 to 1'd? We'll have to see. Prosperity is way too easy to get in the game for what it's worth. Let's look at prosperity. Pretty high everywhere. The idea that the Golden Horde is prosperous? Yeah. And I find that after a while, just everywhere is max prosperity. Kind of a meaningless thing in the game. Then again, it was pretty meaningless when it was added in EU4 as well. It was devastation that everyone hated. And it was a bit of a death spiral, as I recall. You know, devastation caused bad things to cause more devastation. Good times. There's a lot of English. Not much I can do but suck it up, because if I released all these as subjects, they really would all revolt against me and I wouldn't be able to do in Northumberland. Still trying to think of anybody else it's worth improving relations with to keep them out of the coalition. There is an idea that Friesland could maybe get out. Just anybody with a good coast needs to not be on my naughty boys list. And those Frieslanders, whilst they claim to have no navy, I'd still rather not have them be part of it. Or is there anybody else more worth my time? Yeah, the English are never going to happen. And alliances are never going to happen. The Pope still loves me. Long may that be the case. But yeah, I think there's something to be said for getting Lord Frieza out of my back. I have a bad idea. Turn loose an English vassal and set them free. Why would that be good? England would just destroy them and eat them. And that would mean I paid all the antagonism for the land and I get nothing out of it. Maybe that's the point. You want me to do bad idea things. Well, I'd rather win. We've already got an uphill struggle that we've been struggling through this whole time. Jacob, a long-time lurker says, and it's hard to make that name out, but I think it says Mol Ratass. Long-time lurker, I love your stuff. I used to binge your EU4 YouTube series years ago. Only just caught you on Twitch again. Is EU5 going to be a staple? That is a tough question to answer. I reckon it will be, but I need this game to continue to develop well, kind of like EU4 did, or at least until I touched it. The issue is, and there is a small issue here, does anybody get that feeling once they've played about 100 years in CK3 or Victoria, that they're just kind of looking at that going, ugh. There's no real drive to do anything. You just do it because, oh, well, we're sitting down playing. Let's do it. Let's build economy, take this land, whatever. It's hard to feel that sense of desire to keep going. You just do it because you're doing it. And I got a little bit of that once I was 150 years into my Golden Horde run, because I kept playing it once I wrapped up that because I wanted to explore some other things. And I don't really know how to explain that feeling or how to avoid it. Yeah, a bit of a small nagging feeling. But yeah, the CK3 and the Vicky 3, it does get to that samey routine of, okay, build this up, get stronger here, da-da-da-da-da. Nobody's really providing any challenge. I think it's the lack of proactivity, right? The AI needs to feel like they're ambitious and pushing you. And it did easily get to a point where it felt like the world wasn't really doing anything. It was just me doing things to the world. I think part of that was big nations failing to capitalize on being big and powerful nations failing to become big themselves. Seeing the Ottomans just kind of die in their position or, get half of Anatolia and call it a day. When you're 250 years deep into an EU4 campaign, especially if you started out as Montenegro or Granada or whatnot, you're still eyeing up France or Ottomans or Super Russia, or Sweden got all of their quality things, or Prussia's formed, and you're like, okay, right, I need to tighten my belt, roll up the sleeves, girder my loins, and sharpen my steel. But here it was kind of like, okay, the world's still turning. The Polish Commonwealth never takes off in EU5. It doesn't have to be specific nations, but I do want to see some great power. Currently, it's always France. Some people have claimed to see France falter, and frankly, I'd love to see that. But other than that, it's just kind of... And even with that, they're not very aggressive, are they? James, how many large coalitions that we had? It was only pulled the trigger on once, and that was by, what, England? No, it was Chester. Maybe it was both. All right, let's see what these English patriots are made of. I'm a little bit worried about this. Well, I'm a lot worried about this. The English patriots have proclaimed a country. They're starting a war of independence against us. How many of them? I like 0, but it's not going to remain 0, is it? We're a fair bit stronger, apparently. They're going to raise up a few thousand. Okay. Well, I'm going to need my levies for that, that's for sure. I'll probably just need all of my levies, right? Sure. Although these levies could be a bad thing for me. Hope that my subjects don't suddenly decide that they're too big for their briefs and actually come and get me. Oh well, we'll soon find out. How many is even being raised here? Wow, 370 in the Hebrides? Wait, are those my Hebrides? No, that's the Lordship of the Isles. Could you please get to converting your lands for me, Lordship? He says no. He says I don't want to. Fair enough, fair enough. I know a guy that does convert his lands. Look at that. Majority Highland over in... Sure. Where is this meant to be? Let's go with Carlisle. Newcastle. Oh, okay, sure. Essex and Northumberland are loyal, but that's a big part of the reason why I did not force convert Essex to my disgusting Highlander ways. I need them loyal. Alright, on the plus side, my foe will be divided, and there is this fort stopping them from hopefully... No, you can just get around that, can't you? Oh, Jesus. Oh, well. Everybody armor up and get behind me. Why are my numbers so low? Oh, jolly good. Get to work. Yeah, this is why I do not give forts to enemies. Well, to potential areas that my enemies could just revolt and take. You can see the obvious issue that there would be here if I had to siege these people down. No! Man, I need to mod this out, because this is busted. Your subjects can change their culture, even if you enforce your culture on theirs. So now, Northumberland, who were happy Highland friends, have changed their culture, and that is going to significantly slow down my annexation of them. Ah, man, I hate that. I don't think they can change their religion, but they can change their culture, and that should absolutely be blocked. As a subject, they have no right to do that. Alright, what are you guys hanging around doing? A whole lot of not much. Come along as reinforcements. Ah, that sucks. That just puts like a 15-year break on things. You don't want to take Liverpool? I mean, I'll take Liverpool if you want. Would asking them to increase relation between cultures decrease the potential of that at least? I don't know. I haven't looked into that. Oh, another one of those famous Scottish hurricanes blowing by. You know, the film Twister was set in Scotland. What? Chester is actually buying a mercenary army. Where do they get the money? Maybe I can just 10 to 1 them? How long until they raise up? 17th November, alright. I'll see if I can get a 10 to 1 on them. I might need your help for that, lads. Scary thought. Alright, Liverpool is all mine. Alright, well, they did a lot for me. And now they're waking... Oh god, that's... What does this do? What happens if you hire mercs and then they can't actually get to the province that you've hired them for? Inquiring minds want to know. That's a mercenary navy, not an army. Ah, Capitan, to raise a navy. Okay, well, they're still not allowed a navy. I guess without a place to have a navy, they're not going to be able to do that. Also, I want your money. Oh, wow. The true meta. Make money out of breakaway subjects. Alright, good. Kill them to death, lads. Famous 606 boys who ripped off Scots 100 years ago. I went to eat. What did I miss, say Pixie? Why is the land he took from England against him now? I truly wonder. Why can Scotland not administrate a number of English more so than they have of their own, when they themselves are already breaking apart between Northumbrians, Norns? At least the Scots don't want to rise up against me. Bloody Scots. There's nothing they can't ruin. And as expected... Oh god, it could actually be quite bad if you run straight for my capital. I think I'll have to do chases with you. Unless my subjects can full occupy you. If that keeps you too busy... No, it looks like you're actually doing a bit of a reach around. That's fine. I don't want to fight you, though. I don't want to just kill my own people. So maybe we could just get all of these... Oh, no. Oh, no! The pressure we put on our vassals may seem reasonable in the capital, but the demands are seen as insults by the petty crowns. Negotiation terms take a bit longer. I am never, ever getting to annex you, am I? That just added another 6 years. God. Slow negotiator doesn't last forever, though, right? It lasts for 10 years. Oh, man. If I don't get a good, strong base, I'm not actually going to be able to... I am a bit concerned about what they're up to. Maybe I could intimidate them. But I really don't want to fight them because that's losses that I do not want to take. Is that Kendall or is that just another part of this place here? Some really, really small areas in this game, isn't there? Alright, I doubt you're going to want to come over to Preston, but my subjects are taking over your land, so we should be able to make this a bloodless revolution. Yeah, there we go, he's had second thoughts. And thanks to the Northumbrians, who refuse to remain Highlanders, we should be able to 100% these fools and get them under lock and key. Yeah, I really want to avoid a fight, because it's going to kill Pops. Seems they want Grimmer than Grimsby to be theirs again. Ah, there we go. See? Bloodless revolution. Full re-annexation. Beautiful. Alright, very good. Very, very good. Get rid of the levies. The levies, not my main army, please. Get your arse back up there. Okay, that was pretty good. A little bit toothless of a revolution, but... yeah, they heavily outnumbered me if I didn't have my beloved subjects taking that land over before they could muster all of their forces. My question is, does that actually keep the English, you know, taken care of for a bit? The current control actually went up. I don't know how slowly that'll tick back down, but it'd be rather amusing. If I kept that control for a wee while. I doubt it, but it would amuse me greatly. And as for the people, ooh. That's going to change, isn't it? Wait, maybe you get plus 50 from killing them when they revolt. Ooh, I hadn't considered that. This could be good for me. Oh wait, but look, my expenses went through the roof. No, please. Okay, there we go. It all changed back down. Ah, easy come, easy go. These costs of the court are still going pretty damn high, though. The game still thinks I'm a wealthy bugger. When at peace, if you right-click the raise levy thing, it disbands all levies. Yeah, but it can fail. Sometimes if your armies are moving, especially if they're locked in motion. But I've also just found that it just randomly fails because it's awful. Right, so the English are still at war. Apparently I'm much, much weaker than the English. Is that really true, though? I mean, I remember when they had a lot more infantry than that. I really think round 2 with England, I could stomp them into jelly. The problem, as is often the case, is the bloody Welsh. We're only slightly stronger than Wales itself. Why in the hell are the Welsh so loyal to the English? Kick their arse. Alright, there's also the idea that I want to take on Connaught. We do still have the Casus Belli, and I want to subjugate Connaught. Again, we can't really afford even more Diplo capacity, but a man can dream. I gotta get Northumberland annexed someday. They're already down to 1 million pops. You've got them on the ropes. Trying. What was that? Confusion caused by the conflict between Rome and somewhere else that we don't even know about. We will not be exploring alternatives for now. Just make the commoners even less happy. Now they are so unhappy they want to surge up. We are at a moment where it's relatively still cheap to make my my estates happier, but I'm not going to do that. Jake, will you push towards humanist in this run? Humanist versus spiritualist. I definitely need humanist because that helps assimilation. Spiritualist helps conversion, and whilst I do plan to go Calvinist, just for the flavor, Calvinist is a god-awful meme religion. I will, you know, it's the whole point of this campaign is to get our, oh my lord, look at him go. The English army has decided to not be in England. They're going on a rampage. Does that mean the Welsh army is also over there, having a very bad time? Sure doesn't look like they're having a good time. That truce with England doesn't last much longer. That truce with England is up October next year. My money is not looking so hot, and the English have not made money to give me for the land I took from them. That Aragonese alliance is a problem, but I'm hoping that the French force Aragon to annul their alliance with England. There's actually not a lot of reasons that Aragon want to join this war, which is similarly amusing. About that English army. Still 100 regulars. I have slightly more regulars. I also have the gunpowder. Slightly more regulars, not a whole lot. Like, at all. Please, game. I don't make manpower. We got our sergeantry, but we still don't have control in Edinburgh, so manpower is just not coming my way. It's kind of disgusting how poor my control is. Ah, Jake can smell blood. Yeah, I am like a land shark here. Would be even more amazing if the English Navy got scuttled and then the English just sank to the bottom of the sea. Oh, it would be even better if they end up stuck in Jersey. Ah, the English Navy is superior to mine, though. They could get off of there and over to me. They've got regular galleys for that. But yeah, every dead Englishman is a victory for the Highlands. They're making settlements over in Essex. Yeah, because I didn't have enough emigration going on. People want to live in Man. Why do they want to live in Man? 11,000 people in Man, that is that more than Edinburgh? They almost outpopulate Edinburgh. You can improve control with some maritime presence. Right, what do light ships cost you? Every ship costs sailors. You see the 0 here next to these guys that look like sailors? People seem to just not notice this. Take a moment, look at this and think, what is the implication of no sailors when you say, hey Jake, you ever thought about having a navy? Oh my lord. Yes, grim times of Man is the most attractive place. Well, Man hosts the TTCC motorbike racing, so yeah, maybe they're just going over there to watch it. You check your trade capacity slider. It tends to get stuck for me at full threshold. Yeah, I am purposefully keeping trade at nothing because I don't want to trade. Trading, at least in the current patch, generally loses money unless you have very good crown power. It helps to also have good trade efficiency and very lucrative trades. You better believe Scotland has access to none of these things. When I say good crown power, I mean like 40% plus. We have 10. No, I would lose money on trade because even if you make money, your expenses go up more than that, and we need to max our expenses sliders in general. Why do these keep going up? Because, well, I need stability for some reason. For some reason, I also lost all my legitimacy. Weird things. Give a couple of Aberdeen lads a raft. I've been swimming in the North Sea by Aberdeen one November. I have never been so cold in my life. I couldn't feel my body at all. I can still claim they can bring up 16,000 levies, but their army is dead. Oh wow, they spent their money on mercenaries. That is funny, but not funny haha. It's funny oh dear. Because if they point those mercenaries at me, I'm going to die. I still don't know why I have access to this knowledge. Why can I see inside England? Not just England, England and their subjects. Did I accidentally fall into union with them? If they accidentally fall into union with me, that would be even weirder. The Welsh. The Prince of Wales. God. It's horrifying. Once again, I'm sitting on loads of diplomats that I'm not using, although I struggle to think what I would use them for. I could punch money out of Northumberland, but it's quite important that I make sure they are extremely loyal. Their loyalty is pretty unshakable right now, though. If I were to punch money out of them, I'd get a staggering 24 ducats. What I'd really love to do is enforce my culture again on them, but how unhappy would that be and how much of a problem that'd be? 20, 40, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, minus 14, 5. They'd be plus 5 loyalty to me. That would take a while to rectify. There's an argument that would probably, in the end, speed up this integration that has now become incredibly slow. Incredibly slow. But it would pause altogether from their disloyalty and they wouldn't help me in wars, so I think I just have to live with the slow integration. Northumbrian is more culturally relevant than Highlander. And of course they're going to annihilate the Highlanders, aren't they? Well, yes and no. They're not actively annihilating the Highlanders, at least. Won't give them long to change their mind on that one. Nobility versus burghers. I side with the nobility here just to keep them happy. The burghers are happy enough. The Irish are having a miserable time trying to convert their lands. They'll get over it faster than the integration, in my experience. Yeah, but they'll probably just change their minds in 20 years as well. The main thing is I don't want them disloyal in any potential upcoming wars. Narbonne praises our conviction. Could you praise it with money? I suppose legitimacy is quite good. Relations with France are quite good. Yes, okay, good enough for me. Also, we are on the road again for that beloved armory. God, do I need that armory. Drilling army, I can't really afford to do that, but yeah, the army I need. The armory I need. At least, you know, it's coming at an opportune time. If it were coming about now, I wouldn't be able to leverage any actual manpower out of it because there's no control around here. But control is slowly building up to its logical maximum of 66. I could put somebody on increased control here. That would speed it up dramatically. But I really want these integrations done. And yeah, it's like 20 years of pain for me right now. Real horrible pain. Hey, you're at peace? Ooh, it's important to know what that peace deal was. England have granted food rights with Aragon. Food access, food access. Kingdom of France declared war upon Béarn. That's not what I'm looking for. Where's the peace deal? French opinion. Having a hard time finding that peace. I mean, it's talking about the unfortified location of Blackburn being occupied, so you'd think the peace deal would have been after that. Oh well, maybe I can check alliances. That certainly looks like an annulled alliance. Yeah, there we go. Annulled treaties with Aragon. That's exactly what I wanted to see. So now if I fight England, I just have to deal with their 17th... How did their levies go up? Please explain further. How did this happen? Fortunately, though, England kept all their land there, so continuation of the 100 Years' War could certainly happen. But yeah, I reckon that the English levies could rise up and beat me senseless. And I absolutely cannot fight them whilst they have all of these mercenaries. Although how they're paying for that, I don't know. I wish they'd pay me for this crappy land, though. I want England to have about 1,000 ducats so I can just take it from them in exchange for these garbage, starving provinces. Actively starving provinces. Yeah, they're not going to be very happy here. Population growth is in the negative, migration attraction is down. Well, too bad for you. England will still want you. 17,000 levies, those are disgusting sheeps. There's certainly some disgust to be had here. But yeah, my attempts to wangle anything diplomatically is still not really happening. No alliances, no guarantees, no defensive leagues. Just because everybody's minus 1 million with me due to coalition. That is really sad, man. Imagine if Castile could actually help me. Oh wait, that would take some imagination. No, they could bring something. We used to be so close. What's your problem with me? Yeah, I know everybody and their dog wants to be in a coalition against me, but try to understand. I did what any Spaniard would do. Have you engaged with mercenary army mechanics, the one where you make your own army to rent? I have not. At this point in time, I imagine making my army available to others would be akin to suicide. I'm contemplating a situation in which Brabant lose Holland, because currently Brabant is stopping Holland from wanting to chew my nads off. Yeah, France never seemed to have any problem with their subjects, so I don't think I need to be improving any relations over there. On the flip side, simply getting them out of a coalition might be useful for any potential alliances down the line, and it's not like I'm starving for diplomats, so you know what, let's actually do some improve opinion work over here. We'll get Normandy and Brittany off my back. Not quite max, it's still busted for some other things, like requesting guarantee. Yeah, Desmond and Wales and Leinster are really as bad a situation as England themselves. And the Hansa don't even have a state. Have you made a cabinet member head of cabinet? Don't really want to spend the money. I know it does speed this stuff up, but I still don't really want to. Money and legitimacy, and they're pretty lackluster cabinet members. And they're not crown, so that would further weaken the crown. Speaking of not weakening the crown, I really should have myself in charge of the army. And that will squeeze out an inkling more of crown power for me. Did you sell land to the English? The English just haven't made any money. I need them to actually save up some dosh. But they seem to keep spending it, and not making much of it, sadly. Here they go. They've got an income of 41 per month. I imagine they have an expenditure around 20 marks, so... Prestigious family want aid. Alright, sure, it's only money. We make tons of that stuff. But yeah, I'm not sure my land is only worth that much. I would want to make at least 500 per province. And I know England would pay more. The issue is England just went and sank their money on mercenaries. Ah, life is tough. Why is the Pale raising an army? That wasn't the Pale, that was... you. You're at war with Bohemia, of course. Wait, Bohemia? No, you're at war with Leinster. But why? Okay, no, sadly that isn't antagonism. AIs just don't seem to get antagonism in this. I wonder what France did to get all that antagonism with Strasbourg. Maybe it has something to do with all this land being theirs now. But yeah, the English remain a huge concern. Those number of levies are terrifying. And as we saw last time, yeah, we can beat the levies in fights, but they just keep coming back, and mercenaries do not reinforce. And our army won't reinforce either, because we have no manpower. So life can be ugly for me. I'm still paying for reinforcements that I'm not getting, because we don't make any manpower. It's bizarre. Yeah, HRE has always been a hotbed for aggressive expansion. So, slight problem. England are going to want to coalition me. Is that a real problem, or is it a fake problem? Because if they coalition me and fight me, then there's not much I can do but roll over and play dead. You know, if I pull the trigger, on the other hand, at least the war goal is something that I can work on. You know, I can take East Riding and hold it. But I would need to spend all my money on mercenaries again. And again, I would not be able to force a peace on England. And there's no guarantee it will go my way either. I don't know how long they have those mercenaries for. So I really think I have to hold out a little bit longer. It's a damn shame that the 100 Years' War was instigated or prolonged by Aragon. I wanted it to be another England gets slugged fest. I played them very hard. The only part I dislike is the double army maintenance increase for the player. That got changed. I think very hard mode does very little for the player now. Just makes the estates all unhappy. I don't mind 20% discipline the AI gets as much as that army maintenance. I don't feel the need to play in very hard mode. Currently playing as a crappy nation is plenty hard on its own. Maybe in due time we'll have more runs like when I played Montenegro in very hard mode. Yeah, those English mercs could destroy me, so I'm not all too keen to instigate war with the English right now. It's currently just holding out. The English not wanting to rise up is nice, but that annexation is going horribly slow. It's just... it's extending the timeline. It was only meant to take about, what, 20 years? Now it's going to take over 50. And it's growing! Because they keep getting cultural tradition. I think at this rate I do just have to enforce my culture on Northumberland. Even though they're going to be disloyal. Yeah, there's nothing for it. There we go. Yeah, they are not best pleased at that one, but it has to be done. It pauses the annexation for a while, but sooner or later they'll see the funny side of life. And then they will get back to being annexed. Because, yeah, that was an unforgivably long time for annexation. This is a tragic waste of resources. Not much I can do there. I already support loyalists in Northumberland. There's precious little more I can do. But yeah, that needs to be fixed. Subjects should not be able to choose their culture if you're enforcing culture on them. Belligerence. Yeah. Didn't you change your culture in last year? Yeah. So the AI of Northumberland decided they could flip back to Northumbrian. I told them otherwise, and now here they are. I wonder if they're ever actually going to spread my culture, my beautiful culture. Hey, they are doing assimilation down here. And look at that, we'll get some Highlanders over there yet. It's even a majority Highlander in most of the north now. It's useful, kind of. But yeah, it's a sad, sorry wait now for them to become loyal. Eesh. Yeah, give it like 4 years, but then it will speed up the integration a whole lot more than we lost. Or so I hope. They also stopped paying me money, which impacts my income, but yeah, does anything actually work out well for us around here? I'm not sure about that part. Yeah, at least a 50-year cooldown for switching back. Just currently, it feels like they could do it within 20 years, which is just long enough for you to have to pay the 100 Liberty Desire again. You could support Loyalists in them. I already support Loyalists in them. Giving Loyalist support right here, and that's definitely going to Northumberland. It's a little tempting to switch Essex as well, but I think I need Northumbria inside me before I start picking on the English some more. We're also very, very slowly gaining control in the good part of Scotland. You know, just give it another... Oh god, everybody wants me dead, huh? We are slowly integrating Fife, give it 8 more years. We're slowly integrating whatever this place can be called. Give it another 13 years. Ah, but people continue to say that I'm the freaking best. I do consider myself to be pretty good. Sadly, all that relationship with France is absolutely useless because they, like everybody else, won't ally me. Because their own subjects want me as a coalition target. Mental. Also, I'm pretty sure this list does not add up to 288. That's like 10, 20, 30, 40... At the very most, it's 50. But no, it's 288. Oh, life is unfair. Is Essex building a boat? They are building a galley. Oh, could be useful to me in due time. Maybe smaller vassals would help in that regard, so they have to flip fewer provinces. Yes, and that is the plan. But I needed something big and chunky fast when I first crushed England, and Northumberland had the advantage of already having cores here. So I broke out Northumberland, and they have been quite instrumental in the wars. They bring like 2,000 or so levies, and they pay me decent money, so that's quite nice. But also, each individual person that you crap out has a significant amount of diplomatic capacity costs, and I simply can't afford them all. Once I eat Northumberland, I should be bigger proportionately than them, and I should be able to support more of them. But that time is not right now, sadly. I really should consider taking on the last of the Irish. It's still a sad consideration of how I even get my units over there. How many boats can I even raise in the levy? 3 boats, all of them in Moray. And I don't know why that says 57%. I guess these just restore very, very slowly. Army levies are almost all at 100%, which is good. What could Parliament even do for me at this point? I do have my Cassis on Wales if I want to eat Welsh land, but no, I think it's England needs to keep getting curb stomped. Like I said, if English vassals rise up against them, wonderful, then I can kill them independently. If they don't, then maybe when I annex England I get them. Either way, there's a lot more curb stomping of England to be done. Not specifically London, of course. What I want to do is cut them off from all of their control, so I want to take these areas around London. Oh man, at this point especially Kent. It is Kent, right? He knows his stuff. I continue to be thoroughly disgusted by this situation. That's something I should have done in the last war with England, but I couldn't quite pull through. There's an occasional parliament thing that creates a town for free. Great, I would not want it right now. I can't really afford all these integrations. At best, I would want a town here, but only after I've integrated it, and it is notably not integrated. It's conquered. But hey, it's getting control. Some control has to be considered good. Maybe I could even turn on some of these buildings. Maybe they'd make me money these days. I closed down a lot of buildings on the grounds that they were bad for me. But now that we have something resembling control, we might actually make money with our breweries and such. Maybe not the wharf. And certainly not the marketplace. We don't trade. But let's give these buildings a go, shall we? How about Perth? Anything shut down in Perth? Just the buildings that don't generate money. How about even up in Inverness? I don't think so. They're quite far away from the market. So I doubt they'll be all that profitable. Yeah, with any luck, they can actually make me some money. Instead of just costing me. Yeah, the status of a location is shown in the top left between the type and the name. What do you mean by status? I mean, there's a location rank here, circle, square, or pentagon for rural location, town, and city. No cities in Scotland at all. Not even that many in England, though. I think there's just London. Is that true? There's a map mode for this. Location ranks. Yeah, London's the only city in all of the United Kingdom right now. Market access should only scale down profit. It should never flip a good profit to a loss, as far as I understand, says Alpha. That's a good point. Because, yeah, although it produces less, it also consumes less that way. Yeah, let's give Inverness a chance, shall we? Like I said, at the very least it keeps these useless people employed. And who knows, we might need some naval supplies. Anything else actually potentially making money? No, not really. Wow, I'm potentially making money. That's astonishing. But I'm still waiting for Northumberland to see the funny side of life. No, I won a battle, Danny-O. The war is not over. The English outnumber us, outpower us. They out-everything us currently. And I'm not in a position to put the boot right up their backsides right now. I would love to be able to see if they can actually raise levies. They seem to die in droves against France. So it'd be interesting if England is in that situation again where they actually just cannot raise a levy. We did have that happen earlier, but right now I think I do need to suck my thumb. Despite the truce between England and I being up, they are not joining the coalition. Well, they're not starting that coalition. Attempting to get them out of it is a fool's errand, though. But I'm still looking at the Irish thinking I should be destroying you. The Irish who are once again raising their levies for some reason. My own tributary would be fighting against me in this war. It's just the cost of getting my units over there that make me go, I don't want to. Maybe there's an idea that I could call in my Irish subjects. But they don't really raise a lot of men. Although some is better than nothing. Yeah, they might be able to take on Connaught for me. Yeah, I mean, together, surely their numbers can win. So what do? Disable Scootage in all of them and tell them to go and just bang Connaught? How many units can you raise? Diddly. Alright, you know what? I'll give it a go. We will declare war on you, and I will bring in my subjects. Hold on, are they still rebellious? Because if they're rebellious, they won't fight. No, it's... Oh, but Clan Boy are rebellious, and they're one of my bigger hitters here. Because I forced them to be my glorious culture. How did you get that much land from the English? We took it in 3 bites, right? 1 bite for Northumberland, 2 bites for... No, it was just 2 bites. 2 big wars against the English. 1 to take Northumberland. Chester was a separate war, and then another big bite to take the East Coast. One fight, I hit them hard when they were smashed from a war with France. The second one, I spent about 2 grand on mercenaries to kill the English army. Got 94 or so war score, and it wasn't enough. And not enough to force the peace, that is. It was a sad, sad fight. So yeah, do I just take you on using my Irish? I suppose in a desperate situation I can bring some boats over for my levies, but let's see if the Irish can actually do the job for me. Yeah, I can give it a go. It's very annoying that... Hold on, I just had a thought. Can't you call someone to arms even if they have scutage? Maybe I shouldn't test that here. That's something I should do in a controlled environment. Alright. So, scutage gets cancelled. Oh, they gain Liberty Desire from cancelling scutage. Okay, maybe not. I'm curious how this would play out. Maybe I should just declare war and see what I can do from there. It's not like they can do much to me. Following through on a threat. Go and take all of that place. Sure, but I'm probably not taking that land. I'm probably just subjugating them. Depends on the cost, though, I suppose. You already had Northumberland and Ireland yesterday. Yeah, and today I took this big chunk out of England here, the East Coast, but I wanted more than that. I wanted to wrap myself around London to choke them out of control of their own lands. But they just would not give up. Their war enthusiasm was through the roof no matter what I did. And I was running out of mercenaries to throw at them. I'll see how this one goes. I do worry a bit that I'm going to find something like England have intervened in this war. Yeah, that would suck. Alright, let's see how this goes down. Alright, so my thought is, if I go to friendly actions... Look at that, I can call them in! Even though they have scutage. Calling in an allied country to arms will ask them to join our war. Weird. Wait, and they accept? So I promise them scutage, and then I go, oh, by the way, you have to fight for me anyway. Does it cost me a diplomat to call them in? Also, why are there 2 different options to call them in? It does not cost a diplomat. Well, this is broken, but whatever. We're using Paradox in-house dev clash rules here. If you discover something is broken, you can use it precisely once. Alright, should I raise a levy or 2 to go and kick their sorry arses? These days I can get 4 boats from Moray. I guess it depends how the Irish do. If they're not able to actually push, then I'll need to bring in my boats. Leave it to Jake to still work in QA. You can take the man out of QA, etc., etc. Oh, Christ. Not everyone agrees with our religious doctrine. I don't even want a religious doctrine. 12 stability is considered a large stability hit in the events. And it's one of the main reasons that I do not believe in taking... Where the hell is your army? I'm sure you'll be fine. Actually, they're not going to be fine because a clan of whatevers are not going to be proactive in this war. Well, I hope those Irish miners don't peace out on their own accord. Oh yeah, I've got other subjects that might go over and do something. Who knows? The Isles might actually get involved. Certainly drinking legitimacy from these convictions. The whole thing about me is that I've had a lack of conviction in the schism. Just like I have a lack of conviction in this war. I just want to subjugate more Irish. For me, it was Tuesday and all that. They didn't have to join the war. They just really wanted to. Oh, now that is exactly why I declared that war. This English war on me could be a concern, though. Well, I mean, it will be a concern. God, why has nobody ever, like, intervened in the wars in my favor? England have rivals. They've got France, they've got Bohemia, they've got me, they've got Norway. Well, actually, that's pathetic. Why is Castile not England's rival? England pulling the trigger on me is a very, very likely thing to happen. They notably still have their mercenaries. They notably still don't have money to give me. I wanted money for my provinces. Odds of England actually attacking me, quite high. If the coalition attack me, I'm going to have to give in. And I don't want to, but at the very least, I can sacrifice the lives of the Irish, and it won't be that big of a deal. You know, losing Ireland, whatever, I'll come back and take it. Losing stuff that I have here in... Do you really think you can take that? Yeah, well, whatever. They were only Irish. Well, I'll say only Irish. You're getting your arses kicked. And if you aren't going to get involved... Actually, I tell you, part of the problem is I never actually increased my relations with you, did I? I should work on that. Yeah, this war is not going to go so well. My little Irish dude's just having a bit of a slap down. Or getting slapped down. Yeah. I did not want to have to send over my actual army, and I still don't. Never even thought to get Goulders out of the coalition now, did I? Probably going to regret that. Are there some people like Utrecht that I can just say goodbye to? Utrecht, how do you feel about me? You feel great. Alright, stop wasting your time with Utrecht. I'm still working on Brabant because it's important to keep them out, but Brabant have no aggressive expansion, so that's fine. Maybe Normandy and Brittany were a waste of time, but they still have a lot of aggressive expansion. Lord Friesa has once again collapsed, and they don't hate me much, so I'm going to pull you back. Going to be very careful not to accidentally prevent the annexation of Northumbria. Could be tricky. Hello, streamer man. Where are you from? I'm from Moray. Which is funny, because I'm actually from the province that Moray don't start with. I'd be about here in Banff. Greater Banffshire. Between Inverness and Aberdeen. Yeah, not satisfied with this, but I'm also not satisfied with the looming threat of war. Oh Christ, these are guys that have a fort. Hanaut is joining? Okay, this coalition is going to become a real big problem now, isn't it? And I wonder if they're joining this because I'm at war. Yeah, you not joining in is becoming a real problem. Like, you have the army that could deal with this threat. I'm just pitching Irish versus Irish here, but yeah, he's not too chuffed after the whole forced conversion thing. Which might have been a bit premature considering they're not actually converting anything. Okay, let's go and sail over there and deal with the Irish, shall we? I thought the problem was that the sailing boats I make can't really support anybody though, isn't it? I'd have to sail my units over one at a time, but maybe that's not a problem. Alright, sure. Raise my pathetic naval levies of virtually nothing. And then maybe raise my regular army levies of virtually nothing. Why does it say 2 out of 4? How many armies could I even bring over there? Can I even fit one levy on the boat, I wonder? I'll get you guys over. Yeah, you're 150. I think that might actually be too much. The people of Inverora? That's not Inveruri. Hey, there's my army drilling. But that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the armory itself. Yeah, you're just going to have to suss that out yourself. I am not taking sides here. And more people with less of a happiness decrease is probably better for me overall. Alright. Surely a bunch of armored horsemen can come over here and kick their sorry teeth in. Yeah, there's not enough Irish to actually do any damage to us, I would dare to say. For now, at least. Not happy about this coalition situation. I really think England are going to smack me with that war. And I hope this time they will still be happy with me just rolling over and giving them the humiliation ritual, I suppose. But there's a good chance they won't be. Yeah, 140 capacity as expected. Double the 70 I had before with 2 boats. We'll donate money. I don't really think I care about the prosperity in this tiny little god-awful place, so that's certainly not my problem. People are taking any and every excuse to join more coalition against me. I mean, jeez, is what I did really so bad? I just wanted freedom. Ah, jeez. Okay. Maybe if I'm doing any actual real fighting, I don't think I want my ruler involved in this. Ah, Geralt, you know a thing or two about putting down the Irish. He's got the best put-downs. Get on that boat. This would be an amazing time to just have my army sunk. Don't do that just yet, by the way. Disembark. Because it's just about the turn of the month, and do not be at sea during turn of the month. Because then you take 1% attrition. Just like in EU4. Glad all these little tricks are still somewhat relevant. I mean, that 1 million hours of EU4 can't be wrong, right? Now, how do we get you on here? There are a lot more than I can support. Can I even support one of you? I can't even support that? Can I get mailed knights over? How about my crummy peasant levy? Ooh, okay, the Catarans? Well, this is a problem now, isn't it? Yeah, it's quite the problem. I can bring over these guys, but not these guys. These guys are too heavy. Well, ain't that a problem? Well, every little helps and all that, but this might not even be enough to siege. This is why I'd need to rent other people's boats so far. It's kind of a joke that my Moray here is so pathetic that I can't even sail a single bunch of proper levies around. Yeah, mailed knights sent by mail. It's a mail-only vote. This won't be enough to siege. It'll barely be enough to kill. Might not even be enough to kill. And I think I won't be able to subjugate them unless I occupy their fort, right? Yep. Oh, wow. They knew what they were doing. Okay. And my allies are all dead. Must be an interesting challenge, then. Quite the challenge. Yeah, so neither of you can actually get on this boat. Not at all. So we just send you home then, right? Have your vassal attached? My vassal is disloyal over here. He won't attach. What I probably should have done was bring my guys over ahead of time. Alright, I'll need to keep those boats at the ready, despite the time investment. Alright, this is going to be so sad if I can't actually occupy these lands, and I might not be able to. The Guilders, the Loon, the Man. So many people hate my guts. I forgot all about Man. My people are leaving me for Man, after all. Please attach to me, my glorious subjects. Okay, good. At least we can kind of do occupations. Everybody armor up and get behind me. We've got some killing to do, and even after we do the killing, we might not be able to do the sieging. Oh god, Luxembourg. Baron, how could you do this to me? Well, don't worry, be happy. I could bring over these guys. That's 24 more units, at least. At this point, maybe I should. Alright, huzzah. Let's take this land over with my beautifully attached subjects. But he's got other beautiful ideas, it seems. I would like to piece out my my dude here. And I think you need 100% somebody to piece them out separately. So we'll take Anskrin and we'll take some other land here and be done with them. Do we have professional armies yet? Kind of. We have gunpowder. I'm still working on being able to build armories, as you can tell by my no manpower. Monthly manpower only coming in from my barely functional sergeantry on the low control capital. But we're getting somewhere, I think. Don't know where, but somewhere. I should strongly consider actually just increasing control over my capital. Using one of my precious cabinet members. But this integration, I need it. There's a lot of things I need. I just need like 20 years of not being harassed. But it seems the English patriots want to rise up again, so not being harassed is a bit of a tall ask right now. I see my subject is being brutalized. He should have fought better then. He took a bad fight and he's paying for it. Let's get you out of the war first. I think that's an important thing. Wait, peace? Who did you just peace out? Leinster accepted a peace offer with that weird tribe thing. Why are you even acting independently? Leinster able to... Why does Leinster even exist and why are they independent? There's some weird stuff going on, I'm telling you. The English still don't have enough money that I'm willing to sell them back one of their provinces. But I long hope for the day that they do. Hopefully you're coming to attach to me, so I have an actual army here. We'll piece these guys out for their money. They were formerly my tributary, and I believe they will remain my tributary, regardless of the peace deal that I make here. And Screen does not show them being a tributary, but I'm quite certain they are, and I'm more than happy to just believe. Ask why they're independent, not why don't they exist? Alright, there we go. That should be you down and out. You'll be humiliated for everything you've done to me. You'll give me your money. I could liberate this nobody from you, but no, I just want your money. Now that's good. And you will likely remain my tributary, right? Don't see why you wouldn't. I didn't want your army playing any role in this as the main thing. Now, I know I need to siege us down regardless, so how about we take this and then start sieging that? Hopefully you can bring a staggering 1 man to aid me. Well, who knows? I might bring 1 man with a very good leader, and then the leader can take over the fights for me, like this individual. The reason I'm not doing Parliament is I can't think of anything that I'd really want out of Parliament right now. No impressive laws. Oh, it would be nice if they had like an integration thing. Dumfries is... Well, it doesn't show you, but I'm pretty sure we like 20% integrated Dumfries. Hey Jake, how we doing? Very hyped about new EU content. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm enjoying it very much so. When did they get over here? They're not over there, are they? No, they're doing their teleportation shenanigans. I could make do with not subjugating these guys, but I think it's very important that I do subjugate them. What the hell are you doing? I might have to join you in that fight, disadvantageous as it might be. It would certainly be advantageous if you take the fight here, though. That's wetlands. I'm coming. You're not going to hold... No, they're absolutely not holding out. That means the wetland is not a good fight for me. Does that mean I should just siege you down, then? It's a thought. But I might not be able to siege you down, that's the thing. Oh, well, we can. Agonizingly slowly. That'll give him time to lift these sieges annoyingly, but if I siege us down, I should be able to 100% him without too much bother. And besides, the others might congregate on the siege and aid me. The point of taking care of the Irish is to reduce the number of Irish in the world, so that they don't have the cultural traditions to block me from converting their culture. Yeah, in the end, all of my campaigns come back down to genocide. Why is it still Scots up in Buckie? Damn you, Fraserburgh. Come on, coalition, you English cowards. No, I'm very much in support of English cowards today. More English cowardice, please. Sit back, make money, pay me for the land. It's that simple. I mean, honestly, all these so-called coalition allies of yours would never be able to do anything to me, so don't even try. Sure would be nice if Northumberland could... Ah, they're doing it again. Yeah, so the subjects that you force to convert culture on, they just convert back. It's incredibly annoying. So every time you gotta go and spend the massive amount of liberty desire in forcing them. And Christ, they didn't even get over that. So I don't know what the blocker is on them, but they love to switch back. But yeah, they are simply not allowed to be their own culture. I don't like modding anything balance related in the game because I like to feel like I'm playing on the same level plane as everybody else. But this is just those pains of playing a 1.0 Paradox release. You want to do something and the game just says, nah. I mean, the console is always there for me, but I don't do that unless things are getting broken. Ah. It was Tuath, right? Yeah, these jokers. Alright, well, needs must. I am telling you that you must be my culture. This also cost me a diplomat, by the way. Okay. And probably the rest of the Irish are going to follow suit. And it doesn't seem to have anything to do with relations or loyalty or anything. They just switch when they feel like switching. I assume it's because they have a certain percentage of culture in their land. But they're my subject, and I'm enforcing this. It doesn't feel very enforced if they can switch back. Fun thing is if you subjugate an HRE member and force their religion, the HRE can just force it right back. Absolutely nothing you can do about it. I tested that with Bohemia. Tried making them into the Sultans of Bohemia and just instantly back to Catholicism. So yeah, some checks and balances, not checking and not balancing. It's that fat Luxembourg I spy, yeah. They're doing not too shabby for themselves. At least until France come knocking. France and their $3,000 dues. Ooh. Kind of a shame that Aragon didn't lose their... Kind of a shame that Aragon lost their alliance with England, because now Castile is at their throat. It would have been nice to have Castile grind the English scum down as well. We are much weaker than the English scum. Their number of possible levies is going down, not up. It's bizarre. I don't know what to make of it. And this siege is going absolutely nowhere because early game sieges are ultra cancer. A horrible, horrible situation to be in. But what's a man to do? We got a siege because we can't subjugate them unless we take their capital. Status quo? No, disease outbreak. And that's not good. That's bad for us. We lose men. In fact, my levies are all dead. Well, that's rather bad, isn't it? Ah. Yeah, what a struggle bus. Sell some land to the French for a chunk of that 3k money. Yeah, what land? And another one. Another Irish just flipped to Irish culture. And they're not allowed to do that. That is absolutely verboten. Oh god, we're still going nowhere in this bloody siege. Nope, you've got to be Highlander. And go on vacation to Ireland, get a disease. Ah, classic. Well, it's all just one big bog, so why wouldn't you? Well, my worry is that we take so much attrition on the siege that we can no longer continue the siege. Of course, we could get around that. We could make our peace that doesn't subjugate them, and instead we take the land and force them to not have their castle anymore. It is a possibility. But I would just like the siege to win. That would be nice. When assaulting a castle, great, even when the tooltip says you will lose. Yeah, but I wouldn't win with 200 men. I guarantee you that. England's subjects are still disgustingly loyal to them. And England is still disgusted by my antagonism. No end to the problems that I'm facing here. On the plus side, at least I have something. When we started out at the very beginning, pardon my hiccups here, we actually had nothing. Ooh, Magnus. Good name. You know, we had to scurry away with our very few levies and hope that we could orchestrate a big enough war for independence that we could become independent and do things, but here we are now. Yeah, working on that Northumberland annexation. We'll get there someday. Imagine if they once again flip back. Ugh, that's grim. Grimmer than Grimsby. I think we got another 2 years, maybe 4 years until they're happy enough to be starting their integration again. But the problem is they're going to flip... whoa, that was someone leaving the coalition. What? Marsan are no longer in the Union because they've been annexed. What? I mean, good, but also how? Bern are involved in this war with Aragon? Because... They're a vassal of Aragon, but they're in the Union with me. Fascinating. What? Okay, and yet they got annexed by France. Wait, how did France even take them? France are at war with Navarre. Did they ally Navarre? Oh god, less I know the better. I don't even want that land. To be fair, the French can have it, right? What right do I have to exert any influence over French land? All I do is sell it to the highest bidder. Ooh. Here's a thought, actually. Somebody was mentioning, you know, why not sell French land? What if the French want English land? Absolutely not. Mostly because of territorial distance. Wonder if I could sell them the likes of Dover and such. Now, it's obviously making an enormous risk by introducing the French to British land. But what if I could suckle that sweet French money in exchange for English land? I'd need to build up a hell of a navy to defeat the French from ever attacking into me, but that does not sound like it's much of a navy currently. Although I'd probably also need to research some naval advances. How does one even get a proper boat? Well, they'd need sailors for one, but I am contemplating taking that French money if they would take something across the channel. Now, really, where do we find these boats? There's Mediterranean galley. No galleon or anything around here. That is research that I'm not willing to do currently in the face of getting my military more operational. Maybe there'll be naval mercenaries I could get for it. It's left for bigger boats. Let's see. The bigger boats are going to be bigger costs. Doesn't sound like much of a navy, says the ruler of 750,000 people with 0 sailors. We're working on it. Very, very slowly, but we are working on it. They broke this tooltip with the updates somehow. I don't know how they managed to do this. More status quo. I'll get you next time, gadget. I am kind of paralyzed in fear that the English are going to get me. But the English might have just gotten the coalition for safety, because in the end it stops me from declaring war upon them. Also stops me declaring war on the likes of Wales, which is tempting. I just wish they would have some disloyalty. The other thought is that their truce with France will end in 3 years, and my wish for another disastrous 100-year war outcome for them continues. If I once again saw them completely unable to raise an army... Whoa. I wish this number made any sense, right? When this says 1626, what does that tell you? Does it tell you anything? It doesn't tell me anything. This at least tells me the available levies that they have. Ah, maybe I should have looked here. See, when they couldn't raise levies before, this number would have shown me that they can't raise levies here, there, and wherever. Pretty cool, though. Yeah, but Kent ending up being a problem is a problem. You broken heart. Alright, someday we'll subjugate the Irish thoroughly. Even if I have to keep forcing them. At least over here, it's all highland all the way down. All 700 people that live in these two swampy provinces. Yeah, they got a kirk. Good enough. Think how cheap that land would be to buy up. I think his overall power or something. Regular armies jack that number right up. Sure. Is there somebody without regulars that still have a number there, though? People are actually starting to get regulars, which is concerning. Of course, the Order... No, here we go. The Order has no standing army. But it still gives a number there, possibly based on their 800 levies? What? No, I can't make heads or tails of this number. What does it mean? What was it ever meant to mean? Are any of these chunky bastards somewhere I should actually focus down and out of the coalition? Because if the coalition just crumbles, it makes it a lot easier to make England see the funny side of life. Munster's rather large, and so is Luxembourg. I think I'll actually focus them down. Improve opinion. Improve opinion. I need to take some inspiration from Baron von Owen's Luxembourg campaign. You know, he's been playing for like 200 years, and he's not that much bigger than this Luxembourg. Maybe like this much. I got to accept that I'm not going to have all of the British Isles by the start of the 15th century. Although I do want it. I'm on 1.1.7. It shows the total regulars and available levies. Oh, so they changed the number there. That sounds very useful. I can't wait to update, but I'm not going to do it in the middle of this stream. That would be very strange. Totally not just playing for the overpowered regulars right now, but they haven't been all that great for me. Yeah, I won some battles, but I couldn't win the war. Yeah, Baron spends his whole time sabotaging French opinion. It's kind of fun to see. Monthly change. Damn United Scottish Heritage. I never double-checked to see if the building maintenance was working against me, but overall it looks pretty good. Yeah, sure. Not sure I like paying for those temples, though. Yeah, temples in the London market aren't going to make any difference. Well, that's not entirely true, so they do lower the unrest. But these lands are going to want to rise up anyway. Look at that, the English want to come around for round 2. By the time the English come for round 2, I need Northumbria to be loyal again. That is a huge deal for me. And, you know, getting another subject's actually going to work against me on that one, but... Cross that bridge when we get to it and all that. Yeah, nah, not a big deal. They don't contribute enough towards diplomatic capacity for me to care all that much. And this is why Scotland is so much stronger than Moray. Yeah, we annexed the land, but Scotland have better control than this from game start. Not to mention, they already have Scots as their primary culture, whereas we have Highlander. Highlander is smaller, weaker, worse in every meaningful capacity. Just life is bad, you know. You need to be a vassal of mine. I'm not taking anything short of that. Sergeantry can be turned off. It's not giving you positive manpower anyway. That is an excellent point. For now, my problem is I'll forget about it. It does also employ soldiers, though, and I could do with those soldiers still being around. But the building maintenance is not nothing. I do worry that the soldiers won't hang around, they'll demote or something. But you know what, I've never tested that, so maybe I should. So yeah, we have the ones that promote. 17 of them Highland, 445 of them being Scots. What happens at the turn of the month then? They don't demote. Okay, good. Very good. Yeah, if the game crashes, I'll be forced to update. Oh, but no, my nation is the one crashing and burning here, but I suppose I should be glad that we're around and alive. If England still had all this land, then I'd be in an even worse state. Alright, there we go. They're not going to say no to being my subject now. Give me your money. Be humiliated. Should I get rid of this fort? If my subject is the one having the fort, it's not all that bad, and I doubt they're going to rise up against me, so yeah, keep the fort. No liberation. Do pay me war reps, though. There is the question of this land. This land is an entire province from someone that already holds too many provinces, but I don't think I want to spend the aggressive expansion on taking that land over, because It does not reduce the aggressive expansion you get from the subjugation, just adds to it. So yeah, you just become my lovely tribal subject. Please tell me you're a tribe. Good. And then that's one more dealt with. One more accursed Irish scum handled, roughly. This isn't going to cause any issues here, is it? None that we're not already ready for. Yeah. Bang, and the dirt is gone. Right, get your arses back to the mainland. Where's the port here? The port is there. All right, very good. And, well, the levies are all dead, so nothing to worry about there either. I must keep these naval levies, by the way. If I dismiss them, my troops are stuck here. And I don't want them stuck there. I'll stop paying for these troops. Ah, oh, man, it's just such walking on eggshells this entire bleeding campaign. It's terrifying. So who did I just subjugate there? You know, they were so irrelevant, I've forgotten their name. It was Connaught, wasn't it? Yeah, one of the OG Irish. Alright, Connaught, welcome to the wonderful world of being Highlander. Well, it's not all that bad, but mostly it's there to destroy the Irish culture. Need to get rid of their cultural heritage so that my influence can take over. You know, the Pale isn't even all that bad, because the Pale is actually English. Pale is English culture, so that also ravages Irish culture. The armory is finally mine. I need those armories. I need them really, really bloody badly. Does anybody know the general upkeep of one armory? I would love to know. The cost of building an armory is actually surprisingly high. Because lumber is so expensive in the Scottish market. Okay. Why are there so few places I can put an armory? Do not tell me it can only be placed in, it can only be placed in a town. Okay. On the plus side, I can have one on my capital, even though it already has a sergeantry. Around 0.81. Okay. Right, how's the control looking? Max control. 23. Alright, Perth can have one. Perth is fine. Aberdeen cannot. Inverness, maybe. Alright, Perth gets an armory. That's really, really bad, though. That's not going to give me the manpower that I need. What, each armory gives, how much again? How much would it give? I'm asking too many questions, it seems. Up to 10 monthly, but realistically it's going to be 10 here, 5 here, 2 or whatever here. But that is more than we currently get, and I do need some element of strength, so... yeah, I think even down here, which we are integrating and it will become better, we also need an armory. Alright. You're giving weapons to Scum D? No, we're giving it to Perth. Dundee's not getting diddly. Ah, rat's cocks. Somewhat saw this coming. Somewhat. So I reckon the prudent thing to do is just play dead here. Go, well done England, you got me, because they're currently raising a whole lot of an army. And this is no doubt a coalition war. Yeah, their second coalition war, meaning even if I win, you really can't take anything in a coalition war. So I have to hope that they want Chester. Whoa, Chester's... wait a second. When Chester revolted with English patriots, I think they got cores on... yeah. Nice Chester cores there. That is interesting. And it seems quite exploitable as well. Because I could create Chester as a, in quotations, historical subject, and then they get cores on this instantly. Don't know how useful that would be, but I think there's an exploit to be had somewhere there. And give them some of that land back. No, that land needs to cost them money. But yeah, I need to just put my hands up and say, you got me, England. Would you like money? Money and... Oh, I'm so humiliated, England. Oh, the pain this causes me. I'd rather keep that fort, but it's okay to lose it. They want me to release Essex, but frankly, they'd take any release, including the Irish, and I'm not too opposed to releasing the Irish. I mean, I just took Connaught and I could get them out. But what's more desirable is saying, take my virtually no money, and there we go. I think this is a bit exploitable. The AI is a little too keen to take non-territorial demands, especially in a coalition war. And also, I can get that money back by selling England a province. Maybe not the war reparations, but I'm going to tell you, this is so much better than losing all my land. Also gets me a nice big, well, maybe too good a truce, especially if the 100 Years' War continues badly. For me. But anyway, yeah, I can't see any reason why I wouldn't just take this. And do it early before they start thinking about how much more powerful they are than me. You know, like having their levies raised and things. Alright, well done, England. Oh, I'm so humiliated. How could I possibly see my kids now? They see me as less of a man. Okay. What can be done now, though? There's boats and there's better units. Probably men-at-arms is not a terrible thing to consider going towards. Where is men-at-arms? Where are men-at-arms? Oh, actually right here. I think men-at-arms are significantly better than the footmen, not least of all their maximum strength is higher. So I reckon we try our hand at actually making an army with men-at-arms. And then maybe when England come knocking next time, we can kick the teeth out of them. I'm also told plated knights are really good, but they are still just levies. Even your pets won't look you in the eye. I don't know why I'm getting such a bloody hard time for this, right? I'm playing as Moray, what do you expect? Alright, well that destroys the coalition, which is all well and good for now. The idea being that maybe, just maybe, during the peacetime, the antagonism will fade away. Yeah, the subjugation fades away extra fast as well. Alright. Hindu music? Yeah, this is from the DLC, I forget its name, for EU4. I forget so much about stuff for EU4. Right, get your keisters on that boat, bring that boat back. No turn of the month attrition for me. The boats can now be brought back to Moray, because I don't need them over here for any reason, right? There are quite a few Irish there that neither of us control. There's the tribe of whoever the hell you are. O'Falley. Staggeringly independent. But as we just learned, I really struggle to project my power over to Ireland. The important thing is that I need to cull off all the Irish nations, even if they keep switching their culture back. But also what's really important is, for the love of God, get some manpower. I need positive manpower, I need to build an actual army of regulars, and I need that to actually fight against England. Speaking of things I need Northumbria to see the funny side of being my subject, so that I can resume their integration. You know, just in time for them to flip right freaking back to Northumbria. And look at this, they got majority Highland on their capital, and yet they still thought that going Northumbrian was the right way forward. It's horrifying. I mean, Golden Horde have almost no Mongol land, but do you see them switching away from Mongolian? I was actually like 40% sure I was going to open up and see like Crimean or Astrakani there. But no, they fight the good fight in spreading Mongolian culture. Golden Horde's a horrible nation to play for a lot of reasons, but they're still one of my favorites. Okay, right. Gotten ourselves out of some hot water and bought ourselves a bit of time. Speaking of buying ourselves things, how much money am I willing to make off of England? 250 ducats wouldn't be bad for one province, but could we consider getting more? We should actually check and see if they're actually willing to pay that kind of money. If I were to sell you one of these starving, awful provinces... Yeah, England would pay so much more than that if they had it. Jake, stop paying for your army. Yeah, that keeps automatically raising, doesn't it? Thanks for that. Everything else needs to be paid for, though. Even stability, because I still want to rip the spine out of my nobility estate. Gotta get that crown power. Also, speaking of crown power, you get it easier with good old Randolph in charge. No broken hearts. This is the music of the Scots inventing tikka masala. Great Scottish innovation. Don't know what you're getting at. Pride. Pride for another country. Maybe I should turn that sergeantry back on. Maybe once the armories are built. But I would really like Edinburgh to have more control. Maybe I really should see about switching out for some temporary control boosting. Depends how fast we can do it. This doesn't lose us the integration on Fife. So let's see what you could do for me if instead you were increasing province control in Lothian. 1.5% a month. That's pretty good. It's a lot faster than we do right now. Maybe, just maybe, in interest of getting this money out of Lothian, we should do that for a wee while. Making money whilst giving money to the English. Oh yeah, England, I swear, I barely get any money at all. You'll have to make do with his dead rabbit. Randolph has momentarily attained a higher level of consciousness and gained divine vision. Okay, great. He's no longer who he once was. Admiral, General, or Ruler trait. I don't think I want this. And I want to be humanist anyway, so let's ignore this weird foolishness. Are we the new Jesus? Units do walk on water in this game. They can walk over frozen lakes, which is exceedingly cool. I thought I dismissed these. Oh, that's right. I was double checking to see if there's anything I could possibly still need them for. But yeah, it really feels like naval levies take a very, very long time to replenish. Scarily long. As expected, I'm over the relations limit. Also, as expected, everybody wants me and my entire guts for garters. But everybody just needs to chill. I've got that defect card. I never did Parliament, did I? Alright, onwards to Edinburgh. What do we want to do? Getting some free RGOs sounds nice. Lumber is... Didn't I expand the lumber? Lumber is in Banff, right? Lumber is indeed in Banff. Although it lacks... well, it's just a promotion question. Although, my god, it promotes slowly. It'll take 30 years to promote all of that. What else can you do for me? He's thinking. Farming estates to get more grains and wool. Prosperity up. Is any of this worth my time, though? Ah, that is worth my time. Nobody's going to support it is a slight problem, but anything that makes Northumberland a bit happier to be with me would be great. But it's a very temporary measure. But yeah, it should give me a little bit of extra time integrating Northumberland, which is necessary right now. I don't like it, though, because it is very, very short. It does not do a lot for me, whereas these... Well, that actually improves a place I plan on selling to England. Wild game is a pretty awful trade good. Fish is also awful. I always like the census, but they never want it. No, they never do. Stability is nice. Pop growth is nice. But yeah, let's try this. That should make the integration start, and maybe I just need to give some stuff up. Ooh, like this. One antagonism is virtually nothing, so I'm okay with that. Support traditional ideas. I'd rather be innovative, but... And I hate losing research progress. Call to freedom. Let our people go. That's going to give me 34 or so. That won't be enough, so I'm going to have to hope that I get an event to push it. But at the very least, that should make Northumberland slightly okay. Yeah, there we go. And look at that. 100% extra speed on integration now, because they are Highland culture. What a difference. The cores are irrelevant to the culture, or the culture is irrelevant to the cores. You integrate a subject, you get cores. Of course, they need the cores first, but yeah, working on it. I think as soon as I get Northumberland integrated, life starts looking a lot better for me. This is good, you see. Hang on, if I was going to give up prestige, I should do it before I get this. And I think Call to Freedom loses me prestige. Alright, let's Call to Freedom. Our society strayed too much from its roots. Yeah, no kidding. See, with this 5%, I need a little bit more than 25, but these two together won't quite do it. Even so, let's take that and see if there are other events that push it forward, because I'm happy to give Bellicose support if it gets me through Parliament here. Saves me 7 stability, and it keeps my subjects happier. Although, see that 5 subject loyalty? I bet it just ticks away in 1 year. I would be happy to be wrong, but currently when there's a temporary effect on subject loyalty, it goes down by 6 a year. So what's 5 subject loyalty? So I don't think it's going to do what I want it to do, but let's find out. There'll be more agendas after you choose this one. Sometimes they dribble away really quickly. Sometimes you can start Parliament and have no agendas ever, and you're just doomed to fail, because there's nothing you can do. And that sucks, but a lot of things suck. Ah, jeez, what am I even looking at here? How are those subjects of mine feeling? Is there anybody who needs buttered up a touch? Quite a few of them, in fact. But I don't really care how the Irish feel about me. Why is Connaught not... Oh, that's right, I didn't have time to enforce my culture. Well, there's my culture. Have a nice trip. I start spreading the Highlander ways. There is a big debuff to spreading Highlander culture, or any culture among the Irish. And it's right, this High Kingship land reduces it enormously. Interestingly, though, the Anglo-Irish is being spread here. Well, it's only integrated, so... Oh, hang on, what's he got here? Laudabilitar. Minus 100. This is what someone was talking about. Somebody said the High Kingship can cause this to happen. I don't get a view of the High Kingship, but maybe I can see my subjects' view of it. Don't tell me about the Irish. Tell me about this. Oh, God, you are part of this, so you're not going to be able to spread that culture. Yeah, because he decided on that. Pop assimilation speed dead. Can use the Lordship of Ireland Casus Belli. I mean, I'd be happy if he just got rid of all these Irish. The Irish are causing there to be Irish cultural tradition, which is difficult for me to eradicate. But that's his High Kingship. There's a second High Kingship, though, isn't there? Yeah, you've got a second batch of this, with members that are primarily my subjects, but not entirely. Unfortunately, unless they come to an agreement on one High King, they're not really going to get any boosts there. Oh well, so be it. Yeah, okay, I was a little bit worried about that, but they must be arrested. Keep a lazy eye on that. I got 130 days. The higher kingship, or perhaps the truly super kingship. I never figured out how I could be one of those. I know there's a... what is it now? I think it's a separate reform that I have available to me here. Yeah, here we go. Celtic Traditions. I could become member of a High Kingship, but I have not figured out how to use that. I did fire up a separate save and tried to figure out how to do this, but there was no interaction to cause people to become part of my kingship or to join a kingship, so I do not know how that's meant to work. Oh well. Yeah, the bonus population you get is only during the debate. At the end of it all, you get is stability. So you're only getting half a year of 0.5% population growth. It's really not that great. But even so, my population is growing, although they're fleeing to Orkney. Oh my god. This is what I get when I give my people rights. You have the right for free movement. Okay, I'm getting out of here. Oh, no, not like that. Oh, jeez. Time to close those borders. It wasn't meant to work like that. Everybody was meant to want to come and live in Moray. As long as they put on a kilt, everyone can be happy. Says a Scottish man, not in Scotland. Yeah, I have made gratuitous use of my freedom of movement. 1392, it's never going to be that soon. In fact, that feels like longer than the first time I asked them to get subjugated by me. We still have slow negotiations going, that's 10-year debuff. I just cannot catch a break in this run. I have bent over backwards to make this run a reality, and it just keeps piddling in my face. Even that money I gave to England, they've piddled up the wall. Save up some money so you can buy this land off of me, you useless, useless man. Oh, jeez. I don't think this thing's getting through Parliament. That's 2 negative events for it. Yeah, not a big fan of that. It smacks a bit too much of Vicky 3, where, you know, you try to pass something and you just get event, event, event. Nope, not going to pass. At least the consequences of not passing aren't that disastrous. 7 stability is just not even 1 year of stability investment. But you still don't want it. It's possible that I could take these two together. That would give me 29. With that, we would get this. And I think I do need that... subject support, so... 40 days. So at the start of July, let's see if we can do anything with that. You wouldn't have this problem if you fixed the problem of other states ready to accept immigrants existing. Yeah, the other states need to be dealt with. And not existing would sort things right out. Just having a quick gander for any casus belli my subjects may have, but they don't have cores over these lands, and I think... I haven't noticed it, but I haven't seen your subjects ever making claims or casus belli for land that they don't have a core on. Maybe I should return Huddersfield to you so it stops starving. Wait, Argyle is starving. Is that really a problem? I don't want to pay for their food, you know. Why are you starving in the first place? Because you have nothing but clay and salt to eat. Is there truly nothing but clay and salt to eat? You got some alum. There's fish, but there's nobody here to do the fishing. Wait, why are you not working in that? You'd think the fish would work for them fine here. And I really don't want to pay for food, but let's just see how much my food budget would be. Currently I'm selling food for a little bit of dosh, but let's try that for a change. All the fishermen fled to Orkney. Eat your salted clay. It worked in Patrician. People can get by on salted bricks. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give some stuff up if I want the subject happiness. But I do want the subject happiness. Also, you're gonna have to get the hell out of my land, Martin Manson. You're not that great, so off you trot. Just a few more days left on this, and then I think sometimes you get an event on the last 2 days remaining, which is quite annoying. But I'll let it go all the way down. And then I'll say, right, are we gonna pass this or what? Belligerent isn't too bad considering my current situation, although I'm going towards conciliatory. I like conciliatory. Legitimacy, individualism, unhappy estates. Yeah, it's worth it to keep my subjects happy. Autonomy. Go decentralized. We're already quite decentralized. Stability, legitimacy. I like communalism as well, but that will tick back up rather easily, so let's promote individualism. Although it makes the nobility even less happy. Is that enough? This is just enough to get this through, right? No, it's not. Ah, damn. You should try to expand your family as much as you can. Yeah? Have I not? I don't have a lot of family, and I think I've married off everyone that can be married, but sure, I'll double check. Alright, you can have your autonomy. Saves me the stability loss of this anyway. Yeah, my family consists of people who are 10 and under. And that's the more or less entire living family here. I don't think Lady Agnes the Black is really able to do much for the nation anymore. There's Maud, of course, but Maud is over in Gwyneth. Consort in Gwyneth. Well, you're having more kids, but they seem to have broken off into another dynasty. How dare they? Anyway, yeah, the family, I agree, needs to expand, but we don't currently have that. Right, lose liberty desire, all well and good, but I'm convinced that doesn't last. I'm guessing it took 5 off of this. Who didn't have something from events? Yeah. You don't even get 1 year of effect out of that. It's a very, very sad thing to pass in Parliament. A better place to check would probably be the Isles, right? Yeah, there we go. Wait, I thought I said we got 5 here. Disgusting. Yeah, once the patches aren't just fixing bugs, some nice balance patches, not the whole shoot from the hip stuff that we've seen so far would be nice. Double checking the finances of everyone around me. See, the English have 200 duckies. Are one of these crappy provinces worth 200 to me? I'll try and wait to see if I can catch him before his 100-year war resumes. It would be really nice if he just built up some money like France does. EU5 needs matrilineal marriage contracts. I lost the Habsburg dynasty as Austria because I only got female heirs. Yep. Yeah, matrilineal marriage is just not possible, and your lineage can just die out like that. Had that issue with the Golden Horde, didn't I? Nothing but daughters. I had to change laws just so my daughter could take the throne. And I wasn't best pleased about that. Still working on Normandy. How's that annexation looking? Well, barely, but it's there. God, I'm just keeping Northumberland on by a thread. Keeping the whole nation together by a thread. It is nice to be making money, though. I will give you that. And look at that manpower I'm now making. Kind of. I think we can turn the sergeantry back on. How many does the armory employ? Sergeantry does 500, armory does 1,000. But the armory is less good than the sergeantry, I think. Oh, whatever, they can both be open, and then let's hope that we get some people working there. Promotion will be better in my capital after all. Oh, look at that! We're up to 100% control here. Oh, that is a thing of beauty. That means my cabinet member can get back to integrating Fife. Fife and Fife, Keith. Get over here. 78, 5 years. Did I mention how much of a disaster my country is, by the way? What a horror show. Oh, God, England, stop spending your money! Give that money to me! People should only be focused on my happiness. Still hemorrhaging that manpower, trying to reinforce my already dead army, but soon enough, that monthly manpower will be positive. Ugh. Might have been premature restarting the sergeantry, but what are you to do? They're spending that money on armories. I like to think they're spending that money on a cathedral. Is there a way to see their manpower for what it's worth? Oh, yes, there is. However, if this tooltip is to be believed, they only have their sergeantry. Why are you telling me about antagonism here? Wait, what? What is this tooltip? I feel like antagonism keeps popping up where you least expect it. Anyway, if they're getting 5, that means they just have sergeantry, so I guess we're fine. For now. But it's very important that I don't ever let them get manpower, so in my next truly victorious war over England, I need to strip away Kent. Kent is where all their control is. So we sweep around here, grab Kent, and then they're going to be in a difficult situation for control. And then surely after that, everything will be nice and easy, right? What a nice pretty number to celebrate, says Andarius, coming in with 80 months. 8-0. Can you regale your first memories of being around in this stream then, Andy? Because that's some time ago. I know you brought it up before, but I want the whole class to hear. Sergeantry gives 1, Armory gives 10. Sergeantry doesn't give 1, Sergeantry gives 5? I mean, my Sergeantry doesn't give diddly, but, you know, if it was functional, it would give me 5. It would also give me... oh, it is functional. Cool. It got all the people, the Armory did not. But the Crown power is certainly worth it as well, right? Oh, yeah. Unsupported used diplomatic capacity. You shut your mouth. How can you say I go by the things the wrong way? And there is the idea to increase RGOs around here, considering the land is actually somewhat useful to me. I've got these peasants, I could have more sturdy grains being made. Look at that profit per level I could make out of my sturdy grains. And it's almost worth it, isn't it? Yeah, let's take it. Who are you? You don't appear to belong to a faction, but I suspect you would. That's a really good military skill that you have. He's greedy and he costs quite a bit of money. I don't like spending quite a bit of money. We gain an Italian siege engineer for better fort defense, but he's too busy to do anything. Cost ability to switch out a member of the court. These people aren't that bad. How old are they? How likely are they to die? At 53, Moray here's probably going to pop his clock soon enough. And we do need military stuff. I'm curious what faction you're going to join. Join me and let's find out. He's a burgher. Not bad. Once Moray is dead, I'll replace you with that new guy. The first time I ever caught a stream, says Andarius. Prior to that, it was on YouTube. I said, oh boy, I can't wait for you to make fun of my name as you booted up whatever. Into the Airlock was in 2017. Into the Airlock. Fond memories of FTL, but I have no intention of going back to it. It feels like a pretty done game. I have to tie my hands behind my back to not just easily crush that game, so... Yeah, it was fun for the Into the Airlock. Thomond, we've had this talk. You're not allowed to choose your own culture. It is for me to choose for you. God, I hate the Irish. It's ridiculous how you have to keep paying for this. And it's only going to switch immediately 6 people into Highlander. Wait, that's 15% of the population of where? In Cientoric. Oh, because it's only affecting the nobles. Yeah, this constant no loyalty from the Irish. I'm unsurprised. Well, surely it's a bug that'll get fixed in due time. Who was that again? That was Thomond. And Thomond's current Liberty Desire is still existing from the last time I told them they're not allowed to be Irish. Absolutely broken. I need to find how to fix this. Eventually they'll all be Highlander. Yeah, there must be a point where they give up trying to change. Don't know when it is, though. Still unwilling to switch Colchester out. Essex, rather. Although maybe I should consider it. The thing is, Essex give me a reasonable sum of money. And I would lose all of that money if they became disloyal. So I think we just need to accept the fact that we have some loyal but wrong-cultured elements in our society. Is it possibly tied to influence? I don't think so. I think they just see that they have a lot of Irish land and they want to switch back. Just like how Northumberland looks at all their Northumbrian land and they want to switch. It's probably just that there is an AI or a set of weights and scales for when a nation wants to switch culture. And there's nothing in there blocking it from Overlord enforcing culture on them. So I'd put it down to an oversight. But that's just my opinion. I'm not the one making this. How many of these tooltips are bleeding broken? The RGO missing people is also broken. My pearl gatherers aren't gathering enough pearls. Go and gather more pearls, please. The pearls of Perth somehow. Hey, more than 0 manpower for the first time in a long time. Let's reinforce our armored horsemen and start considering how we can go about having our men-at-arms, which we have not yet researched, have we? No, but we're almost there. How much manpower is it for a men-at-arms? Is it 200? Because if it's 200, I'm sad. Also, looks like I made the right choice in hiring the Gallo. Because it's the gallows for you, Fife. Yeah, sure. Might not even be the world's worst idea to make him the head of the cabinet. It would empower the burghers, which is fine. And it would make him better at his job, right? Efficiency in cabinet up 25%. Yeah, go on then. I don't like spending all that money, but that cost scales. There's so many scaling costs in this game, some things get disastrously outrageous in cost. But yeah, 4 more years and Fife is done. And then we can work on Dumfries. Yeah, I reckon Dumfries is the next big one. Beyond Dumfries. Well, there is Greater Glasgow. That might be a higher priority than Dumfries. There's also the idea to integrate the Highlanders, because that would take less time. But as you can see, proximity to the capital just dies a death as soon as we hit anything relating to the central wastelands of Scotland. And it is a waste. Yeah, no, I think it has to be Greater Glasgow. What's Glasgow right now? Yeah, nice woolly field of sheep. Hey, men-at-arms. Okay, let's go and wince at the cost of this. 100 manpower. No, wait, wrong one. 200 manpower. And what's the ongoing cost for these? 4 manpower. Whereas it's only 1 to get some armored horsemen. The armored horsemen do die in droves, though. Tough call. Well, someday we're going to have manpower, and in fact we can store up to 400 of them. So I do think it's a bit of a nice long-term plan, and that number will grow as my control and potentially armories grow. Until then, we need to consider where we're advancing to. Did we ever connect the road from the capital to Stirling? Freaking roads, man. I'm not wasting my money on roads. That is for the burghers to spend money on. My money is very important for my get-out-of-jail-free card with regards to mercenaries, and I've already spent half of it. Army initiative is good. Trying to think of any must-have advances currently. You know, it's really good. Just, I mean, the layout sucks, but it's really good how it's always a thought of, I want this, but I want this. A new law is often useful to have. I don't care so much about conversion. The Inquisition. All estates are happier. Papal control doesn't sound too bad. So not anything else I can get out of my professional armies, though. I feel like I've gunned for the most important things. Is there perhaps a better cavalry to consider? They're the Plated Knights, but that's just a levy thing. There is recruitment law, and if I recall... Yeah, noble levy size might sound all well and good, but I wonder about that one. Free subjects with my peasant levy size growing. This might be what England got to make that big boost in levies that they had. Plus 2% peasant levy size does sound quite appealing just to bring up more people. And I do like free subjects. I mean, serfdom is nice, but I actually quite like promotion speed a lot. Naval services. Ooh, hold a phone there. Plutocracy is good. And I clearly struggle on my naval levy size. Does your commoner estate already have the privilege for more levies? This question's been asked quite a lot, but I haven't answered it yet, have I? Commoners have migration. I have common militia for plus 20% levy size, so maybe plus 2% isn't that important. And then there's their hunting permits, which I might regret them having down the line. And then there's decentralization and noble power. The noble power going down is actually good, but decentralization is bad. Centralization is good, but there's a change coming. Joanne made a post about addressing the fact that centralization is just too good. I don't have a problem with it being too good, right? This is the age where nations that do centralize have a lot of power from it, and it's only a rare case that you consider decentralization, like I did with the Golden Horde. But that's far from my concern. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else worth my time around here. Cannons aren't really a consideration right now. Can't afford it, can't make it. There's a lot of can't when it comes to Moray. Cavalrymen are a larger cavalry unit. Larger, more expensive. What about heavy cavalrymen? Good for shock charges, you say? I feel like that's a pipe dream currently. But only currently. I wish I could compare it to my current heavy cavalry. Maybe there is a way to do that. Decentralization should be a tempting trap in this game. Well, the subject loyalty is nice, but as you go longer and longer into the game, the subjects scale so much with their relative power to you that 20 just does not make any sense anymore. Especially compared to a massive amount of crown power that you could get, which would give you more money to give you a bigger army to get that loyalty anyway, so it does not make a whole lot of sense. I'm staring at that recruitment law and thinking it's the best thing available right now. Ah, but literacy is very, very good. Also, proximity cost is very good. Alright. Nobles, proximity cost, recruitment law. Yeah, there is a scale. My current cavalry is 50, but it's still all manpower cost. And we need that manpower of ours to increase quickly. Because that war with England is surely right around the corner yet again. Hey, he's got like 230 odd. Am I willing to milk the English for maybe 250 ducats for one of these crap provinces? Because the wonderful thing is, it's completely useless to me, and it's almost completely useless to him. He'll get 17% control out of it. It's not even a town or anything. Also, these places seem to starve on me. Actually, that's not true. I started buying food. I don't like buying food. This is not what I was hoping for with the food slider. I was hoping to set like a threshold for the amount of food that I want people to have. This tooltip doesn't really tell me anything about food. Provinces will be able to buy 46% of the food they require. Now, what does that actually mean? I hope it means that's the amount that they would stockpile up to, in which case I don't want you stockpiling more than 24% of food. Yeah, save the 0.01 ducat, and that is what makes me a winner. I know where to squeeze those ducats out so that I can unload them on England's face when necessary. 250 ducats. Am I willing to part with one of these crap provinces for that money? If I give them Northumberland's core, then that's even better, because then I get to take it cheaper with one of the Northumberland wars. Think twice about that one, because I want to integrate Northumberland when they have both of these provinces anyway. How soon is that war with England going to be? Is it going to be before or after 92? I anticipate some delays however you cut it. You don't lose core when selling a location? I don't know if I do or not, but I don't have a core in any of these lands to begin with, so it's of minimal concern to me. Well, if nothing else, Huddersfield is the worst province here, right? And it deals in stone. Yeah, you know what? Take your stones, England. I want your money. As much as you can muster. He would pay so much money, but he doesn't have more money than that. Dunk. And yet still has all the cores there. Jake, just build one road in Lion Ear. It will boost control significantly. You mean this one right here? You think it would be better than just the water to over here? It probably would be. It's not one road though, it's here to here. I'm not sure about the significant part. The cost of building roads, that's what's significant. 192 to build that road. 192? I mean, I'm just not convinced. And not only that, we'd need the road to come down to Glasgow if we wanted better control there. As it stands, I get control up the waters here quite well. Oh, what the hell. No, I refuse. Let the burgers build it. Absolutely refuse. The existing control is fine. At this point, Jake isn't building roads just out of spite. That's 200 ducats! That's like 1/3 of a half-decent mercenary company. A road won't win me a bleeding war. And until England is no longer a threat, the survival of Moray has to be the priority over a nice wee road that's going to result in, what, 0.2 ducats a month? Not happening. Sterling is already connected to Glasgow. And these dynamic names are disgusting, aren't they? Glasgow. Glasgow toy. France. Should I be the whole ruler of whole Europe? Moray, should I build one dirt road? Still wish I could sell some crappy English land to France. Still looking at all that antagonism that I'm sitting on, contemplating what, if anything, I should do about it. This is melting away because I'm not doing anything aggressive for a wee while. But when I conquer a lot of land off of England, it's going to be ham all over again. You know, if I conquer a lot of land off of England. Fortunately, they've not been building up more forts, but it's still really defensive. I can't penetrate through this. So yeah, war with England is going to continue to be very, very tough. Even tougher if the Welsh ever get a proper standing army. Life would actually be good for me if England would just integrate Wales. Although, you know, me annexing England and therefore getting all of their subjects would probably be the best outcome. Well, I mean, it would be hell on high water to control them all, but I do the best I can. Despite how it might seem. The lordships of the Isles didn't actually switch culture without me noticing, did they? No, they're still Highland with a crappy Gaelic tongue. What's our court language, by the way? Did I switch it to Gaelic? Oh yeah. 0.33 speakers, but very good. Makes the peasants happy, if nothing else. Can you, as Moray, build the Peel Tower? That building is overpowered as heck. I pretty much turned off my Peel Towers. I don't think I destroyed them. Yeah, here we go. What does it do again? Prosperity and garrison size. That is a fairly large garrison size, but I'm going to need to explain to me why that's OP. I suppose the 1,000 soldiers are pretty good, because that means you've got a lot of people to draw from in taking out levies. 1% prosperity? Prosperity's not really a concern. Prosperity maxes out pretty damn fast all over the place. Look at this stuff. 42 and growing. 100% and growing. Inverness, 90% and growing. No way. I don't buy it. Why pay for prosperity? It just happens. Okay, taking all that money from England probably didn't do all that much for me, but I'm living in hope that when that truce with France is done, they get their teeth kicked in again. Him and his regulars. Army levies, there we go. Yeah, his levies are largely restored. How about mine? Do I even get to see that number myself? Yeah, my levies are fully ready to rock and roll. Many, many from Lothian. Although nowhere near as many as I got at the start of the game. Higher prosperity means sooner that they hire pops sooner, which is more power. Okay. Wonderful. Just wonderful. I'm not buying that for Moray. The only thing Moray needs to buy is the annihilation of England. One more big bite out of England, and I'll say, okay, we're safe. We can start thinking about ourselves. Oh yeah, that and the integration of Northumberland. I need that core power so that subjects don't feel like rising up against me. Wow, Essex are actually really high up on this list. I'm starting to think I should flip Essex now. Just tear that band-aid off. They're not going to be happy with me. Ah, that's a lot of money to throw into the gutter, but okay, let's do it. Enforce my culture. Bang. And now they need to very, very slowly spread Highland culture here. And hopefully they actually do that. Sadly, they're spiritualist, and sadly, influence versus English is really crap. They're really, really crap. Highland is the dominant culture? What? Yeah, sure it is. Has Northumberland been making Highlanders? Not a lot of them, but a big part of them being Highlander is speeding up the annexation here. When I make their elite Highlander, they're much more happy to become part of Moray. How's your vassals' control? It's pretty good. It's better than mine. Lancaster hate my guts. That's nothing new. Wow, look at that control. I'm full of envy. But I could do with them actually starting to flip that culture. Otherwise, that was just a lot of cheesing them off for not a lot of gain. Because, yeah, I just lost all the money they wanted to give me. And they're not going to help me out in war now. Oh, well. That's not nothing. That is some manpower. I'd rather boost my manpower up as much as possible than do a bulk recruitment, considering that there is a maintenance for all of your units. And yeah, I do think men-at-arms is probably the best thing to be doing it with. They're chunky enough, they'll hold the line. The cavalry just seem to die because they're in such few number. They should be converting pretty fast. Not sure if it's a boost to loyalty first and then demand conversion. Maybe they're enthusiastic about converting. I'd like to hope that they're enthusiastic about it. They're not actually very good relations-wise. We should fix that as well to improve the situation. But yeah, here's hoping they actually do some assimilation. Wait, they haven't actually cored it? Oh, that's the problem. Ah, that's on me. I just significantly slowed down their coring. I assumed that they would have done that by now. Yeah, that slowed this down enormously. Whoops. Oh well, that's on me. I should have paid attention to that first. I made an assumption and it backfired. Oh well. Oh well. Did I do that? Yeah, see, because it's conquered, not cored, even if they tried to flip it, it's going to be an uphill struggle. Of course, they have two cabinet members, right? Well, I assume they have two. One of them could work on conversion, whilst the other does the coring. That reminder about my truce with England running out in 3 years. I really hope they get around to fighting France and being too busy for that coalition. Attempting to improve relations with them is a non-starter. I'd never get over that antagonism. The issue is the others. I think he gets a little bit too gung-ho about the fact that, you know, Hainaut and the Guilders want me dead. I should really do something about them as well. Guilders and... it was Hainaut, right? Hainaut are independent? Ooh, don't like the sound of that. That's a lot of improving opinions. To the point where I'm not going to get any more diplomats now. Is there anybody I can pull back? Normandy, how do you feel about me these days? Not antagonistic. Same with Brittany. Alright, you guys are cool then. We're all cool. Come home. Come home. And how about my good Irish friends? They love me. Well, they don't love me enough, but do they love me enough? I think I got them onto the relatively okay side here. All your land is integrated. And you were notably not pushing... Oh, they're attempting to assimilate, but because of the cultural differences, they're barely getting anything done. Yeah, that's more than nothing, but I've got a lot of work to do to destroy Irish heritage. It might have been too early to flip them over, really. I didn't consider there'd be so much pushback against it. So yes, make Essex, Guilders, Hainaut love me. Clan Boy I can probably stop with, but only if I need the diplomats. Currently I don't think I do. Because we're not doing much, we're kind of sitting on our thumbs. Contemplating some RGO expansion, which is probably best done from the RGO builder screen. And what makes me the most money? Pearls of Perth, they say, but that's maxed out, so sturdy grains of Edinburgh. Alright, so do what I gotta do. You even think that wool is worth my time? Sure. Gotta use that English money for something. The first era boosts everyone's cultural tradition, so cultural conversion is generally more difficult. Yeah, so I'm seeing. Not to mention the Highland culture is a bit of a joke. Cultural influence of virtually nothing. There's a suspiciously high thing here. Ah, there we go. Age of Renaissance and being traditional. And most people are traditional at this stage. Pops with needs. They need pepper. Okay, how do you expect me to deal with your need for pepper? Riddle me that. Yeah, the main thing is just get Northumbrian side of me. So we're looking like we're hunkering down for another 17 years. That's fine, though. As long as England get their teeth kicked in 100 Years' War, all is well. And I am poised and ready to jump on England if the situation arises. And I am also willing to punch more money out of them. Well, tickle them for more money, really. How much money are they making each month? Can't expect them to eat salty clay. They need pepper for it as well. Oh, wow, I sold short on England. I wouldn't mind 300 duckies for my next province. Yeah, launch crusades for pepper. What a world. 301 ducats for one of these provinces. The thing is, I doubt he saves up all that much money. He likes to invest in himself as well. But 300 ducats is a significant expenditure on mercenaries to throw at England. If I think he doesn't have the chops for a real army. Seems like he still hasn't got anything other than a... What the hell is this? That is not the manpower tooltip. Reasons for cost. Anyway, if he has 5, he still only has a sergeantry. Pretty good. I'm tempted for those 300 ducats for one of these crap provinces. 300 ducats for Stoke-on-Trent is diabolical. Yeah, the province does almost nothing for me. It does have lead. Lead is kind of valuable. But it's not like we're getting much out of it. Yeah, the idea is to isolate London and take the rest of England, and I can just cannibalize the country. The Wales and the Pales continue to be a problem, though. Because, I mean, it's not like they have no units. Right? Like 2,000 levies right here. And another 3,000 levies over here is still a pain in my bits for me. But they don't have regulars, so it's whatever. Anyway, 300 ducats off of England. How do I feel about that? Good enough, I suppose. Stoke-on-Trent or Clasp? Good of Clap. Kind of paying antagonism for money here. But I'm surprisingly okay with that. Yeah, conquer it for 2 war score anyway. It's better to have the money back in my bank where I need it to throw at him for, with mercenaries. I do think selling provinces is a bit overpowered, though. There needs to be a bit more of a downside to selling provinces or some kind of delay on it, because currently that can be your economy. Just take land and sell it back to wealthy individuals. It would have severely dampened our start with France, but you know, what could we do? Hey, France, could you give me some money? Yeah, there's also the begging for money meta. Huzzah, we got wool. We're certainly actually building up our base tax now, which is significant. Remember when Northumberland was something like 20 diplomatic capacity? Now they're only 2. So once I consume them, it should be relatively easy to spit out more English subject. And that is how we're going to be doing it. I think 1 English subject to 2 provinces. 1 or 2 provinces. And then I'm going to... Well, the thing is, provinces are... There are a lot of provinces in England. I'll need to limit myself. But yeah, I need to use subjects to promote my Highland culture. And yeah, 2 provinces each sounds about right. I'm not giving you another province because I've gone and flipped your culture, so now you can't core this. Not only that, you've got a lot of population there as it is. Absolutely not. I don't care how good you are, and you're not even that great. Stop giving me religious issues. Excuse me? Essex have regulars? Man, my subjects are awesome. Gallo? Oh, no. I went to great lengths to bring him over here. Let him run his mouth. 1 province pair works best because of control and conversion. Yes, but consider that I can only have so many subjects before this number starts getting out of hand. Could each of them get proportionately stronger due to having all of that well-controlled land? Always have to come back to the fact that Moray is a dump. We lack a lot of power, so it's difficult for us to keep a lot of subjects reined in. I'm hoping that getting all these cores on Northumbria will help us out. Because remember, even back in Scotland land, core is just not something that we do. But we're doing it better and better as time goes on. Max control up here is only 25, go figure. And these are 2 different provinces to integrate as well. It's sad. Thinking about it, I probably should have remained Scots, at least to integrate all the Scottish lands. How does Scotland even have a culture to use against me here? If there are no Scots, isn't there no Scottish culture? Here we go, Highland versus Scots. Scottish culture tradition exists where exactly? Scottish cultural is 0, okay. I am so weak, I can't take on 0 cultural tradition. It's very funny how many bonuses are given to the Ottomans to be able to blob quickly. And they seem to struggle with it. But yeah, I can't imagine the enjoyment of playing as someone like Ottomans or France or Muscovy or any of these doomed to succeed individuals. If you already know how it's going to go, then just grab a bit of paint, grab yourself a canvas and get to town. I want some pushback. Who is this? You were that courtier over in Wales, right? Yeah. Oh well, down you go. Well, I think you were. We don't have much of a family to care about, which is good, because I'm not here to play Crusader Kings. Scotland exists in their hearts now. Scotland is dead and buried for everything they did to us. Which isn't fair to Scotland. It was all France causing me that heartache. But that doesn't change the fact that it was indeed France causing me heartache. It's going to take 17 years to get rid of that antagonism. If I do truly blow England's socks off, I'm going to need to get rid of more French antagonism. Oh, the game's paused. Boy, I sure wish there were interesting things I could do with my nation right now, but it really is a case of hold out, pray for 100 Years' War before my truce with England is up, and then strongly contemplate attacking England. How soon is that, by the way? 78. That's not even 2 years away if I really am serious about getting France off my back. Oh wait, the problem was I'd already improved relations with France as much as possible. Yeah, that's why I couldn't send and do more with you even if I wanted to. Yeah, it's barely going to do anything. What a shame. There are pretty consistent complaints in the forum that the AI never really seems to blob. Haven't played enough yet to find out. No, I wouldn't really say they blob. They become super strong, but they don't really fight for the blobbing. Not that I've seen, at least. You know, Bohemia blobs because they got all that land for free in the HRE. I think that's fixed. France blobs because all they have to do is integrate their subjects which are unquestionably loyal and never rise up even with negative opinions. Although, to be fair, mine aren't rising up either. So yeah, there's not really the expansive blobbing. It's more just circumstances. I exist and therefore I go bleh. It would be nice to see a far more aggressive AI that actually fights and takes. I suspect a big part of that is down to the lack of casus belli. I mean, in EU4, it was very, very hard to convince the AI to ever start a proper war. Wow, look at that. What is this meant to be? Ebraic? Oh, we're next to Scarborough. Is that just a weird name for York? Hungary managed to blob all the way to Byzantium in a way. That does sound kind of cool. Hey, finally! Dunfermline have become a core. Now do the rest of Fife for me, please. You do, yeah, exactly. You do not get rewarded. In fact, you get punished for blobbing in quite a lot of ways. I blobbed Siberia as the Golden Horde when playing off-stream, and it was more or less a net negative, and it's going to be even more of a net negative if Johan's proposed changes to economic base come through, where you pay more economic base based on your population. Okay, great. I have all these people in Siberia making no money for me. Although, if they get rid of the economic impact of trade, that could be worthwhile, because then you get all the stuff in Siberia. There's no real minerals out there, but there's a lot of fur. And then if you trade that and make good money, then it could be net positive. I just want to be rewarded for a well-run state. Currently, it feels incredibly bad, and it's the whole reason I'm not trading. If I traded, my economic base would grow, which would cause all my expenses to outgrow my income. Trade is bad. Also, yet another famed Scottish hurricane. Next week's patch will change subject loyalty. It's going to be affected by the leader's diplomatic skill. Wait, it already is. Your diplomatic skill affects how many relations you can have here. It affects your diplomatic capacity. And if that dips low, then your subjects get more rowdy. And it causes a lot of other problems as well. I don't like the aristocracy at all. Please bring me to plutocracy. I don't like quality, though. I prefer quantity over quality, but oh well. And I prefer defensive over offensive. Offensive is so bad. Minus 50% on your fort's your fort's defense is incredibly bad, and it's only exchanged for 10% on offense. And on top of that, there's this unavoidable minus 12 stability event that keeps happening, and your only option is to accept it, saying, "Oh, but offense is the best defense." At least the defensive ones that hit stability have different choices to be had. Why is the Pale at war? You're taking on Offaly. I don't mind that if you wipe out more Irish. Because the more Irish there are, the more Irish traditions there are. And those Irish traditions must die. And in an even better world, the Pale dies. And then that weakens England. The English, who I'm still hoping start that 100 Years' War before their truce with me runs out. That truce with me is becoming a timer wrapping around my neck in a very unpleasant manner. And unfortunately, those men-at-arms don't come cheap. I'll take some men-at-arms and maybe 2 more units of armored horsemen. Not that I can afford a whole lot. Is there something to be said for having horsemen over armored horsemen? It's just they're so few in number, but at least they hit pretty hard per unit. That's got to be worth something. Okay. Yeah, I'm considerably worried about England and coalitions. But Hainaut is not to be considered anymore, unless I want to keep paying them off to not be in the coalition. Potential coalition members are few and far between now, but it does include Munster. Barely, but it does. I have a few spare diplomats, and I don't want Munster. I just don't want a coalition, so I reckon if Munster are out, then there are no people that can reasonably join. It lists all these people, but it doesn't say, oh, this person is a subject, so, you know, they can't join. Man is not a subject and is still a consideration. And, oh, hang on. Who's got provinces? Who's got claims? Do I have claims? A bunch of people want Man. I should probably eliminate Man just to stop them from being part of the coalition. Oh, hold on. We went over this aeons ago. It's for you, the Isles. Yes. I need to take that for the Isles. That's our war then. They have no boats. The problem is I need to hire boats to get over there, unless my levies are functional now. 13 boats. 2 was 70. I might be able to go and kick their arse with regulars, assuming they don't have any. Yeah, why would they have regulars? Alright, Man is the next target then, not England. Because that'll stop Man from joining the coalition with England. And I said I needed to get Munster out. Did I actually start with Munster? I don't think I did. Munster, get out of that coalition. Anybody else to concern myself with? Those diplomats don't grow on trees. Does this show antagonism? Yeah, it does. Hanot are almost chill. The Guilders are barely chill. Munster, though. That's strange. It shows antagonism. Oh, it shows the opinion hit of antagonism. I'd still like Essex to be a bit happier with me. Because, what is this? Subject opinion modifier minus 15. I don't even want to know. How are you feeling with me anyway? Clan, but can't you just be Tyrone? I like that red hand of... No, Ulster. Red hand of Ulster. But Tyrone should be up there as well. The clan boy are happy enough with me. I don't want to keep spending this diplomat. Bring him back and prepare for war with Man. Man v Man. Curious how much it costs men-at-arms to be on a boat. If you were separated out, you would cost 200 boat capacity. So I'm pretty sure we can just send our regulars over and munch the Man. Yeah, just get over there. There's no fort either, so it'll just be a one-and-done affair. Also, isn't that truce, like, up in moments? No, I'm off by a year. All right, we'll go and slaughter them in a year. A year, you say? Okay, well, it feels like a year since I've had my last water break. It's only been 5.5 hours, though. I need to take a quick break, but I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I would say don't go anywhere, but we've got a long wait before we get some cores and integration going, so maybe you definitely can go elsewhere. But as for me, I'll be right back. There we go. I got no problem going long streams without sleep or eating, but the water must flow. And yes, Cafe, playing EU once more. I've been doing a lot of that over the past 2.5 weeks or so. And we'll probably continue to be doing it for many more times to come. Slow negotiate. I can't believe it just smacked me in an event saying, oh, you want to integrate subjects? Well, no, you cannot. But once Northumbria is inside of me, life should get a lot easier. My power will actually go down, my income will go down, but it will give me the power to have other subjects, and that's actually good. If I have this, but I spit out 2 more subjects here, then I think overall my income will go up. And if I'm going to have subjects, I probably want them on the most populous locations in England. So yeah, that's definitely East Anglia and Kent right now. Yeah, subjects here, I can hold on to this garbage land until they're sufficiently ready to be integrated. And remember, when the English Patriots rise up, just kill them. Especially now that I have access to an army. It feels like a really nice early threshold point to be at where you can just raise an army. What? I could actually request a cardinal seat. To those that actually know how the papacy mechanics work, what in the world can I do with a papacy seat? I mean, this is a request. I assume they could say no. Cardinal seat is a building. It gives literacy. I get a cardinal. You get to vote on papal things. You can vote on stuff. I'm not sure I care about voting, and this is going to cost me money. You know, where's my demand money? I just want freaking money. Yeah, no thanks. You don't want it because it spams votes on you. Okay, well, definitely don't want to be spammed. Oh, thank God, another son. Yeah, we need to expand our family enormously. The Randy dynasty must continue. Oh, I like the name Cuthbert, but there it goes. Tormod, Surus, Darbheed. That is not a flattering name. I think we're running out of names here. I'll go with Rag. Don't I already have a Ragnall? An Alan. Aelin. Fiona. These are terrible, terrible names. Was the game unpaused or something? Oh, it was unpaused. Whoops. Paul. Alright, you can be the new Pol Pot or something. How about backup son? A lot of them are backup sons, but I must pay homage to my wife. From the moment he was 16 years old, poor Randy here has had to be pumping out kids. And look at his face. He's not very... Oh God, he looks like someone, doesn't he? I don't want to say who, but I think he does look like him. Anyway, he looks quite miserable with his life. But yeah, we popped out... Is that 4 boys and 1 girl? That is excellent. Although who knows, we might marry the lassie off and find her to be the queen of somewhere before we know it. England are at war, excellent. But they're not at war with the French, not excellent. That is a shame because the truce is up in the 100 Years' War and I want them to continue it. It's very important to me that they continue it so they kill each other, not me. You should join a foreign order of chivalry. I've been told it's only good, but I'd rather try it out first. Kind of worrying to see that the English can raise up such an army. What if they ship all of their units over to Ireland? Then maybe that's my ideal opportunity to strike England. But no, I want the French to come and ruin their day. Just wish the French would actually have a half-decent navy. Heaven help me, they can afford it. Blah. You can see the buffs it gives you if you hit the button. An order of chivalry to a target country, depending on the order itself. Nah, I'd rather not. I'd rather figure out what it does in a controlled environment before risking my monarch's life. It's literally just free stats. There's nothing to it. It's not a knight order, but some dude's going, oh, I'm a knight. Knight of the pig's feet. Alright, I'll fall for your trap then. The Kingdom of Hungary. I get the Order of St. George. Nah, that's nice military ability. Does it really not do anything? What does it do then? There must be something. It gives you another... Yeah. It's just a fancy club. Alright, I'll join a fancy club. And then before you know it, it's like, oh, we've been called into the chivalric order against France. On you go, lads. This one's on me. I miss holding... Oh, think of all the money I could have gotten out of France. It's a future DLC plug. Okay, but I'm not playing Crusader Kings. I do not care about Holy Orders. This game having ruler portraits to begin with was a mistake. Makes for some fancy screenshots, I'll give you that, but I'm not playing this game for fancy screenshots. Truly, I would rather have just a bigger army with more men-at-arms here. But in such a manpower drain, I should probably focus more on the knights, right? This army's no cheap. If I increase this, do I increase army maintenance? Or rather manpower maintenance, I wonder. Yeah, we broke the top 100 for the Great Powers list. It only took owning most of the British Isles for that. And I gotta say, we've done pretty good considering we started out with 4 locations. Inverness, Elgin, pretty much the Grampian Mountains, and Loch Aber. Nay, great. More like ingrate. I missed the whole stream. What did I miss? Took a bite out of England in a very, very difficult war. We won just about every battle, but we couldn't nail the war properly, so we had to peace out with enforced conditions, which meant we only got half our war score worth. But I really think if we'd pushed that war, we would have lost all of our money for no real gains, or we just would have lost the war. Real Pyrrhic victories going on in that one. Right, so in April or April adjacent, man die. Man should already be dead, by the way, but we encountered a bug earlier where I couldn't actually kill them. They were in a coalition war against me, and for some reason their lands were magically protected. Pufu was in chat telling me that it's a bug and it's reported, but I actually went to search for the bug so I could leave a comment on it as well. Couldn't find it. I searched for coalition, belligerent, occupation, annexation blocked and all that, and I wasn't finding anything. Clearly I wasn't looking hard enough though. I wonder if I could start considering restarting my warbs now. Maybe consider getting a sailor or 2. The problem is the wharf just costs me money. I really wish it showed what the wharf actually does here. +1 monthly sailor. Is that really worth it, given all the stuff you cost? Do I even want sailors? I want 1 boat. Actually, 1 boat is almost worth it. You know what? Give me that wharf. It's probably going to use up yet more people that we have to wait for promotions in Edinburgh for, but that's okay. It'll take some time, but we will we'll make the British Isles actually populous again. The fishing villages for every sailor. It costs very little to subsidize, and they still produce food. It's a consideration, but right now I have the wharfs, and I don't have the fishing villages. But yeah, fishing villages have to be subsidized because they don't make money. They're really, really bad like that. Don't they have another... Clash. Go away for now. Isn't there another benefit to the fishing village? Okay, good trade capacity, I'll give you that. Oh, here's the thing, you don't have upkeep except for needing to subsidize you. You get laborers and soldiers. Fishing village quite good then. Also quite cheap. But I cannot imagine that fish is worth anything in the Edinburgh market. And it's going to be worth even less if I make more of these. Yeah, there we go. Fish not worth diddly. Oh, here we go. Here are the inputs, of course. Salt and tools. That said, you know, that does push up the demand for salt and tools. We're not going to be getting ivory up here. So ultimately you're paying for some trade capacity, which in this current patch is really not worth it. Especially not for my nation. But the soldiers and labourers and peasants, all that seem pretty good. I will build one of them and consider if they're worth having more of down the line. And they're going to get me more in a better control area, so how about Dunbar? Here you go, I have a fishing village that costs me money. Do I really want to spend that money? Wharf gives you harbour capacity, which unintuitively have benefits even above 100%. You want it maxed in your capital. That does seem rather unintuitive. Not that my harbour capacity is perfect here. And it's not a percentage, I suppose, so this could be harbour capacity plus 100. Or 120. Contemplating that fishing village still, though. Whatever, I said I want to see how it does, so let's have one whole fishing village and see how it does. I can't prematurely click on it to tell it to be subsidized, can I? I certainly can, and it will need subsidized. I've never seen these pull a profit. Fish is just so useless, and it's not used in any production chain that I know of. Right, the people of Inverare, supporters of Bruges, clashing with Buchan, followers of Rome. Oh, it's just this again. Tell them to go and suck a fat one. Don't like all these things that change people's happiness, because you end up with this massive from events thing affecting their satisfaction. But if it's completely unavoidable, I'll just take the one that spreads it the thinnest. I've killed 200,000 Mamluks in 1525, says Igars. I have myself lost 16,000 drilled professional armies are nice. Oh yeah, drilling is a thought, but it costs more manpower, which I don't really have much of. And I do believe we learned how to drill. Yeah, experience goes up. Yeah, but it costs me manpower that I really can't afford to lose. On the other hand, then they lose fewer people. But also experience decays really, really quickly. And I think I have to pay for them drilling as well. Yeah, if I was in a better situation, I'd be happy to do that. Enjoy the experience. Levies have been unbroken since 2 hours ago. Okay. Well, I'll be updating for the next session then. Do you know if the manpower maintenance you lose from having soldiers is actually costing you pop? Yes. Soldiers die. Soldiers need to be replaced. But the soldiers die much less en masse than levies do, so if you want to spare your population, you want a professional army doing it. Another core. Say it ain't so. Look at that. We still don't have our core back on Loch Aber, but that's my problem. I sold that for some initial money, and I stand by that decision. It was a good decision. But yeah, we're going up in the world now. With Fife fully integrated. It makes you waste a month, by the way, if you really need to squeeze your cabinet members. The moment this is finished, and it says 100% here, go and tell them to do something else, because it wastes 1 month before it tells you that they're done. Lazy buggers want a free ride. So there is an idea that I should do Argyll before Strathclyde, because Argyll is already Highlander, so it'll go faster. It'll be done in 84. However, Strathclyde just has better output for me because it's really, really close to my capital. So even though it's going to take an additional 6 years, I think the payoff for it's a lot better. What are the situations? 100-Year War and Schism. 100-Year War is currently not doing much. I'm very surprised France is not destroying England right now, and I'd very much like them to do that before England start thinking about how much they would like to eat me. But, give it time. But not too much time. I need to kill England in a non-coalition war. And the longer I have to build up my manpower whilst they are busy not building up manpower, the better for me. Uh-oh. They have discovered how to build an armory. I would still need to spend my money on mercs to be able to destroy England, of that I'm quite certain. And they still have ungodly numbers of levies, which I do not have. So yeah, war with England still looking dangerous, and I doubt I'd be able to get anything more than an enforced peace with them. But if that's what it takes, that's what it'll take. They're still raising their armies, did they? Yeah, there we go, thank goodness. France, for the love of God, kill England. Best thing France could do is just get yourself a mercenary galley lot. Wait, whoa, hold the phone here. France had this wonderful situation where they brought in a bunch of Flander boats. Yeah. Don't know what kind of boats those are, but we can check. Flanders? Yeah, I wish Brabant was under their thumb. That would be nice. Some galleys there. I reckon if they actually concentrated, they could sink the English flotilla. You know, after yours truly ripped apart a lot of their beloved coastline. And then the French could flood in and destroy England. And then... Well, you know... I'm not saying I'm some kind of corpse-eating crow here, but maybe as an elegant eagle swoop in and aid my friends in France after I aided them so much by delivering unto them their rebellious vassals' land for a finder's fee. Just saying, could be done. I've seen the war go on until the timeout condition. I think the Age of Reformation. Yeah, it's all because of the war goal. France need to take London, but they are particularly terrible at that. Caught red-hooved. A sow has murdered and consumed a child. Cows don't even have the teeth for consuming flesh, so I somewhat doubt this happened, but Mord Calb would know better than I. Anyway, clergy, keep your bleeding cows in order. I've got way too much stability. I would love to start reeling in the powers of my nobility, but I don't want to do that on the precipice of potential war with England. The thing is, it's currently the precipice of war with man. Because I need to strike England before they get any coalition ideas. But yeah, man, then probably England, as long as there's nobody else to join the coalition. There are people that could join the coalition, though, but maybe England are too busy getting their arse walloped to consider that. It's just if they do join the coalition, I will have to consider just declaring war on them. Otherwise, it's going to be another England declare war on me, I give up money, and then I have to wait another 5 or 6 years before I can attack them again. Isn't a sow a female pig? Ah, oh yeah, a pig could eat a child. Parliament. What do I even want out of my parliament these days? Expand the armory. Construct 2 armories, one in Inverness and one in Aberdeen. Why, that could be useful. Also, manpower gets boosted for a while. It's not a lot, but I do need that. Oh, but integration? I need integration. There's also urbanization. Dumfries becomes a town. Do I want Dumfries to become a town? I don't know if I do. But I probably do, because it's really close to my capital. And it already has a really good population. It's a pretty free town. But a town doesn't win the war with England right now. Do you have enough food? It's on the coastline. If nothing else, we could get some fishing villages for that food. What do they produce around here anyway? Yeah, livestock, wool, fiber crops. And the fiber crops one is the one that becomes a town? Yeah, they've got enough food. Yeah, there's something to be said for that. Yeah, the fact that it's so close to the capital, we will actually have control there. Won't have control when we eventually move our capital down there, but that's another question altogether. Alright, very well. Let us urbanize a little bit. Wool is indeed a great RGO. It gives food, and it's actually half decent money as well. It's not at all like EU4 or EU3 wool. Go on then. Of course, they don't want to pass it, but they're close to wanting to pass it. I want to be naval. I do not want to push towards land. Put an end to all the banking. Ah, here we go. Naval movement. Unfortunately, we're already pushing towards land, so I guess it doesn't really make any odds. So for now, we can actually take the land movement, and that's enough to pass the motion in Parliament. Okay, that's pretty good. Alright, not long now before we go over and stomp all over the manors. The Manx. It's ridiculous, though. The Isle of Man shouldn't exist anyway. I had them completely ready to be annexed, and the game just said, nah. Nah, can't do that. It's unacceptable. Still conquered here. I'm sorry, Essex, this is on me. I shouldn't have done this to you. I massively delayed his integration. It's going to take another 8 years. He'd probably be done by now if I hadn't forced my kilted ways on him. And I wouldn't be surprised if he flips back, which is also bad for me. Yeah, well. It's a peculiar shade of yellow. Yeah, yellow Scotland is out. Blue Moray is in. Also, Scots are on their way out. We've got some vestiges over here. Some up in Fraserburgh. And, oh god, we're making a town of Scots for Dumfries. And there's still way too many of them in Edinburgh. But all that gonna change. Scots will be eradicated, and then I don't have to keep them as an accepted culture. All sounds quite good, no? Navy, why not be land? Early game your ports aren't very good. Yes, but in time I will want Navy so I can project control across the British Isles. I like to think in 2 wars, Kingdom of England is down and dead, so I won't need to worry too much about a strong land army. And then I need to focus on naval, holding my power, finding somewhere to make a better power base. I don't know where that'll be. I mean, the New World, potentially, because curb stomping France is just not something we're going to manage to do quickly. But if I spread my Highland culture overseas, actually, that would be a good way to strengthen my culture power. There's also the idea that since our capital is over here, it might be a great place to exert control over here. But, you know, there's a big bad HRE boss who might have an issue with that. A lot of questions that I don't have answers to. But I want to take yet another moment to point out just how god-awful my nation is. You're almost done here, which is grand. Lowlands look like a place Highlanders would like to conquer. Nah, Highlanders just want to be left to their own business. They just want to be left alone. The problem is that's not how the Lowlanders came about. They said, look at all this lovely land we could have if we just kind of move these people away. And not great for growing stuff, but it's great for livestock. Which makes me wonder, why is wool not even more pertinent here? But if you had nothing but wool, yeah, the market would be crap, or crapper than it already is. Anyway, 9th of April. Poised and ready for war. Everyone's looking alright. Even Essex is starting to see the funny side of being Scottish, or Highlander. Jake, do you consider yourself a Highlander or a Scotsman? I absolutely don't care. Home for me is right on the border between the Highlands and the Lowlands anyway, over in Moray. But, I mean, I left Scotland 10 years ago. I do not really care about such petty squabbles. I'm just happy to have a not British passport. No changing RGO, so you can't find coal or gold and silver depleting. Well, one thought is if I get over to the New World, I could bring over on the Columbian Exchange some goods and actually turn British RGOs into something amazing. But I somewhat doubt I can grow things like spices over here. Just a slight suspicion I have that the climate that we have, we can actually check climate. Yeah, oceanic, probably not the best places to grow spice or tobacco or cocoa, you know, stuff that's actually worth good money. Potatoes, of course. Yeah, potatoes. They grow a lot of food, but they don't have a big value, do they? Potatoes all over Ireland. Getting rid of that silver for potatoes, now that would be the power play. The chili will grow, but it's potatoes I couldn't get, says Roy Donk 69. They're back. Hey, isn't that truce up? It's the 20th of April. The man are claiming they have an army, and I claim I'm going to kill them. Alright, so what are we doing? Dubious claims? No, I prefer proper claims. Claims for my man, the Isles. Alright, time for war. Boom. Let us hope that our preparations are enough. Our preparations? What are you talking about? Get the army over here. Find me my navy, pretty please. Who's in command, by the way? It's me. I don't want it to be me. I do not ever want to risk my life. We'll take the ever-aging Gerald and tell him to take care of the matters. It's Walter Rutherford for the commoners, but now let the nobility take charge. You know, it's like Hans explained during Kingdom Come Deliverance, his position on the food pyramid. What was it, like Labour and Bellicose and whatever? And that is why you do the hauling. Now, I love Kingdom Come Deliverance too, but I really feel like some interactions between you and Hans were butchered, because you're just going through the same motions you went over in the first game again, and it all feels a bit too contrived. Alright, get your arses together in Arran. Not a bad whiskey, that one, Arran. Did I visit the Arran distillery? I went up and down here visiting distilleries, and I got so wasted because one of them was just with us for the ride. She didn't actually care that much about whiskey. One of the other ones, for whatever reason, wasn't drinking. And the other one was driving, so when they brought out 4 free samples from the distillery, it's like, oh, here you go, Jake. I was just sprawled out in the back seat by the end of that one. Good times, I'm telling you. Alright, let's head on over. Time for you to go, man. And do not spend the turn of the month at sea. So we will pick ourselves up shortly. KCD2 taught me that every problem can be solved by a secret tunnel. I've been in... I was in a castle with a secret tunnel. Been in a few castles. Maybe their tunnels were so secret I couldn't find them. Alright, let's put our army to actual use. You're all balanced out correctly, right? Yeah, nothing says correctly quite like cavalry not on the flank. Get on that flank, get on the boat, and go and murder some Manx. Again, I shouldn't even have to do this. We already had the Manx beaten, but... game said no, so here we are. Where are you? Get over there. There's teleporting armies in this game is just mad. Absolute madness. I'll take unexpected for 5,000. What if he beats me on the boats? Game thinks I'll win. Granted, I do like winning. Just in case. Our navy has better quality and the terrain is to our benefit? If your boats sink, your army just dies, Jake. Yeah, that does sound quite bad, doesn't it? Hopefully the boats don't sink. Oh, the boat's gonna sink. Balanced navy. The fleets are imbalanced. They certainly are imbalanced. Whoa, yeah, look at the speed that this guy's just disappearing. That boat certainly did disappear, didn't it? And now we're being flanked. By galleys, not crummy transports here. Absolutely did not expect the Manx fleet out of nowhere. I got all these guys in reserve, not aiding me here, though. Okay, well, he's about to shatter on these, hopefully. Hopefully. Okay, now we're just double flanking him. English coalition, is that a problem? I doubt he'll declare. The problem is if other people join the coalition. I'm not in a position to just declare war on him right now, though. Alright, well, let's just hope we can get this war done. I was not anticipating this hot mess. Alright, looks like we're winning. Okay, good, good. I like winning. Total casualties, -4. What? Whatever, just get into man. Get the manhandling done. This is a great moment to find that we actually just die on arrival as well. He's got a big stick, lads. I was not here to deal with a big stick, but do you think I could blockade man? It doesn't matter, there's no fort, never mind. Alright, couldn't help but notice that the core of my army did not arrive in the right place. Come on, lads. I'm really starting to notice that the core of my army isn't actually in the core of my army right now. Could you please assemble? At least those cavalry are having a hard time dying, so they're mowing through. There we go. Now I can flank and murder them. Jesus, was that so hard? Yeah, big pike, not quite so effective. The power of an actual standing army. It's going to be interesting to see how the numbers are balanced out, but what I'm really looking forward to is them just actually producing a half-decent patch. You know, the bug fixes are great, but they also need to actually spend some time doing passes on their balance. That fire from the hip change that we've had. Oh, crap. See, that's what I was worried about. Although Leinster's not really much of a concern, but I should strongly consider pulling the trigger on England as soon as this war is done, because I don't want these other numbnuts joining in. It's not really that they do anything against me, it's just that they drag out the war. Because England go, oh, I've got all these powerful friends. I like powerful friends. England still have a massive amount of their infantry, though. Ah, it's happening. Alright, well, first and foremost, you are getting absorbed by my subject, the Isles. Because they have the core and I do not, so I'll leave that to them. The Manx are gone. The Manx give me all their money, although that's not a lot of money. How much money do they actually have? Please tell me. They have 77 ducats. They're hosing me for 67 ducats here. Not that there's anything else I can do with them. I'm just taking their land and taking what little money I can. France landed in England. We don't know that entirely. But this is partly why I want to be at war here. I'm going to keep some of these boats. We'll get ourselves back to the mainland. I don't want to pay them that much. I don't want to pay my forts currently. But yes, you guys get FOB. And then get back to the mainland. The boats I will not get rid of immediately. The boats are going to be vital information. Now, there was some weird thing happening earlier where I was able to get information about this land, but how about instead of information, we get even better information? I'm going to separate these guys out, and we're going on a little fishing expedition. I can already see around here, but wouldn't we like to see even more? Where are my other boats? Okay, oof, Jesus, this freaking interface. Right, get away. Yeah, get those fishing boats out there. You know, nothing but an innocent little bit of catching the cod and whatnot. Because I want to know what's happening over in southern England. Beyond what I can see from my rather healthy border that I have with them. Is that 1, 2, 3? I didn't pay attention to where all of you are going. But is it actually going to show? Okay, they're just going to teleport there. This freaking interface. Paradox, please. Not a fussy man here, you know. I think one way or another I'm going to need another boat over there. Get me one other Lothian fishing boat to check over potentially there or so. And then the rest of you can go away because I know how slow boats are to replenish. Maybe it's a Union member being a subject of Aragon that caused that. I'm willing to believe that. They're still my subject Union minor, but they're also still Aragon's vassal. So how does it feel being the vassal of two different things? I'm guessing it doesn't feel very good. But we can't pass any of these laws for forever. Well, actually, I could do a law debate if only I ever had prestige, but that doesn't happen for me. Not a very prestigious nation, you see. Yeah, currently I would love to declare war on England. It's just finding the right moment. Because currently they still have a lot of levies raised. It's good that the war took so long to start, though. It means that they're probably not so keen on ending the war too quickly. And especially if I get involved, they might think a little differently. Now let's get some views here, because people are assuming that the French are in town. I do like the sound of French being in town. Also worth remembering that the English have plenty of subjects. Oh, hello. Oh, God, no, not the Hansa. Not Offaly. Yeah, I'm kind of causing myself a lot of potential issues by waiting on this war with England because of the whole coalition thing. Wait, this doesn't give me a lot of view. Oh, of course, a lot of these provinces are impenetrable because of woodland and whatnot. So 1300s, you send the boats down the coast, they do some scouting, they telegraph or email on the way back home. Is that really how it worked? Absolutely. I'm glad you understand. And I think you can actually see if there are sieges going on. Although we can see into Bristol anyway. You can kind of see London. If I got involved, I think now would be the perfect time. Just raise my mercenaries and get to work before even more people join this accursed coalition. I really hope the Hansa don't come out of nowhere and cause me a lot of grief. I can't even see the Hansa, but there's every chance that they can just raise like a boat or whatever and come over and raid me, and I would not be happy about that. Especially because they'd probably raise mercenaries, and those would be hard for me to kill. It is tempting. I just don't know how many have actually landed in England. Just don't have the knowledge. Can't see. How are your subject loyalties? Still annoyingly high. My manpower is okay-ish, but I'm still going to need quite a few mercenaries to aid here. The Hansa's a landless nation, yeah, but can't they still just buy some mercs and come over? Nathaniel Cook's yelling what I'm sure everybody's thinking. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, see all these levies of mine? Get them disbanded, send them home. They just die to the English anyway. And then pull that trigger. We have following through on the threat to take these lands back. Leinster, Liège, Offaly, the Hansa. Can't imagine Leinster and Offaly really bring anything that the Pale don't already. The Hansa. The Hansa. They do have money. That's what concerns me. They could bring some mercenary force over and kick my teeth in for a little bit. But here's hoping that they don't. Alright, to the sword with the English scum. Hope this doesn't backfire. I mean, it kind of backfired last time and that was grim. Should I consider not involving Essex? Quick check. How loyal are Essex to the cause? Not at all. They're just going to sit back in their own lands. That's not necessarily bad. And I'll get Gwyneth's minuscule army. And for some reason, Northumberland are up here. What? Anyway, I think England need to die. Let's go for it. Dangerous, dangerous war, by the way. It always is. Moray has always been one bad battle. Not one bad war, but one bad battle away from death. Wait, West Riding. Of course, the last one was on East Riding. 150 regulars could be of use, yeah, but I can't make them loyal right now. There's nothing I could think to do to change the situation. Will the patch break my save? I don't know. Probably not. Can't imagine any of the changes that there are that would cause there to be bad things happening like that, but the key point there is I don't know. If I raise levies down south, how many are there? 100 or so, 200 or so. They are at risk of being smashed by the English if I raise them here and now. And they're not exactly a lot of levies anyway, so I say we just raise the ones in the north and bring them down. I raise this guy? 21 gala glasses. I think I'll leave you be. Surely the war won't be decided on the backs of 21 dudes. The rest of those guys just chill out for a bit. As for mercenaries, and I am certain I'm going to need some mercenaries. Not bad leadership there. How's my current leadership? Ah, of course it's Gerald. He knows how to deal with the English anyway. Beautiful. Then I'm only looking for specifically armies. Hopefully people that have decent armies like men-at-arms. Yeah, there's not a lot of men-at-arms to be had there though. Yeah. Speaking of which, is the difference between buying men-at-arms and non-men-at-arms that big? Let's cane all of this. And then say, let's say I buy one men-at-arm. It's $100 dues. Non-men-at-arm, 50. Okay, so they're twice as expensive, but you do get twice as many men, and they're better, right? 1, 3, minus 10. 1, 2, minus 5. Yeah, so men-at-arms are just better, but you pay for the privilege. Well, men-at-arms good. Just a question of who actually has men-at-arms in sufficient number for me. Some of them bring cannons, which is amusing, but never, ever, ever mercenary cannons again. Is just bad. Yeah, their admin is how much of their units you can get. Starting to think the first one was the best one, though. 252-0, my man, became a commander by accident. It certainly looks like it. Some of these people maybe should have stayed at home. Right, so... Wait, again, you don't have men-at-arms. I do think men-at-arms are the superior option here. Footmen are so bad, I don't know why you would ever bother with them. 100 men per frontage is just embarrassing. Yeah, it really is. That's why I want men-at-arms, but I'm struggling to find people that have men-at-arms. Well, you don't have them. You got nothing but horses. Wish I could search here, just search men-at-arms. Which stat is best for the army leader? Frontage from admin seems good. They're all good. The argument is probably that military is best, but they're all good. Jinx, does nobody have men-at-arms? Surely Scotland isn't the most advanced nation. Well, Moray. Yeah, the only men-at-arms we found were early on here, right? Are we not seeing them at all anymore? We can get 2 with Gregory. I wish there was an easier way to find these guys. I don't want to buy lots of different loads of men-at-arms. This guy's got 3, but I can't get any because his admin is so crap. And this guy's only got 1 man-at-arm. Man-at-arm's length. Does that mean I have to buy very few men-at-arms and instead invest in horsemen? Because horsemen aren't cheap either, and they've got very, very low numbers per frontage. I mean, I think it's very important to get men-at-arms. I will check as much as I need to check. Here we go, 4 men-at-arms. I think I want all 4 for 24 months. Yeah, that is hellishly expensive. Could I also take some horsemen? They will die pretty quickly, but that's okay. 4 units of men-at-arms is quite a lot of frontage men. And I do have a little bit of manpower to restore my own losses, so this could actually do some good work for us. The problem, and there is absolutely a problem here, is the need to siege. And there is a need to siege. He's got an impenetrable wall of castles, and I am about to regret not having torn down any of them in the previous peace deal. Cannon won't change that. Early game cannons are crap at dealing with forts. And they're very, very, very expensive for all the nothing that they do. And again, they don't reinforce. And another annoying thing is, as your cannons get attritioned, they do less and less against the walls, and then sooner or later you just have no cannon bonus. It's very, very sad. You have to keep consolidating them, which is annoying. No military skill, that's okay. You won't be in charge of the armies for very long. Yeah, I reckon we just get these, get our levies, go on down, murder the English. Murder them again and again and again. Hopefully that'll keep France in the war so that maybe they can do the sieging for me. And then we try and get our peace deal, which is take Kent, cut off London, trim England down so they're never a threat again. This is going to be expensive, though. I really wish I was able to get more men-at-arms out of this. But I don't... Maybe archers is worth my time, but that 100 frontage is just so very bad. I'd rather take another guy and get more men-at-arms. Whoa, limited on places I can get you, but let's bring you over here. For 24 months. I wonder if the timer starts from the moment you bring them over. That'd be kind of cruel. Stability? Legitimacy? Nah, sod the estates. Commoner is very unhappy. Is the Commoner uprising still happening? Kind of, but whatever. Everybody can be paid off in the end. Promotions for all. Ooh, not bad levying going on in Essex for non-cored land. Also, please attach to me, my beloved friends. Yeah, wait, what? Please explain to me how my antagonism reached all the way down into Italy. The Bank of Peruzzi. Somehow I have so much antagonism with them. They must have had some, like, wheelings and dealings going on over here. Yeah, well, sod the banks. I'm not afraid of no banker. Oh, hang on. No, that's not my land. I was thinking, why am I raising in the Isle of Man? And then why do I own the Isle of Man? But I don't. We're all good. Get Abdi together. It's going to be a bit of a problem of assigning my general. I can already feel it. Earlier, you had another bank in the coalition. Yeah, really hoping they don't contribute any money to the fight. Money or men. Suddenly seeing that the hands I have boats or men would make me tremble in fear. Seeing the English army going down and down in number now, that makes me tremble with delight. Also seeing them running around with low morale, from what I can only assume was a disastrously poor fight. I thought they were being chased by somebody. That would have been great. Yeah, lots of French occupations, but they're not on the important things, and those are the forts. They're not even trying for the forts right now. But it's a clear sign that the French and the French allies are making their way onto the British Isles, which, for now, is good news. There is a far-flung space future where it's incredibly bad news. The English wish to blockade me, kind of. Me, it's practically their lands, but oh well. All of you over here, I just want you combined under, yep, Gerald. And Gerald will take control in about a month. That's okay, I don't anticipate there being fighting for a month. It's such a weird thing. Frankly, I would prefer to have teleporting generals than the annoyance that you face with the... Why does this keep breaking? Yes, attachments are allowed. Yes, I want Northumberland to aid me here. Baffling. Idiotic and baffling. Right, you guys all get together. Probably get yourselves fully consolidated and balanced. Yeah, there's no available frontage, so those levies are unfortunately going to have a bad time. But that's to be expected in this war. I am crippling down a big nation as well, Castile. I'm wondering if I should take the food provinces so the rest of the population will die of hunger. Does it not work like that? They will be able to buy the food from the market, unless you also own the market and embargo them. I would recommend, and I don't have a lot of experience with this, so this is just based on my assumption, is isolate the capital so they don't have any control, or no control proximity. The best they'll have is only 20% due to there being a core. So yeah, if you take stuff that isn't their capital and leave their capital there, then they have one good province and then everything else is only 20% good. And then there's also different ways to cripple them. For example, if they have a navy, take the coastline. If they have provinces with a lot of buildings are important, like their armories and cities, take those. Just find the way that's going to hurt them the most. And again, I don't have a lot of experience with this because my previous campaign was just gobbling things with the Golden Horde. Now I am trying to declaw a tyrant. My first fight was just take what I can get. My second fight was take their population bases. So I wanted to take East Anglia, which, at least before, had a lot of English in them. Now my people seem to be resettling elsewhere. How am I losing all these people? I'm sure that's just from raising levies, right? But yeah, the migration... Is it not showing now? We used to see hilarious migration away from my country because nobody wants to live here. They'll eventually move the capital, and you pay a huge amount of war score to isolate any province, so I'd recommend against that. I haven't noticed them move capital. And is it really paying a lot of war score? Why did you stop moving? Get yourself down with the rest of the army. We've got killing to do. I'm very impressed by Gwyneth bringing as many units as they do. I'd love to split up my armies more. Would love to, but it's not really something I can afford to do in this situation. Keep yourself balanced, and by balanced I mean please remember that cavalry are superior on the flanks. I don't think they want to remember that. Cavalry on flank, cavalry on flank. Regular Reggies on the center. You guys definitely on the center. Where are my mercenaries, by the way? I don't think mercenaries show, do they? Yeah, you're my mercenary. If it's a 200 frontage guy, then it's a merc. And I do think the mercs should hold the center. Just keep a strong core so that the cavalry can flank. Don't want my core to collapse after all. Yeah, that's good, that's good, that's good. That is actually cavalry, whether we like it or not. Right flank's looking a little bit sad. So, really hard to tell at a glance between cavalry and infantry. I don't really see much of a difference between the images here. Alright, alright. Hopefully the core can hold well enough, and the flanks can do their business and then do their flanking business. Cavalry, cavalry, cavalry. Infantry on the center, please. Army interface needs a huge quality of life buff, but move like all of a certain type, etc. Yeah, and the balancing, I think, needs to be a bit smarter. Too many times you see your supply wagons on the front line. Cannons on the front line? Please no, sire. Right, how are we tackling this? The English need to die, of course. But I need to push into England. Although I just did all this with my units, maybe it would be prudent for me to push down into the likes of Leicester and Stafford, and then leave behind a sieging party. I mean, take the Inverness levies here. Surely I could pump them out. And then have them go and take this stuff, whilst the main army clears away. Just something to speed up my speed of occupation. And I know that the main English army was chased down here, and if they at least come along here, I have vision for my own lands. Oh, well, thanks, Gwyneth. You are Gwyneth, right? Yes, and yes, that's Gwyneth. We try not to ask the Welsh why they do what they do. Just accept. I just rejoined. Is England bogged down in France? No, but France is getting sufficiently up in England's business for me to want to pull the trigger here and now. I spent the penultimate quarter of my big French slush fund on this war, so it better win. And the English wars need to stop costing me all of my bloody money, because England didn't have the money to pay me back. I will take Kent, and I will not hesitate to sell some of this land to France, especially because if England continue to 100-year war France, England get enough positive war score that I think they could demand some of this land back. Typically, England win these because they're able to defend their capital, and they should definitely want that land back. Then again, are they going to have access to it? They might not be winning after I sell that to France, and I might be causing myself problems. Like, big problems. But I think big problems are worth money. Known lover of money, me. Whoa, some weird lagging out there. I don't care about my religious actions. I'm not too concerned about unraised levies. I certainly don't care about being blockaded. This game gives you way too many alerts. I mean, that seems like a weird thing to complain about. They probably have a building in London. Oh, the banks. Yeah, that would not be surprising. This war is almost certainly going to make France want to coalition me. I should, while I'm at it, make sure that my opinion with France is as high can be. Not opinion so much as getting rid of their antagonism. That antagonism could be a colossal issue for me. I don't want colossal issues. I just want little issuelets. So we're looking for occupation more than anything just to see where these bastards are. And I spy where some of these bastards are. The Pale are coming over. And I will murder them. Because the Pale are really annoying. They can just jump around. What? Okay, wow. Good job. The Isles are making sure nobody gets man. The man economy. Alright, yeah, you want to last here? Yeah, come on. Come on if you think you're hard enough. Irish bastards. They locked in? Yeah, certainly look like it. Our commander is superior, our army is stronger, we have better morale, we have better quality. The terrain is to our benefit because they are making a water landing on a forest province. I'm looking forward to November 22nd, but I know who isn't. The Irish. There we go, thanks for the war score, chump. God, I hate the Irish. I hate the Scots, I hate the English, I hate the Welsh, I hate the Irish. I hate the Highlanders too, because they're just so bloody awful. There's no one in this cursed collection of islands I actually like. Okay, come on. We're on a timer here. Those mercenaries won't be ours forever, and it costs a lot of money to keep them on our side. And we must remember that those sieges are going to be a huge problem. It takes about a year to siege a province. So I need to make sure that England are very dead or have some other alternative to deal with them. Even the Scots hate the Scots. Why wouldn't we? We certainly are a contentious bunch. There's another bloody bank joining the coalition. Whoa, who authorized 5,000 levies from Northumbria? I'm looking forward to their land being my land. Wait, since when did they get a fort on Cambridge? That is a brand new fort. Destroy it. Take it now. Stop it from getting any kind of reinforcements, and then I think we can just assault it down. That's risky, though. I mean, I don't want to throw away very important lives on an assault here, but there's not a lot of people in Cambridge. I don't have prestige to lose, so whatever. Surely we can just take this in one shot, right? I'm not killing myself by planning to assault this, am I? Wish I'd noticed it earlier. I would have beelined straight for it. But this could be very, very bad if this just kills off a lot of my people. This'll be painful. Yeah, I wonder about that. I mean, there's nobody there. There are 27 people there. Maximum garrison's virtually nothing. So I come back to the stream and see it's been 1 year in the game and we're at war with England again. I can see why antagonism is a problem. I just wanted my freedom. That's all I wanted. Maybe I shouldn't risk all of these people's lives. I should just leave it with a token siege force. As long as we keep the English away. Ooh, recruitment law. Free subjects and levy size increase just sounds really good. What about mercenary maintenance down? Maybe even plutocracy. Like, I love plutocracy, and levy is just whatever. I love plutocracy and I hate aristocracy. Let's do naval service. Doesn't necessarily reduce the impact of my other levies. These province names fill me with intense despair, says Leveler. What, you don't like Lynn? You don't like Fear? You don't like, what the hell is this? Colchester. Can't wait until we get the Londoons. The Londonay want this, Ken. Alright, well, I gotta say, removing the Irish problem seems to have worked wonders for us. And hey! He's not great, but he has it where it kind of matters. He's okay at diplomacy. I need you to breed as soon as possible. Do you think you could do that? Whoa, people actually want to marry me. Austrians want to marry me. Courtier and a courtier. I'm not interested in courtiers. I'm interested in people that actually have positions. Who are you? You're a courtier in Brittany. Yeah, a lot of these places are just nowhere. That said, a marriage with Northumberland might keep them a little bit happier. An heir in Northumberland, no less. Might not be a bad idea to reinforce my relations with Northumberland. In case things get a little bit hairy, it's vitally important this annexation continues. And it's only 10 years, supposedly, until it's done. You can filter for the top of the heirs in the line of succession. Yeah, but I think we'll go with Northumberland. There's not a lot to be gained out of that. Besides, that's a nice, ripe 18-year-old. And she's also a member of the crown. Wonderful. What do we get for proposing this? We actually get prestige. I am shocked. Alright, there we go. It'd be very funny if we end up forming a union that somehow blocks the vassal integration, and then we got to wait for the 50-year union inheritance. funny, but what I really mean is I would be crying. Weeping. And yet another setback for poor Moray. Right, is there anything worth my time on the advances here? We're still a ways away from getting art. I feel really betrayed that I paid all that money for an artist who won't make art. Where is that? It's under Renaissance, right? You need to get... And I need that cabinet seat. There it is. Can invest in culture, I think, is required for art. So don't give me an event that gives me an artist if he won't make bloody art. I'm really unhappy about that. This was meant to be my opportunity of finally getting some culture for the Highlands. I pay this guy, and he's just going to die before he makes anything. He's been sitting there for 10 years making absolutely sod all. Ugh, livid. Actually livid. The Moravian Union has no economy of the Union. Well, there's not a lot to be said here. Would you mind... Oh, I do mind paying that for starting a debate. Unified Treasury. Honestly, we're never going to integrate this land here. It's just going to be devoured by Aragon, so I'm not willing to spend even 5 legitimacy on entertaining that thought. Wonder why artists sometimes don't do anything. Yeah, I reckon that's why, because you don't have the tech for investing in art. So even though you get the artist, he doesn't actually know how to produce art, because he's a no-Renaissance dum-dum. Hate no Renaissance dum-dums. I might be happy enough dispatching another Galglass to get Kettering down, because as it stands, the English, if they lose their army, they got nowhere to really raise a half-decent army from again. So this is an opportunity I'm willing to divide and conquer for. Take Kettering. Never been to Kettering. I've been up and down the east coast of England, and I gotta say, I saw some horrible things. I saw Derby. You ever seen an entire city that's just one big, horrible grey roundabout? That's Derby. Are the French actually working on any of these bleeding sieges? Fort level is down slightly on Windsor, but that doesn't tell us much. They don't seem keen on Dover either. But this is good because it keeps the war relatively even. Yeah, well, actually better than even. France is slightly winning, which is bad. It's okay if we completely declaw England, though. But that's going to require a lot. I don't think I can afford to siege London currently. I need the English army dead, and I need to get either Windsor or Bristol. Probably Windsor because it doesn't have the coastline. And then from there we can spread out and just completely carpet the area. There's one place... No, I can get to everywhere. No, I don't think I can get to Truro. If these people in Derby could read or hear, they'd be very happy to describe their hometown nicely. Derby. I'm concerned about the English. They're still out there. There's still 5,000 of them. Some clawing their way over to Dover. The concern is that they end up coming up and slaughtering me in Cambridge. So does that mean I should lay siege to London? Because I'm more in a position to do something about that. London is a long and hard siege. And I do not have long to do hard sieges. But if London falls... He doesn't have some ridiculous thing like Tower Bridge Fort Defense bonus, does he? He has literate soldiers. I have view on London. I think I should focus Windsor. It would be very, very handy if Essex were to join in, but Essex are not in a joining in mood. Unsurprisingly, there are even more friendly coalition joiners. Oh, I never settled on a tech now, did I? Is there any old age of tradition stuff that I'm missing out on, by the way? Because it's oh, yeah, actually. How about some army initiative? Pretty useful for getting into the fray faster. Construction speed. RGO in rural is quite useful. Cultural tradition. I don't need that so much as I need cultural influence. Yeah, it's good to get these now because they're cheaper. I want more RGO in rural for now. I want stability investment. I don't need the religious stuff for now. Alright, just pick up these. They're cheaper, by the way. You get this previous age reduction in cost. Whereas as we go along, they seem to go up in price. Whereas your ability to research doesn't go up by that much. Literacy grows with it, but it's still just +1 settled country. If I knew of ways to really ratchet that up, trust me, I'd be investing in them. So this is going to be a long, hard siege of Windsor, which I'm not thrilled about, but here we are. I spy some French. I'm very unhappy to see the Welsh, but I'm extremely happy to see the Northumbrians. Take that big stick and smack a Welshman today. Smack a Welshman every day. Why are you unable to get to the Welsh? Damn Northumbrians. They're not worth the paper I line their filthy cages in. It is a concern if you actually come over and ruin the siege of Cambridge. There's practically nobody there. I can't believe it's taking as long as it is, but I was unwilling to risk the lives of my people assaulting it. Okay, 5-hole Englishman. What a threat. I am almost certain he's going over to ruin my siege of Cambridge. And I'm not entirely willing to drop this siege. What I am somewhat willing to do, though, is detach a small amount and hope that the English army doesn't come along and ruin my day there. I might lose those levies, and, well, too bad for me, but I want to make sure that we win the war score on the battles. Well, that's actually a good opportunity to just wipe out a whole lot of Welsh. It's good for war score as well. And there's the English army. Interesting, interesting. Sad news. The French cannot get north because of the layout of the forts here. I say can't. I'm having a fine old time getting up here. They must have landed in Wales? Question mark? Well, they've done something. Ugh, more squabbling. That's keeping the commoners very, very unhappy with me. How much is it to just assuage their... Ooh, I don't want to pay them that. I've had that event so many times, it's collapsing my commoners' happiness. But that's typical EU for you, right? You just get bad events. It's just something that happens. We're going into wetlands, which is unpleasant. You're going over to Ellie, but that's also wetlands, so let's just take the fight. Splat. Commoners. Right, let's see if we can't splat the English for good. If I splat the English hard, they're going to have nothing to fight back with, because most of their land is under occupation. And that might even, heavens forbid, drive their subjects to not get involved in the war anymore. And I would love to know that the Pale isn't coming for me. Worcestershire is flat, but it's forested. But you know what? Those English armies are all levies. And all levies, what does that mean? It means splat. Well, I hope it means splat. They're trying to put up a fight. I do not agree to the English putting up a fight. Put them to sword while we get our sieges going. I need to pay close attention to where they retreat to as well. Hopefully somewhere that the the French can get involved. English army is full of levies. Oh no, it's a battle for Stamford Bridge all over again. I wish I knew what battle that was. British military history? Not my forte. The sung heroes as opposed to the unsung. Our censorship policy has prevented negative views and opinions from spreading too far. Wait, oh, right, I was meant to change my law to no censorship, but I never got around to that. Yeah, see, I would rather have innovative, humanist, cultural influence also being pretty useful for me. Okay, well, someday in Parliament we need to switch our laws. But, like I said, the current focus is not on building a lovely, sustainable nation that's going to see me through all the hardships. Current focus is death to England. England must die. Only good Englishman is a dead Englishman, etc., etc. I do want to know where he's going. He's probably retreating over to Wales, but at least if I occupy Worcestershire, we'll have view on this. I don't care about Hereford. Is that Hereford? Of course it's Hereford. Food shortage down in Windsor. My subject is laying siege to London. That's excellent. The Welsh are still alive. Oh, of course, the freaking AI. They can just click their heels together and... Where the hell are you going? Yeah, the AI can just click their heels together and bring back all of their levies. It's kind of disheartening. Try your luck at taking Oxford, please. As long as he's not retreating to Oxford. And loot as you go. Whistle while you work. Oh my god, what if you go to London? Ah, damn. If they'd stopped in London, they would have engaged and potentially been wiped by my subject. Do love my subject. Did they take Wrexham? Not been paying enough attention to the Welsh movement. The Welsh are just going to keep coming back, though. A single Viking holding on a bridge. English levies massacring them all. He died only because a perfidious English went underneath the bridge and poked him with spears. Typical English. They're like rats. Okay, I must say this is going considerably better than the last war. This is what happens when you don't wait on the 100 Years' War. This is what happens when you take action. So my plan is not to take London. My plan is to make sure that he doesn't have these blessed forts, though. Does that mean I take Cambridge? Cambridge isn't free, but neither is freedom. He's going to be very unhappy at the prospect of me taking all of his stuff. Just a suspicion on that one. But yeah, I would like to secure his coastline and his forts and make sure that he has nowhere to run to. He's still going to have a lot of subjects to bring up and throw at me, though. You know, it's not unthinkable that I take London. Horrible, horrible province and 21 war score, but it is ultimately where I want my capital. And it's a huge seat of English power. Is it? Yeah, well, it's got all their buildings for one. Your capital being in London? Yeah. I didn't really want it to be in London, but there is no better province in the Isles. Arguably, if you want to hold on to Ireland, maybe something a bit more west-focused. But London has a great natural harbour going. The sea zones ensure that you spread control up and down really well. It propagates out to tons of provinces. It's got loads of really nice province density here for palace economy. It's just so good. But we can't move to London until we make it Highlander, so it's not going to be a swift movement for us. We all know York is supreme. Sorry, what's a York? Game? I'm looking for one York. I've never heard of a York. Never ever. Do you mean Hebrick? No, I don't. Gaelic, man, what a silly tongue. Right, that was very distracting, and now I've forgotten where the English are. They're still running away. They go into their holy site of Canterbury. Okay, well, good for them. Well, I was searching for the Welsh, and I found them. Do I just leave the Welsh alone? Those English do need to die. I think I'll back up Windsor so there's no chance of the English kind of sneaking around and doing them in. This is much closer to the original Latin name for Eberham. It's just the real Gales being weird. Call it by the Roman name. So a lot of words for stuff I don't really understand. Hey, for some reason I can walk around here. Why is there no zone of control preventing me from moving here? Like, Bristol's just a non-entity. I think it's because the French have control of this land, so maybe I could do some very, very nasty occupations in southwest England. I do like the idea of being nasty to England. They're getting absolutely hosed today. And England are dying tonight. A core. Unbelievable, we've got a core. Does that mean you're 100% done? It is. Oh my lord, look at this integration. Moray has grown so strong in not very long. Unfortunately, we have to do even more integration. I'm actually on the fence about integrating Dumfries. It's going to take forever, and I could have a subject do it, but I think it does need to be done. It's also where a lot of my population are in. I mean, I'd be so much faster doing Argyll, but let's get this done. How long? Another 20 years, okay. Man, it must be nice having the Renaissance and getting access to even more cabinet members. Byzantium starts out with 4. They get Renaissance, they end up with 5. Here I am sucking my thumb and chewing salted clay with 2. It feels like playing a generic nation in Hearts of Iron 4. And that is a sad, sorry situation. So you're telling me I could come down here and slaughter the English? Interesting. I suspect they're trying to go through Harrow up into Cambridge, so I'm going to try and take them out from here. They're moving over into Harrow. Interesting. Could I just go through and kill them? Oh. Cheers in chat for dead English. Because now not only do we vastly outperform them, we even outnumber them. A little risky though, he's going to re-raise levies if I do this, including down here, but it's war score and it's dead English. Oh, we might not wipe here actually. Their flank is gone. We actually have, God forbid, heavy cavalry correctly flanking. Not a lot of them, but enough to ensure that those English are just not able to cut this mustard. Yes! The fact that they survive is actually possibly good. Should I start doing Bristol? What I should do is chase them down. Where do I think they're going to go? The English are currently running through to Windsor. So it's more than likely they're heading down in this general direction. Let's chase them down and put them to sword. And then I would quite like to split up and actually ensure that all the sieges are going. I do worry that this will be the end of the 100 Years' War, though. And that would be a problem. Hey, France, come on, we're both at war with the same guy. How about some food access? Oh, yeah, there we go. You're a doll, France. The Ald Alliance. The even Alder Alliance. Okay, 66 English, fighting a staggering 2 Northumbrians. This is what I meant, they'll be re-raising their levies when I hose their armies like this, but what's a man to do? Seems that the English could only go so far. Wait, what, are you actually just staying around there? Unexpected, but I do want that province, and I want to start laying siege to Dover. Ugh, but they actually have units over here. Alright, how about Bristol then? Just beat the French to Bristol, and then beat the English in general. Listen to your heart when it comes to English matters, and my heart says, beat, beat, beat. Consolidate. I'm pretty happy with the balance, so no need to rebalance. Oh, goodbye, England. Hey, there are more Englishmen here. There are more Englishmen here? Are there? Okay. Oh, okay, there we go. There is something messed up with this. There were more Englishmen here. Yeah, we've killed so many English, we're starting to see them as delusions. How do you feel about your war enthusiasm this time? Oh, not great. Funny that. So if you missed the earlier stream, I was beating England to the tune of 92 war score, but their war enthusiasm was massive because they correctly realized that they still had so many more troops they could throw at me, and I was out of breath. I simply could not sustain my onslaught. And that was very good of them. I am impressed that the English were able to see through my cunning facade. I am actually strongly considering just taking Middlesex. There will not be a lot of England left if I just force them over to the lesser parts of England. Yeah, if I take their population center, they're going to be shoved in the corner, and they will die. And they will not have defense in depth from their forts either. I should make sure I get the final cores for Northumberland as well. That annexation will finish eventually. Let's just make sure that's part of the deal. In that case, let's actually make sure that this is going to Northumbria. Apparently there's like a transfer province. Yeah, I should transfer province with right click and that'll do the whole lot. There you go, Northumberland. I want to make sure that's part of the peace deal, so I don't accidentally forget and it goes to the wrong person. That means no more casus belli on England. Unless... Nah, but for now, if I want to more casus belli, I can attack into Wales. That's only 47, and including London, it's going to go up to 67, 68, 69. I can still take more. Depends how happy I am with the world's biggest coalition. But what can they really do to me? It's just the coastals that matter. And you know, those that care don't matter, and those that matter don't care. I think I should still take Sussex. Take the Midlands too. Define Midlands here. You want me to take Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire? Is Nottinghamshire really considered Midlands? I don't know about that. I find you start getting south of York, things start getting a bit weird. Love to start eating a pail as well. Hold on, are you involved in this war? Did I forget to put you on scutage? It would seem I exactly forgot to put you on scutage. Not that it's a big deal, but let's perhaps do that now. Cost me a diplomat, and I'm really, really shy on diplomats. Let's wait on that for now. Nottingham is the East Midlands. Staffordshire is the best Midlands, says Levin. Here we go. The English come crawling out of the woodwork going, well, actually, we're not so bad. The English hate the English, right? You think the Scots have a problem with the English? You don't know the half of it. Please tell me France didn't take control of this siege. France took control of this siege. Some guy called France. Guy de Coucy. Oh, buggering bollocks, they let go of London. Although, to be fair, that siege of London's going to take forever and a day. No, let me. Good enough. Well, at least if they ever abandon the siege, I'm ready to jump on it. I think I'll take the gate, and then we just want to make sure that the English are pressed on all fronts. I'm a little scared that when France peace out, there's suddenly a lot of land here that England could re-raise their levies in. There's also the question, what's France going to do to England? That said, they're losing war score here. Yeah, they're gaining war score, but they're not... Oh, wow. You don't have defender bonus for your capital. Why? I mean, I know things aren't looking too hot for you, England, but you do control your capital. Under siege or not. Yeah, this is where things start getting a bit messy. Okay, the French beat me here. I think I should just dump a bunch of levies on Dover. Just to prevent any funny business happening over there. And I should probably also just occupy the lands around Dover so there's no silly buggers going on over there. Yeah, you I'm going to kill and get out. I don't want to be fort locked on Dover. Ah, well. How about that? Peasant levy, please ensure that Dover falls. Additional peasant levy, please take the lands around Dover so there's no fancy things happening. The rest of us, just make sure that everywhere else is secured, especially for when the French pull out. Maybe even hold London, but I need my army at the ready. I want the Cambridge lads to work on London. Ugh, France, hold that. That ain't right. Yeah, this is where things can start getting very messy, especially when we have the likes of the Welsh rising up. Oh god, that is not what I want to see. No, my siege of Cambridge. I didn't protect it. And of course, Essex isn't going to save me here. Those bloody Welsh. Ah! Look what got sent all the way back to... Actually, not that bad, actually. Impressive. Yeah, they had one job. I could still leave behind some peasant levies, but I'm not sure it would be enough. Why not escape? I wanted to preserve the siege, and if I could go and just win overall, that would be even better. Ah, well. Can I win them all? Okay, the French have a similar idea to me. But yeah, England's feeling not very good right now, I reckon. The Welsh have done more to protect England in the last century than the English have. The truth hurts. England's broken, washed up. I don't know how many loans he has, but I hope it's many. Still trying to re-raise his levies, and he still gets hundreds of them. That bastard. Just wish I had more peasant levies to dispatch to hold these sieges for me. Hold on. Peasant levies? Jake always holds something in reserve. I didn't raise these, probably with this in mind. Probably. Let's believe that it was with this in mind. Ugh, Jesus Crevens. Subjects need to stop ignoring your enforce culture order. You're not allowed to be Gael. I told you to be Highlander. Oh well. Where are you now? Lordship of the Isles? At least they love me, but yeah, you must be enforced into my culture. I'm really, really low on diplomats. I need to consider pulling stuff back. France, how much do you love me, baby? Quite a lot. Alright, good. Then I'm going to bring you back. You're important enough not to do that, actually. Hanot have already gotten out of my hair, and they're probably going to hate me once I'm done here anyway. Who's next up? The Guilders. How do the Guilders feel about me? Zero aggressive expansion, although I'm certain it's going to get worse pretty soon. Munster. Munster don't have a coastline, and at this point, I don't really care about coalitions so much. As long as they can't get to me, so it's only coastal nations that I care that much about. Of course, I need to do the annexation, and France need to get off my back. That's fine, then. Why do we care about Hanot? They were a potential coalition joiner, and it seemed like the right thing to do to keep them out of my hair. Alright, water shortage over here. Hopefully you guys can finish off Cambridge, and then you guys can go and mop up the English that keep bloody rising up. At least they decided to run into there and die. Rochester's down. That leaves you on London, because I don't want London to suddenly fall. Also, you can go and help out in Windsor if it comes down to it. Still spreading thin here. How long do I have on my mercenaries? 13 months left on the contract, okay. It was a very good choice bringing in these mercenaries, even though it cost me so much coin. Anybody seeing, like, it looks like cannon shots being done all the way into London from there. I'm sure it was like some kind of trade interfacey looking thing. I'm worried about these sieges. I really, really should have considered more about tearing down England's forts, but as you can see, he just built new ones. Cambridge has got to go. And I can't claim London in the war unless I actually take London. Bristol? Okay, didn't notice you there, but sure. Really didn't notice you there. You would have wiped out my little peasant levy there, if not for France spooking England. Right. I need to cease the spooking, though. We need to actually bring our army over. And I swear, if the Welsh walk in one more bloody time to save Cambridge, I will not really have anything I can do about it. It's just Welsh things. It gets really, really messy warfare in this game. I mean, the forts are absolute cancer, but it really just feels like it's... bleh. Everything going everywhere here. Hang on, did we just pass through each other? Alright, I've improved things with France as much as possible. You're running off north. These forts refuse to fall, but at least I got my army on London now. Bristol's going to be a problem of its own. Just free the Welsh as punishment. See, that's one of my issues here. Even a small-ish nation is almost impossible to punch out or free. Let's say I did want to free the Welsh. 112 war score. 112! And that's with a 20% discount. The Pale's 126. It just can't be done. And also, you can't offer to give them away because you can't offer a war score more than 100%. So if somebody has a big subject, you just cannot beat it out of them. Very, very sad and disheartening. Because sometimes you just want to punch. I'm a little concerned about Bristol. How is that siege even looking? It has a little bit of progress. I think I'll dedicate a small army over to it. But the English continuing to exist, even in small fractured forms, is a pain. It does bother me that the AI just keeps clicking their heels together and raising even more levies. These should exhaust far faster than they do. But oh well. I really feel like dedicating you to this siege is a bad idea. Dedicating myself to killing the English is what we need to do. Question, are there any more Welsh? The Welsh have still got about 1,000 units to hand, so I need to keep an eye on the north to see if they come along to ruin my day again. I can't split the army of Windsor in half, and I have no peasants to dispatch over there. So unless I'm willing to raise some and bring them down, which I'm not, we'll just have to wait a wee bit. Do I spy more English? I do spy more English. What are you up to? You're running over to Chichester. Well, 'tis a good day to die, my English friend. Grab your bow. And die. Gosh, how did he even have anybody on the... Oh, right, I was looking at the wrong bleeding place. I always mix up the reserves and the back and the front line. Oh, I think I spotted where the Welsh are. They're coming along to ruin one of my sieges again, aren't they? Bleeding Welsh. Could I would get out of this war if I could just take London, but the problem is the French are going to take London. And I can't imagine the French are keen on finishing the war without taking London, which means I will have to re-siege London once they're done. Which is all bad news for me. That's if I do want London. There's plenty of non-London taking solutions here. How many hours so far for this campaign before 1400? A lot. I play rather slowly and there's a lot to pay attention to. No, Bristol! Brittany, save Bristol. Oh, okay, France, save Bristol. Thanks, France. The Aldist Alliance comes through yet again. So I don't have a way to take control of the siege, do I? You will take command of the siege and gain control over the location when the siege is won. The siege already has progress. Assume control. But I can't, and it doesn't tell me why I can't. Now, it's obvious I don't have enough troops or something, but please tell me. Don't leave me in suspense. God, the English running away to a little corner again. But the splitting up between them and the Welsh continues to be an issue. I mean, where are those Welsh going now? The Bretons seem to be chasing down the English, which is nice. Cambridge took far too long. For a place that only had 20 men inside it, that should not have taken as long as it did. But you can go and reinforce Bristol. Hover over the small red cross to see why you cannot take it over. The small red cross. Yep, sure am hovering, unless there's another red cross. But nope, no can do. Supplies shortage. Yeah, I'm really worried about London falling and me having to go through all the effort to take London again. There are a few Welsh running away over to probably Turnbridge, actually. Let's turn tail and go to Turnbridge. My God. Another bunch of English bloody levies in Gloucestershire. Also, he's bringing some into Middlesex. A little concerned about being fort-locked here. Let me... Oh, wait, maybe that'll distract the French, actually. It might not be all that bad if they actually appear. No war exhaustion for me, by the way. War exhaustion is untuned in this game. I find it very difficult to get any war exhaustion. Squish. Alright, the Welsh are dead again. Whoa, that was more than expected. Don't go for Windsor. Okay, I'm glad to see the army initiative, but you need to die, and Windsor needs to not die. Also, what if he just goes for Cambridge? Jeez, yeah, just clicking his fingers and just boop, 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 boop. The levies that the AI gets back are a pain to deal with. It's not about being a challenge, it's about being a pain in the arse. How exhausted are your levies? Pretty exhausted. Yeah, we're depopulating my future lands as well, which is undesirable, but in time. In time, they will regrow. There was a line about that in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, wasn't there? It's like, oh no, this land, why did they kill all the people here? Oh, mon ami, in times this land, it will be repopulate, etc., etc. I need to get some morale back. I shouldn't need a lot, but I need some. Alright, that'll be enough. Kill him. Kill him dead. I wonder if I marched into London with this many men, I'd be able to take control of the siege, because it is an important siege. Less English you'll need to convert. Fewer English, please. Still can't take over. Oh well, let's kill some more English. And then maybe make sure that Bristol is okay. I don't like the way they're eyeing up Bristol. The commoners become even more unhappy, for God's sake. It's like 3 or 4 events in a row that just say, yeah, commoners are unhappy now. What you going to do about it? Uh-oh. Oh, God, I knew they'd come for Bristol. We have a slight advantage here, but we don't have any leadership. And it's just losses upon losses for us. Well, the French can come and say hello. I love the French. Thank you, French. Doesn't advance the siege, though. I really wish if people tried and failed to relieve a siege, it would actually advance the siege for you. Alright. Feels like the war is going nowhere fast. We have 82 war score, though. Meaning I could probably enforce any peace I want, but I can't enforce unless London falls. Well, I can't take London unless London falls. You can't demand a capital like that. Jake, don't restart your game. There's a patch already to ruin your game. Is that the one that balances standing armies at long last? I'm okay with that. Whoa, hold the phone. A momentous turn of events, the Kingdom of France has emerged victorious in the arduous 100 Years' War that did not last 100 years. I like to think it's all because of me, but that means that I take over the Siege of London at 28%. That was I wonder if it says that was unexpected if England wins. That would leave me très amusante. Alright, now we just need to make sure that London falls in my name. Hey, look at that! I can order an assault, which is not really what I want to do here. Just need to make sure London falls, which means I need my army here to protect London. And then we should be able to get whatever we want out of this peace deal. And I'm sad to say that what we want is London. 37. Annoyingly, they're still probably going to bring their armies around and squish my little dudes that are still out there. I said he's down to 330. Yay, Windsor's down. Alright, that's good. That means you can reinforce Bristol so it's less likely to fall to a stiff breeze. The Welsh are down to 10 men sieging up over in Gwynedd. I was so convinced London would fall. What, on 28%? Do me a favour, do not buy a lottery ticket. Leave that for people who understand chance. Like Watto and his chance cube. Alright, Harrow's down. Give me a Salisbury stake. Make London fall. And then we are onto the peace table with a completely declawed England. Because like I said, I do not particularly care about aggressive expansion here. Because the only people around here that could hate me are already English subjects. And around here I'm just going to focus down the potential naval problems like Brabant. And Brabant are already focused down, I must say. Alright, London, it's time for you to fall. Don't lottery profits go to charities? That is far from my concern. Another 3,000 English levies are about to be raised. I have a proposition. It's called Let's Kill the English. 3,000 levies. It's mad. It's an absolute bloody madhouse. Alright. Get over there on the 18th, when they're all spawned, fresh-faced and ready to die, and give them what they so desire, which is death. Chuffing English all day, every day. 3,000 additional levies. I mean, come on. There we go. How you like your levies now? I wanted my Salisbury steak and you gave me the Winchester. That does put Bristol at a bit of a situation, though. Right, London, time to fall. Okay, food shortage, but it is still time to fall. At least there are enough numbers that it won't fall over to a stiff breeze, but it's very important to me that I don't just drop what I have going on right now. Could you guys, like, get together, balance out a bit? No, don't create a new unit, just keep balanced. Maybe sort your frontage and keep balanced. 7 on one side, yeah, good luck. Alright, good enough. Wow, I'm surprised you just decimated them in Bristol. Were they running away from something? I can't be too sure that they're not raising like a large army over in Reigate, so I am going to bring this army over to keep watch over London. Bristol is actually not important, and I really should not be continuing to throw these men's lives away, because this army is going to come and attack into Bristol. The main thing right now is London, nothing else really matters. I really wish you didn't have to use actual troops to reinforce these. I don't have 250 troops for Windsor. That said, I have actual manpower. We're going to come out smelling like roses at the end of this. Or I hope we do. 7-unit man made out of the wildest men to hold the hands and the wall. Well, whatever works. Right, Reigate down, London down, war done. Moray supreme. Also, looting gold as you walk around England. A beautiful pastime. Yeah, as expected, the army is on the move here. Maybe just go into London. Just back it up right now. I do not trust the English. Not as far as I can throw them. Didn't even last a year. Joke nation with a joke capital. Alright, what's the cost of London? Not that bad. Honestly, not that bad. I want Sussex, I want Kent in its entirety. What to do with England? I'm pretty sure I can bisect them, and no matter how much they kick and scream about the peace deal... No, they will kick and scream about the peace deal if I bisect them. Alright, so try not to leave England bisected then. I think I can get away with most other things if I don't do that. Yeah, I can push 100 war score if I don't bisect England. Very good. There's going to be a lot of English people rising up against me, but the focus should probably be on forts and coastline. And would you look at that? We can get 2 for the price of 1. Take their Irish lands and sell it to the Irish. I would do that. Do you think the Irish have money for Irish lands? My consideration here is maybe selling some of Kent or Sussex to French for massive amounts of French money. I am aware of the problems that will cause down the line, but I'm also aware of the money I could get right now for it. 10 ducats is 10 ducats, my lord. No, it's antagonism for not land for me, so I'm not interested in that. Oh boy, though, am I interested in 100 and... Oh, God. The Hanseatic League won't be happy. Do people that matter care? Probably. 157 countries will have enough antagonism towards you for a coalition. I mean, what are they really going to demand? My money? My unhappiness? Maybe even, I don't know, release Cornwall? I think I can live with that. The English could give me 250 ducats, but I think money, I think land is more important. Don't the English have some islands near France? They got Jersey. And you know what? In recognition of the one man of Jersey, I think I can let them keep that. Oh, look, they kept this wee bit over here, so the war with France will continue. That is a really, really nice lot of stuff to take out of England. I don't like that they keep the fort in Gloucestershire. Them having no forts at all would be ideal. But breaking the fort in Gloucestershire... Isn't it just called Gloucester, actually? I don't know. Don't pay much attention to these things. It's Bristol, anyway. Costs 10 war score. That's not worth it, right? Cheaper just to take it. But I could take it. That's the thing. If I gave up the likes of Northampton... Maybe whatever that place is called. I can take Somerset and Gloucester. If I do that, I don't bisect them. No need for Hereford. That's quite a brutal peace deal. England have no coast, apart from Jersey. Their lands will be very, very consolidated and high control, though. Is that a problem? Whereas if I spread them out long ways, they're not going to have that consolidation. I can also take some, you know, little chunks of cash. But yeah, England will have no forts, and I can just declare war upon them next time before they rejoin the coalition. Because they will join the coalition. They'll be stuck in it for a long time. High control lets them build more things for you to take later, points out Max. A reasonable response there. They'll be too small to matter anymore. Yeah, I have them enveloped. The problem is my nation doesn't become any stronger by taking all this land. It just has even more English patriots to rise up and take down, which means I need to destroy these forts before the patriots get them. But with a standing army, I think you can just destroy the patriots. So I guess I'm okay with that. But man, a lot of them are going to want to rise up here. I can handle that, right? My subject Northumberland and such would help out. They're declawed, in my opinion. Just take what benefits you the most at this point. Yeah, making sure they have no forts is a big deal here. If I just do this, take a little bit of their cash. Take over the market centre from England. Wait, haven't I already taken it? Yes, I am. And London is a good place for the market centre anyway, so I don't want to move that. Depending on how many more subjects I can handle, I probably will want to spit out a subject or two just to look after the land, because I cannot administrate all of this, but integrating Northumberland is a big part of that. All right. I think that's truly it. Revoking cores is just nothing, and they won't really have a lot of money to give me with the war reparations, so I think we just take this free Jersey. I don't want a free Jersey. All right, there we go. Oh, no, he's wondering why it's an option here. Liberate Jersey from England. Costs almost nothing, but I'm still not going to do it. All right, bring on the antagonism. I think I saw Sweden on the list. Yeah, nobody's going to be happy with me doing this, but that's their problem. Bye, England. Ah. Okay, that was a hell of a long fight overall just to take care of this, but I think we're finally the dominant one on the Isle here. England are still fascinatingly going to be able to put up a fight. Oh, that's amazing. Their capital went into a not very central area, so their control is actually still not going to reach very high. It's going to peter out about here, and then the Midlands, as somebody is calling them, won't actually be all that great. And I hope upon all high hells that their subjects are not quite so eager to join them. We'll have to see about that. Right, it's on everybody's mind. Could we possibly sell this land to France? Yeah, finally, some value out of England. I'm getting a bit hot under the collar here. The French have wanted their toehold in Britain so much that they're willing to fund pretty much my country for it. And I am willing to say yes. The problem, as it may be, is I don't really want to bisect like this. I wonder if I could do something like give them this and then start working their way up and feeding them the center of England. They'll never have any control. It might even revolt. Hey, bear with me. It revolts. They can't get to the revolt to deal with it. England becomes free again, or some English land becomes free again. Little bandit rolls to a Gentile stop. Okay, there's no way we're not taking that money, but it's something we'll have to take in the far-flung space future. Let's make our save there and be very satisfied with what we've achieved. For once, it feels like Moray isn't just one bad battle away from losing, because even if we do have to give up land or subjects or whatever, we're still the dominant force here, and we're not currently, or we're not constantly being looked down on by England. Is that true? Okay, well, he can still raise more levies than me, but that's a problem for the future. Show the coalition map. All the way over to Austria, they wanted to coalition me. But the important thing is that England get jumped on the moment the truce is up so they don't join the coalition. And then we just continue to consume them. Maybe even full annex them so I can take their subjects. Oh my god, would I? Would I possibly? Because I know the coalition stuff here goes away at the turn of the month. Would I honestly break truce to just finish off England and take all their subjects? I don't think so. Seems a bit too much. But in any case, I think we should call it there for now. A little bit too much heart-pounding action. You know, we passed over 10 years in one stream. Unthinkable. But God, do I feel good about actually having brought Moray this far, because when I started this campaign, you know, I named 3 nations. I named Granada, Cochin, and Moray. Granada I was confident in, because Granada, although they are obviously in a horrific situation with Iberia, are actually well positioned, I think, to take over Northern Africa, and it's really good land. Of course, we've got to core it and whatnot, but good land, and at least Granada has some flavor, and flavor means power. And Cochin actually has a really good start, because, you know, they're independent as such. You're not so independent when you're Moray. I had to claw my way out of nothing, and now we're something. Ah, feels good being something. Anyway, we will continue to feel good at a later date. Until then, it's a cheers and a cheerio.